Hello, wishing you moments of comfortable entertainment. This is an engaging audio channel exclusively dedicated to your favorite audiobooks.
I stood at the edge of the field, flanked by two uniformed police officers. We were up at the Wadebridge estate, 3 acres of fields with a main house with a large garden and a row of 5 stone cottages that stood on the edge of the village of Linwick. The place my husband, Michael, had worked for more than 20 years. A sheet of freezing rain arrowed down the back of my neck, trickling down my spine. My jeans were already soaked through, and the raindrops dripped from the tip of my nose and my earlobes. I thought longingly of home, our house being just a 15-minute walk from here. The warmth of the log burner, curtains closed against the weather, and Tansy snuggled into my side as we read the Ichabod together for the umpteenth time this week. In front of me was a different scene. My new reality. White tarpaulin sheets stretched high and wide across the middle section of the field, stark and clinical against the sludge and the moody skies. Behind the screen, I could hear the guttural roar of the yellow digger, its dull black bucket plunging into the depths, forcing the earth to reveal its grim secrets. Powerful spotlights illuminated the area of police interest and the wide circle of land around it. The smell of damp, clogged earth stuck in my nostrils and throat, and I fought the urge to gag. I turned away from the field to look at the people who were standing along the track, a public right-of-way that ran directly behind the row of cottages. They meandered in and out of their small, curious groups, standing and chatting for a minute or two before moving on. I recognised most of the faces that stared boldly back at me without acknowledgement. Locals who knew exactly what was happening here. People I used to consider friends and acquaintances who now found themselves unable to express their condolences. People we had lived peacefully alongside for years. Now, they'd braved the elements to come and watch our lives crumble as the drama unfolded, the small points of light cast from their phones dancing like sprites in the gloom. Behind me, the press. The constant flashes from the cameras were distracting, and every few seconds I'd hear my name being called with a jarring, unwanted familiarity. "Kate! Do you know what they're going to find here? Who's looking after your daughter, Kate? Where's Tansy?" My life was now an open book to these people, a free-for-all. I was no longer a human being. In their eyes, I was subject matter. I was a headline, the star of a grim and gory story everyone wanted to read. I didn't look their way. I didn't give any sign at all that I heard them calling out. I pulled up the collar of my old waxed jacket and shoved my bare hands into the pockets. The fingers of my right hand closed around a soft ball, and my heart squeezed. Tansy's woolen mittens, left in my pocket from a few weeks ago, when we'd walked over here to bring her daddy his sandwiches and to forage for some yarrow for her flower press. Stomach acid bubbled up into my throat, and I closed my eyes against what was to come, what my 6-year-old daughter would have to face. "Mrs. Shaw, Daily Mail," a man's voice called out, closer than the others. He sounded friendly, sympathetic. "Did you have any clue at all about what your husband did? We can help you tell your side of the story, put an end to all the speculation. What do you say?" I didn't turn around. The rain pelted down harder, the biting wind scalding my cheeks, but I welcomed the discomfort. The sound of the digger filled my head with its relentless drone, every second bringing me closer to facing the horror that I dreaded and they all craved. Then, a splutter, the powering down of an engine, and the noise suddenly stopped. For a moment or two, there was perfect silence. Then, Someone shouted from behind the tarpaulin sheet, a sound of alarm. The gaggle of headline-hungry reporters behind me erupted, surged forward. Cameras flashed so rapidly it almost felt like daylight. Voices rose in unison, all shouting my name and vying for attention, demanding answers. Several officers formed a loose chain behind us to restrain the press. "What's happened?" I whispered hoarsely to my escorts. "Does this mean they've found something?" Neither of the officers responded. A few feet away, D.I. Price talked animatedly on her phone in a low, confidential voice. Before I could get her attention, she ended the call and dashed behind the screen. My sinuses were blocked solid, and I had to drag air in through my mouth. A hum of chatter rose up. "Have they found something?" a man shouted from the track. "Is it human remains?" The radio of the officer on my right crackled, and he stepped away to speak into it. Another spurt of crackling, but I couldn't decipher what was being said. I found myself praying silently. "Please, God, don't let them have found her." But the air seemed drenched with a dark foreboding, and I knew it would be bad. Very bad. The officer with the radio returned and whispered something to his colleague. The second man gave a low whistle. "Jeez," he said, shaking his head, clearly appalled. "What is it? What have they found?" A wave of panic shunted up and gathered in my chest, choking me like smoke. "I have a right to know." The officers looked at each other, and then one of them turned to me, his face impassive. "You'll find out soon enough, Mrs. Shaw. Don't you worry about that," he said coldly, glancing at the reporters behind him. "I can guarantee that by tomorrow morning, the entire country will be talking about it." Chapter 1. About 7 weeks earlier, 20th of October, 2019. Kate. The black sky lit up with whirls of dazzling orange, red and gold as the firework grand finale galloped towards its stunning crescendo. I felt Michael slide his arm around my shoulders as we stared up at the night sky, and I allowed my head to fall against him. The crowd oohed and ahed, everyone in sync as if they'd been rehearsing. My wellies were stuck fast in the mud, and my feet were like blocks of ice. But when I looked down at Tansy's awestruck little face, I wished I could preserve her expression forever. I felt the weight of my phone in my pocket, but decided against taking a flash photograph and spoiling the moment. I'd taken so many photos on my phone, like it might slow down this life we all lived at breakneck speed. It didn't work. This year, time was rushing on like a runaway freight train. I'd go old school instead tonight and file the memory away in my mind. Due to essential work being carried out in the village, the parish council had combined the Halloween and Guy Fawkes night events and scheduled them early this year. Needless to say, it hadn't gone down well with the village stalwarts. But tonight, everyone had forgotten the inconvenience, and we'd had a great celebration. It seemed just weeks since we were strawberry picking at a day out at a local fruit farm, and now here we were in October. Tansy had turned 6 this summer too, and she seemed to grow taller by the day. Taller and smarter, and so caring. As I watched her at the centre of her group of little friends, dressed in her cute little witch outfit, and making sure nobody stepped too close to the firework launch area, I swore there were times she had a wiser head on her shoulders than I had. "I'll go and get us a coffee," Michael whispered in my ear, and I smiled and nodded. Just what I needed to warm me up on this cold October night. I looked around me at the sizable crowd on the field. I knew every face, every name of every person I could see, and that was why I loved village life. After so many years feeling like I didn't fit in, I felt truly at the centre of our little community here in Linwick. "Mum, look, the fountains!" Tansy pushed up the brim of her witch's hat, watching in awe as cascades of colour exploded, splitting the dark sky. "They're beautiful!" Before I could answer, someone tapped my right shoulder. I spun around, and my best friend Donna pressed her masked face close to me from my left-hand side. "Boo!" she hissed with delight when I jumped. "Donna, honestly!" She was like a big kid herself half the time. Her reddish-brown hair seemed to glow in the warm light of the nearby bonfire as she whipped off the hag's mask. Her striking dark eyes were sparkling with mischief, and with the cute sprinkling of freckles over her nose, I always thought she looked younger than her 38 years. "Great display, isn't it?" She regarded the lit sky, raising her voice amid the pops and bangs of the fireworks. We stood for a minute or so, gazing upwards, until Michael appeared with Donna's husband Paul and handed us each a coffee in a cardboard cup. Paul was tall and skinny, with the sort of metabolism that allowed him to eat pretty much what he wanted without exercising. As a national sales manager for a kitchen company, he spent most of his time driving around the country. At 6 foot exactly, Michael was slightly shorter than Paul, but was more muscular, with wide shoulders and strong legs. "I was trying to get Mike to come for a drink while you two lovely ladies looked after the kids," Paul said, unable to keep the grin off his face. He loved winding me up, but he only managed to get me occasionally. These days, most of his silly comments were like water off a duck's back. I looked at Michael, and he winked at me. "Don't worry, I've told him I'm strictly on dad duties tonight. I've even turned my phone off." It was music to my ears. Michael managed a local estate, and even when he was off duty, there always seemed to be some catastrophe that needed dealing with. I smiled and kissed his cheek. "Maybe I'll turn it off more often if that's your response." He grinned, sipping his drink. I laughed, but his comment did make me think. I probably wasn't as affectionate with him as I used to be. "The kids are loving it," I said, ignoring the thought. I nodded to Tansy and Ellie, who was Donna's daughter and Tansy's best friend. The girls, or the Purple Witch and the Orange Witch, as they called themselves tonight, had broken away from the main group of girls now. They had their witchy heads together, laughing as they unwrapped the toffee apples Paul had pulled out of his jacket pocket like rabbits from a hat. Suddenly, Tansy let out a howl of protest as Ellie snatched her toffee apple away and pushed her own into Tansy's hand. "You gave Tansy the biggest one, Daddy!" Ellie scowled, turning her back to finish unwrapping it. I waited for Paul or Donna to pull her up, but nothing was said. Donna and I had been pregnant together, and so the girls were more like twins. They were in the same class at school and went to drama and dance club together on Saturday mornings. But while Tansy was generous and liked to share, I couldn't help but feel that Ellie was the opposite. Whether it was at school or their club, her small face was always watchful, seeing who had what and judging if she was missing out. Woe betide us all if she found she was. The final explosions of vibrant colour died away, and there was the inevitable disappointed groan from the crowd. "Fancy a go on the Hook a Duck stall before it closes?" Michael asked, and the girls squealed in excitement. "Let's see which dad wins the prize first, eh?" Paul, ever the competitive one, broke into a run towards the handful of pop-up stalls near the entrance to the event. As the crowd began to break up, Donna squeezed my arm and leaned in closer. "Those two seem to finally be mending broken bridges." I nodded, pleased she'd noticed. I'd asked Michael to make more of an effort with Paul when we were together with the girls. It had felt so awkward when they wouldn't even look at each other in the months following Paul returning to Donna after he'd briefly left her for another woman. I knew it was a big ask, but Michael had obliged for your and Tansy's sakes, and I loved him all the more for it. "Listen," Donna said, dropping her voice even though we were alone. "Is there any chance you could pick Ellie up from school tomorrow? Paul's home, but he's going to cover for me at the cafe. Donna owned a popular vintage tea room in the centre of the village. Occasionally, when she was pushed, Paul had been known to don an apron and help out there. She gave me a meaningful look. There's some stuff I need to check on while he's home, if you know what I mean. Oh, I see. My heart sank. I knew exactly what her coded words meant. She obviously suspected he was up to something yet again with another woman on his travels, and she wanted to go through his work diary, receipts log and laptop. She did this every so often, and she sometimes found a clue that gave her sleepless nights. Michael had been known to call Paul the love rat behind his back. Gone were the days when I'd tried to convince Donna to demand better of him. Criticism of Paul always fell on deaf ears, but it pained me to see her hurt and confusion yet again. "Kate?" She stared, waiting for an answer. "Is that okay?" "Yes, sorry, no problem. She can stay for tea." I took a sip of the tepid, bitter coffee. "I'll drop her back at yours about 6, if that suits." A shadow passed over her face. "You will remember, won't you? There's nobody else to pick her up if you forget, and Donna, it's fine, I'll be there." The panic had settled into the creases of her mouth. It was totally understandable after what had happened to her as a kid, but it never seemed to lessen, no matter how much time passed. Ellie was a child who hated being alone, even for short periods, and I could see why. Donna had inadvertently infected her with her own fear. "Perfect." Her face brightened. "Thanks, love." At that moment, Michael, Paul, and the girls reappeared. "Stalls are already closing up," Michael said to disappointed groans from Tansy and Ellie. "Never mind. It's not long until the Christmas lights turn on. They'll all be back then, and you can—" A low, admiring whistle from Paul interrupted me, and we all followed his goggle-eyed stare. My heart sank when I spotted the object of his curiosity. I felt both sad and outraged on Donna's behalf, but as usual, her vitriol was reserved for the recipient of her husband's interest rather than Paul himself. "Who invited her?" she seethed. It was Susanna Barros, the young, glamorous single mum who was a relative newcomer to the village and who had instantly got all the tongues wagging. She'd met Irene Wadebridge, Michael's boss, while working for the agency Irene used for her home help. They'd hit it off quickly, and Irene had offered her a job. She was looking for a more permanent post, and I was sick of having 6 different people coming here from the agency, she told me. "She's always up at the house," Michael had remarked when I told him about it. "One of Irene's tenants is moving out, and she says she's going to offer the cottage to Susie to rent." Then Tansy had mentioned that a new boy had started in her class, Alex, who'd come over from Poland. Miss Monsell, her teacher, had assigned her as his class buddy. One day at the end of school, when Tansy walked over to me, I saw a boy with black hair pointing at us. His mum came over to introduce herself. "I am Susanna, Susie, and I wanted to just say thank you to your daughter for helping Alex. For being kind." She looked down expectantly at him. "Thank you, Tansy," Alex said shyly. I wasn't sure what I'd expected, but Susie was young, in her mid-20s, making me feel ancient in my mid-30s, and quite stunning by anyone's measure. I knew it was unfair of me, but I felt a frisson of annoyance that Michael would see her a lot while working. She seemed very nice, though, and told me she'd moved over to the UK from Poland a while ago, hoping to make a new life here. "Alex and I were stuck in temporary accommodation, and I found most jobs were for low pay and very long hours. But there is a big Polish community in the East Midlands, and I got lots of advice online. Someone mentioned agency work, and I signed on, and they sent me to help Irene. Now we have a nice new life at Wadebridge. Irene rescued us." That had been a while ago now, and I'd kept meaning to invite her to one of our village events, but I'd never really had a chance. I only seemed to see her at a distance. She walked past us now, clasping Alex's hand tightly and leaving behind a fragrant cloud of floral perfume. "Geez, not exactly appropriate attire for a few fireworks in a muddy field," Donna remarked spitefully as she took in the younger woman's outfit. Susie was tall and slender, the perfect frame for the skinny jeans she'd paired with striking over-the-knee high-heeled boots. She wore a short, faux fur zipped jacket, and her long blonde hair looked impressively sleek and unaffected by the damp air, unlike my own mop, which had already begun to frizz out of its restraining bobble, framing my face like a fuzzy, dark halo. She wore a stylish pair of glittery horns on a headband in a nod to the occasion. To be fair, if I had a figure like her, I'd probably have worn the exact same thing, I said wistfully, patting down my hair. I dropped my voice. "Give her a chance, Donna. She's only been here a few months." I called out loudly, "Susie!" She stopped and turned, surprised to hear her name. "Oh, Kate! And Michael, hi." She flashed her perfect white smile. "I don't think we've met. I'm Paul Thatcher." Paul stepped in front of us and held out his hand, and Susie took it. "Anything you need, just let me or Donna know, yeah?" It was painfully obvious he could hardly keep his eyes off her. Susie faltered as Donna glared at her and pulled her hand away. Donna had never been very good at keeping her true feelings off her face. She'd taken an instant dislike to Susie the first time she'd seen her outside school, and had made it clear that she didn't want to include her in our mum's meetups for coffee each week. Now, with Paul so obviously taken with her, her eyes had narrowed to slits. "Hi, Count Alex," I smiled at Susie's son, trying to crack the ice. Alex was tall for his age, and with his pale skin and black hair, made an impressive vampire complete with black cloak and bloody dribbles at the corner of his mouth. He had equally dark eyes that really didn't want to meet mine at this precise moment. His lips twitched, and he took a step closer to his mum. "Say hi to Kate," Susie prompted him. "Hello," he murmured. "We're having a Macmillan coffee morning next Wednesday," I said. "Be great if you could come. It's at Donna's tea room, the larder. You know it?" "Yes, I've been meaning to pop in. It looks so nice and welcoming." She gave a hesitant smile. Donna folded her arms and looked away. I wanted to nudge her so she'd stop acting so rudely, but Susie would have spotted the gesture. I felt awkward, stuck between the two of them. "Well, you'd be very welcome," I added, glancing at Donna and hoping she got the hint. No such luck. "Oh, that's kind," Susie said. I might do. Thank you, Kate." "Everyone is welcome," Paul boomed brightly, as if he'd got something to do with the organisation of the coffee morning. Susie glanced at Donna's stony expression and patted Alex's head in its red wool hat. "Well, we'd better get going. Someone is excited to have some—" She hesitated and grimaced. "Mushy peas? Did I get that right? I have to say, it sounds pretty revolting." "Oh, yes, it's the law that you have to eat mushy peas on bonfire night," I laughed. "Ha! We will report back what we think. Bye, Kate, Michael, and Paul." She glanced again at Donna's blank face. "See you?" "Not if I see you first," Donna murmured as Susie walked away, her narrowed eyes tracking up from the other woman's heels to her long, fair hair.
"Well, she brightens the place up a bit, doesn't she?" Paul said cheerfully to Michael. "Bit of eye candy for you while you're toiling away up at Wadebridge, mate."
"Paul, have some respect, for goodness sake." I squeezed Donna's arm, aware that her eyes were glistening. He didn't respond, too interested in watching Susie disappear into the crowd.
"Very nice indeed."
"Give it a rest, eh?" Michael growled, eyeing Donna's crestfallen expression. Ellie moved closer to her mum.
"Just a joke. Christ, don't take yourself so seriously, man."
Paul grabbed Donna and pulled her to him.
Why would I be interested in her when I've got a woman like this?
Donna allowed herself to be kissed and hugged like a rag doll, but didn't respond.
Come on, Michael said stiffly, taking Tansy's hand. Time for us to get off home, Kate.
I wasn't going to argue with that. We said our goodbyes and left the field. Michael was as angry with Paul as I'd ever seen him.
Oh, that's it, Kate. I'm done with him,
he fumed as Tansy skipped ahead of us.
If Donna wants to be disrespected like that with her daughter watching, then that's her lookout. But I'm not standing by and letting our daughter witness it.
I feel so sorry for Donna, but I could shake her at the same time, I agreed. He's awful. And Susie looked uncomfortable too. While all that was true, part of me understood that after what Donna had been through as a kid, Paul, dreadful as he was something consistent for Donna to cling to. Irene Wadebridge was in her mid-70s, a generous, gregarious woman who played a big part in our lives. Her land stood on the outskirts of the village. As well as the large, detached main house where Irene lived alone, there was a row of 5 stone cottages. Michael had started working there young, learning the ropes under Amos, Irene's husband. When Amos had died 10 years ago, she'd appointed Michael as her property and land manager, and he'd been there ever since. I worked as a temporary teaching assistant at the local village school, covering for sickness and listening to the children read mostly. Over the last year, the school had called on me to do more hours, which suited me as we needed the money. There was a restructuring taking place in spring next year, and I was hopeful the additional hours might become permanent. Before Susie Barros had become Irene's home help, I'd always tried to help Irene out with a few light cleaning and caring tasks, in addition to my schoolwork. I still collected her prescribed medication from the pharmacy in town and filled up her tablet boxes, each clearly marked with the day of the week. She was sharp as a tack mentally, but thanks to arthritis and sciatica, she often struggled with her mobility and needed a bit of assistance here and there. Michael and I weren't exactly hard up, but we weren't awash with cash like Donna and Paul seemed to be. The holidays abroad and frequent meals out they took for granted were beyond our means most of the time. Ellie came to us for a sleepover on alternate weekends, and Donna and Paul would often have dinner at an expensive restaurant in the city, though it was a sore point with Paul that Donna wouldn't leave Ellie for more than one night, even with us. When it was our turn for a free night, we usually plumped for a romantic meal and movie at home. Donna knew we hadn't got much money spare, and to give her credit, she never flaunted the fact that they were well off, but Paul liked to. It had been Michael who'd told Donna that Paul was having an affair, and Paul had never forgiven him. He'd do anything to get at Michael. It had always been well known in the village that Paul had a wandering eye. Over the years, his indiscretions had often been public knowledge, though most of them had been casual dalliances. Then, one day 3 years ago, Michael had travelled out of town to see an important supplier at an upmarket hotel and had stumbled upon Paul and a young woman in the restaurant. Paul had his back to Michael and didn't see him, but as Michael walked by, he'd heard Paul charging the wine to our room. On his return, he'd told Donna what he'd seen, and that was the end of any goodwill between the two men. Paul had left Donna and Ellie and moved in with the young woman who turned out to be his secretary. I'd nursed Donna through her heartbreak, and after about 6 months, I really thought she'd begun to turn a corner, until Paul realised the grass wasn't greener after all. Donna had taken him back almost instantly, no questions asked. Her relief at being a family again was almost palpable. Michael had really liked Paul as a friend, and they'd always got on well, but he had no patience with Paul's infidelity.
"What a prat!" he'd raged when Paul left Donna. "I've told him to his face he's an idiot. And do you know what he said? I know, but I can't help it. It's not my head doing the thinking right now. He needs to keep it in his trousers."
After that, he'd cut back on the amount of time he spent alone in Paul's company. I loved it that Michael was such a devoted family man.
He wasn't always out at the pub or the gym like Paul, and provided he didn't have to work, our weekends were spent together, just the three of us. It was the childhood I wanted for Tansy after my own turbulent and insecure upbringing. It was probably the most important goal in my life. Donna took a different approach. Rather than demand better of Paul, she preferred to expend a great deal of energy keeping a watchful eye on him, which included making sure he stayed well away from the clutches of any woman who was remotely attractive. Still, you didn't have to scratch her tough shell very deep to find the open wounds of the past. 23 years ago, when Donna was 15, her younger sister, Matilda, had gone missing one day after school. Donna, who was 2 years older, usually met her, and the two of them would walk home together. But that particular day, Matilda said she was staying a bit later to study in the library with a friend. Someone saw her leave the school building, but she never arrived home, and she was never found. The police investigation was still officially open, but with a lack of new leads for so many years, it was clear the case was not a current priority. Donna had blamed herself ever since, and unsurprisingly, she hated Ellie being out of her sight. Who could blame her for obsessing about security and safety after what had happened to her sister? When she'd first met Paul, he had been everything she'd thought she wanted, someone strong to lean on, to feel safe with. But it hadn't taken long for him to show his true colours, and to keep breaking her heart again and again. Harsh as that treatment must have been for her to take, I always got the impression that Donna found that behaviour easier to deal with than to risk being by herself. Chapter 2, 21st of October, 2019. The next morning, Tansy chatted all the way to school as usual. This friend had said this, and that friend had fallen out with another. I couldn't keep up. It was fascinating how nasty little cliques started at this age and progressed to full-blown ones in adulthood. That was when the idea occurred to me. "Would you like Alex to come for tea one day this week?" I said. "He doesn't know many people, but I know you get on well with him." "Oh, yes, Mummy." She stopped walking and jumped up and down like she was on a little pogo stick. "That would be so cool. I can show him my new Sylvanian Families collection." "I'll ask his mummy later then," I said, smiling. The usual crowd of mums stood at the school gates. I approached the main entrance, nodding hello to virtually everyone I saw. Tansy ran over to join the kids, and I fluffed up my scarf, shivering. Last night had been cold but dry, whereas this morning it had drizzled, and although it had stopped raining now, the air still felt damp and heavy. "Hey, Kate!" Donna called, waving her arm in the air to attract my attention. I picked my way towards her, through the parents scattered on the main stretch of wet pavement, then spotted Susie alone on the other corner. As usual, she stood out amongst the rest of us because of how she was dressed. Everyone else wore dull colours, practical clothing choices in keeping with the weather. Lots of people had taken shortcuts across fields or were walking their dogs straight after the school run. But not Susie. She wore a short skirt, opaque black tights, and ankle boots paired with a cerise wool coat belted tightly at her small waist. The glittery devil horns had gone, and she'd pinned her hair up in a messy bun, a style that seemed completely unaffected by the elements, and would have taken me at least an hour to try and emulate. Every other parent was either talking to someone else or looking at their phone, but Susie stared morosely at the floor, scuffing the pebbles under the sole of her heeled boot. "Susie, hi!" I veered off the path that led to my usual crowd and walked over to her. It was obvious she felt completely excluded, and it was in my power to do something about that. She looked up, an alarmed expression on her face. "Oh, it's you, Kate." Her features relaxed into a smile. "How's Alex getting on at school?" I asked, thinking about Tansy's recent comments. "Ryan wouldn't sit next to Alex today in class, Mummy, and someone called Alex smelly and got into trouble with Miss Monsell." He is okay, I think, she said hesitantly. He is quiet whenever I ask him, but I suppose it will take time for him to settle in, yes? I didn't want to add to her obvious tension by mentioning anything Tansy had said. But then if he was having problems in class, perhaps Susie might welcome the chance to talk about it when she was more relaxed. I wondered if Alex would like to come for tea tomorrow after school, I said. He could walk home with us, then you could pick him up from our house at about 5:30, and we could have a coffee and a chat. What do you think? She considered it for a few moments, then nodded. That is very kind of you, Kate. I think Alex would enjoy it. What did she want? Donna demanded when I reached the group. You're the first person she's deigned to speak 2 words to around here. A couple of the other mums stopped talking to listen in to our conversation. I just asked her if Alex would like to come for tea tomorrow after school. Donna looked taken aback. What on earth would you want to go and do that for? Why not? Tansy tells me they sit on the same table in class, so... But Tansy and Alex are hardly great friends. That's not really the point, is it? I said, smiling through my irritation. From the comments Tansy has made, I think he might be finding it difficult to make friends, so I thought I'd offer a helping hand. I glanced around at the baffled faces. In fact, if a few of us did the same, he'd have a ready-made friendship group in no time at all. What do you think? Donna sniffed. Ellie said she's already tried to include him in playground games, and he just goes off and stands against the wall by himself. Another mum spoke up. Carter said their football bounced over, and instead of throwing it back, Alex booted it in the opposite direction. He'll need to learn some manners if he wants the other kids to include him. Oh, come on, he's 6 years old. I shook my head. He's not only had to start at a new school, but he's come to a new country too. That must be quite a culture shock. I think we need to cut him a bit of slack. Cut them both a bit of slack. Donna glanced at the other women before clearing her throat. I think what you've got to realise, Kate, is that Susie hasn't been particularly friendly to people around here. One of the other women nodded. I tried to chat to her on Alex's first day here, and she was so busy watching everyone else, I'm not sure she even heard what I said. It was quite rude of her. I thought about Susie's startled expression when I spoke to her this morning. Was it possible she was feeling nervous about something? Me too, another mother said. I asked her if she'd come over from Poland for work purposes, and she changed the subject really quickly. She couldn't wait to get away. So unfriendly. I was stunned that they were being so judgmental. Susie's English was excellent, but with an inevitable language barrier and her obvious and understandable caution about meeting new people, it seemed logical to me that she'd feel uneasy in the presence of a not exactly welcoming group of mums. I think it's a bit early to judge her so harshly. I continued to try and make my point, even though it felt like I was losing their attention. Regardless of whether Susie wants to make friends here, Alex is just a little boy, and we should all try and help him if we can. An uneasy silence enveloped the group. I was clearly in a minority of one. It was disappointing, but I'd tried my best. Jill Chilton, the senior teaching assistant, had asked me to cover for an absent assistant in Sycamore class that afternoon. It was a lovely few sessions, including PE and art and design, with the more serious literacy and math lessons having been covered by the teacher during the morning. The icing on the cake was to come at the end of school, when Jill grabbed me for a quick word. There's a permanent position coming up in the new year, Kate, she said. A bit of security and a pay rise for you, if you were interested. That sounds amazing. I nodded enthusiastically. I'm definitely interested. Good. I'll encourage you to apply then. She smiled. I'll give you the heads up when the advert's going out. I thanked Jill and left the building to meet Tansy at the school gates with a spring in my step. There were no guarantees I'd get the job, of course. School vacancies had to be widely advertised and an interview process followed. But the fact Jill had said I ought to apply was a good sign in terms of letting me know she thought I was in with a chance, if I wanted to go for it. The next day, Donna wasn't standing in our usual place at the end of school. Tansy came out of class, holding Alex's hand.
My heart squeezed as she led him towards the gate, but as she got closer, I saw that she looked troubled. "Ellie says she's not my friend anymore," she said when she reached me. She was putting a brave face on, but I could see she was upset. "Did she now? And why is that?" "Because I told her Alex was coming for tea." I followed her gaze through the cluster of parents and kids to see Ellie and Donna standing on the far side of the gate, looking our way. Donna rolled her eyes, obviously getting earache from Ellie about the playdate, and moulded her hand into the shape of a phone. "Call you later." I nodded and turned slightly away, blocking Tansy's view of them. "Don't worry about that now. We're going to have a lovely time, right, Alex?" Alex nodded doubtfully. He was watching Ellie and Donna, who had now turned their backs and were walking away with the others. My ears would no doubt be burning very soon. I'd never thought to invite Ellie for tea too because she came over regularly. 3 could be a crowd when it came to kids, and I'd thought it would be nice for Tansy and Alex to have some time together to bring him out of his shell a bit. I also wanted the chance to get to know Susie later without the peevish shadow of Donna looming over us. We'd just got back to the house when Michael came in with a small bunch of freesias, my favourite blooms. He held them out to me and leaned forward to kiss me on the cheek. I inhaled the sweet scent of the flowers. "What have I done to deserve this?" "Just because you're you." He squeezed my shoulder. "Because I'm the luckiest man on earth to have you. Is that a good enough reason?" I felt a glow of warmth inside. He always got me with his words. I heard other women complain all the time about how they felt neglected or taken for granted by their husbands. I could honestly say that Michael had always made me feel loved and very much wanted. It was the little things that meant so much. Leaving me a romantic note on the kitchen worktop, polishing my leather pumps for work without being asked, or running me a bubble bath and ordering me to take an hour with a good book in there when I'd had a bad day in class. "They're beautiful, thank you," I said. "You're welcome. Hi, Tansy Pansy." He bent down to kiss the top of our daughter's head, then ruffled Alex's hair. "Hey, big man, how's tricks?" Alex mumbled hello and then turned his back. I hadn't realised quite how shy he was. I knew that he saw Michael regularly up at Wadebridge, but now he was acting as if he'd only just met him. "Not in the mood for talking, I guess," Michael joked and winked at me. "Why don't you 3 have a kickabout in the garden while I cook tea?" I said. "You can play a bit of footy and then—" My voice petered off as Alex walked away and stood looking out of the window. I frowned at Michael and he shrugged his shoulders, clearly as baffled as I was. "It'll have to be another time," he said. "I've got to go back up to Wadebridge to finish off levelling the ground ready for the new paving in front of the cottages. Just wanted to bring my wife some flowers and say hi to the kids." He nodded towards Alex. "But I know when I'm not wanted." "He's probably just feeling a bit out of it," I said quietly, as Tansy walked over to the window to speak to Alex. "Tansy said Ellie has been nasty about him coming here for tea, and you know Donna, she wouldn't chastise her for anything." Michael tutted, but didn't say anything. He had attended the same school as Donna and Matilda, and remembered the traumatic effect Matilda's disappearance had caused in the community. "It felt like a wave of shock and horror that swept over every single person in the village," he'd told me when we first met. I knew Donna's face, but had barely spoken to her at school, as we were in different friendship groups. But after Matilda went missing, everyone knew who she was. They'd stare at her in the street. He'd told me Donna had to repeat a school year because of the upheaval, and so I think Michael still cut her some slack because of that. When Michael had left, Tansy and Alex played nicely together, building Lego structures. "You must see Michael quite a bit up at the cottages, Alex," I said as I walked past them. He looked up at me. "Sometimes, yes," he said stiffly. I wondered if he was nervous around men. After all, it was just him and his mum most of the time. It made me think about his dad, and, if they'd had a relationship, how Alex felt about leaving him behind. I made mini pizzas and potato wedges for tea, then watched as Alex pushed the food unenthusiastically around his plate, nibbling bits now and again. I studied his posture, the way he hung his head, his shoulders drooping and his eyes dull. It didn't take a genius to work out this boy was suffering in some way. Susie had said they'd come to England hoping to make a fresh start, but she hadn't volunteered any details about their old life, and I didn't know her well enough yet to ask. Maybe he was missing his family back home, or perhaps it was the other kids being unkind to him. "How do you like it in Oak class, Alex?" I said brightly. "Miss Monsell is a lovely teacher, isn't she?" "I got a star on the class chart for collecting up the reading books today, Mummy," Tansy said, proud as a peacock. "I told Alex to help so he got one too, but he wouldn't." "That's amazing. Well done, sweetie," I said, gently bringing the conversation back to Alex. "Sometimes it's hard to help when you feel like you don't know anyone, right, Alex?" He grunted and took a sip of his juice. "But he won't talk to anyone, Mummy," Tansy said with a sigh, as if he were a hopeless case who wasn't sitting right in front of us. "Imagine if you had to go to a brand new school in another country where you didn't know anyone. It's not always easy to make friends, Tansy." "In my old school, I had lots of friends," Alex suddenly piped up. I was surprised by his voice, steady and confident, and his English was excellent. Tansy looked at him, astonished, as if it was the longest sentence she'd ever heard him say. "You must miss your friends," I said softly. He nodded, but didn't reply. I wanted to ask him a whole bunch of other questions about his life back in Poland, but I didn't want to make him uncomfortable by interrogating him. I remembered one occasion when I was around a similar age. Mum had gone out on a drinking binge and hadn't returned to the flat by nightfall. It happened periodically, but this time a neighbour we only knew slightly came to the door with a dish of stew. "Are you all right, lovey?" she asked. "I saw your mum go out earlier, but haven't seen her come back yet." She craned her neck to look behind me into the house, then handed me the dish. "Have you got a dad? I mean, is there anyone here looking after you?" I was scared to talk because Mum had warned me about social services whipping me away and us never seeing each other again. But I also couldn't quite bring myself to rudely close the door on an adult. In those days, I was just plain scared about so many things. The thought of Mum's fury if I let someone in when she was out was enough to bring me to my senses. I shut the door in her face. I stood very still in our tiny hallway, trying to get my breath back. The neighbour stood out there on the communal landing for a little while longer, and then, at last, she went away. It taught me that what felt like helping to an adult might put a child under tremendous pressure. I didn't want Alex to feel like that in any way. "Well, you're making new friends now," I said to Alex. "You'll soon have lots of new mates." He looked so forlorn that for a moment I had to stop myself scooping him up into my arms. Susie seemed like a very good mum to me, and I felt sure she was aware of how he was feeling. I didn't know her well yet, but I hoped that would change, and I'd be able to mention Tansy's comments about what was happening in class. No child deserved to feel left out and alone. Chapter 3. Zalipie, Poland. Jakub. Jakub and Anna had met at school during rehearsals for the summer play. That had been the very start of it. A week later, they were eating lunch together and walking to and from school to their homes, which were close to each other. 5 years later, nothing had changed, apart from the fact that Jakub now kissed Anna whenever he had the chance. Zalipie was a picturesque village made famous by its painted wooden houses. It was a place where everyone knew each other well, where people did not lock their doors, and homegrown fruits and vegetables were left next to honesty boxes outside wooden gates at the end of small, neat gardens. Jakub believed he would spend his life with Anna, make the cutest babies, and grow old together. That was the way things seemed to be playing out until they turned 18, until Oskar Kroll came back on the scene. Oskar was in the same year as Anna and Jakub. He had attended the same school until the age of 13, when his father had landed a prestigious job at a major car factory in Krakow, a 90-minute drive away. There had been a typical celebration in the village park to send the Kroll family on their way. Music, dancing, and a scrumptious community buffet to which Jakub's mother had contributed smoked cheese and kielbasa. Oskar, however, was a shy boy and had sat in a corner alone for most of the evening, despite friends and family trying to coax him out to enjoy the fun. A jolly time was had by all, but as was the way, within a few months the Kroll family had swiftly become a faded memory. Then, on Jakub's 18th birthday, a handsome newcomer gate-crashed his party at the village inn. Jakub watched as the tall, broad stranger quickly gathered a gaggle of locals around him. Anna slipped her hand out of his and announced that she was off to the bathroom to powder her nose, but instead she headed over to the handsome young man. Time seemed to slow as Jakub saw their eyes meet. He could sense an energy sparking between the two of them, acting like powerful magnets that would let nothing get in their way. He watched anxiously as Anna began talking and giggling with the man who seemed to be causing such a stir amongst the local girls, all of whom were hanging on his every word. He had envisaged her glued to his side during his birthday celebrations. Later, after the party, he had planned to walk her home and tell her about the meal he had booked for them the following week. He could barely believe his eyes when he saw the man slide his arm around her waist and whisper something in her ear. He stomped over there to find the man was not a stranger at all, but Oskar Kroll, with a brand-new confidence that bordered on arrogance, no longer the shy boy who never joined in. They'd been the same height once, but now Oskar was a good 4 inches taller, with an impressive muscular physique that could only have been honed in one of those fancy gyms in the city that Jakub had seen online. Jakub felt slighted. He and Oskar had never been close friends, but they had understood one another, and he had never laughed at Oskar's geekiness like some of his classmates had.
"Hey," he ventured. "Long time no see. How long you sticking around for?" "I'm back for good, man," Oskar said, grinning down at Anna. "Got myself a managerial position in the new car plant on the edge of town, and keys to my own house."
Anna seemed impressed and completely entranced. She twirled a ringlet of hair around her finger and gazed up at Oskar with flushed cheeks. Unless Jakub was mistaken, she stood a little straighter, pushing out her small, firm breasts. He battled an urge to take her arm and lead her gently away. He knew that would only make him look controlling and paranoid. After all, if he remembered correctly, Anna had barely noticed Oskar's existence back at school, and yet he was unrecognizable now from the weedy boy with glasses who had left the village 5 years earlier. He'd been no threat then, but now... Well, Jakub did not like the way Anna was looking at him. Not at all. The new car factory had been up and running for 6 months now, and Jakub saw in the local newspaper that Oskar's father was on the board of directors. Hardly any young people their age had their own place. Most still lived with their parents, sometimes even for a few years after they married. But things got worse. Within the week, Anna had ended their relationship, because she said she needed time to consider what she wanted from the future.
"It's him, isn't it? It's Oskar," Jakub raged, tears prickling at his eyes. "I could see you were already in love with him on my birthday."
"You are mistaken," Anna said coldly, turning away from him. "Oskar is just a friend, that is all." But within hours of Jakub and Anna's separation, News that she'd been spotted walking with Oscar in the woods, and that they had also enjoyed coffee together in a small cafe on the outskirts of town, had reached Jakob's ears. He felt as though everything inside him was becoming unhooked. His head swam with the awful dread of losing Anna forever. It was a future he couldn't bear to contemplate. Everybody had words of advice for him. Even, it seemed, Mr. Kaminsky, their lifelong neighbour, who was recuperating following a fall.
"She is young, my son," he told Jakob. "This boy, Oscar, he has cast a spell on her. But listen up, it will not last. The girl will see the difference between solid gold and a cheap imitation."
Easy for Mr. Kaminsky to say, Jakob thought, as he recalled Oscar's toned physique, his well-cut clothes and handmade leather shoes.
"Be patient, Jakob," his mother advised. "Anna will come back to you. It is written in the stars that you two are meant to be together."
So Jakob waited. Weeks, months, and then a year passed. He would have waited longer still, perhaps even several years. But then everything changed. Anna and Oscar returned to the village after a few days away at the coast and announced that they were married.
"It will not last,"
Jakob's grandmama predicted sagely. His mother wrinkled her nose.
"Anna will see through this chanter before the year is out. I promise you that, my boy."
But now their words fell on deaf ears. Jakob had been as patient as he was going to be, and he knew that despite what his mother and grandmama said, the time had come to face the truth that had been in front of him all along. Anna loved another man so much she had made him her husband. She and Oscar would live together in his fancy cottage and build their new life and family there. Jakob felt a resignation so complete it gave him the courage and resolve to forge on with his own life. He would build his future in the village, be the master of his own fortune. Sadly, it was not to work out quite so simply. He had not anticipated Oscar strutting around the village for years as if he owned the place. He had not bargained on Oscar and his friends drinking daily outside the only tavern and heckling Jakob as he walked by.
"Hey, idiotar, why so many bags?"
"It is Mr. Kaminsky's food shopping," Jakob called nonchalantly. "Perhaps you could offer to mow his lawn or mend his roof before the bad weather comes."
"Perhaps we will just stay here with our good friends Zhubrovka. Cheers!"
Oscar held up his glass of the famous vodka before waving Jakob away.
"Run along and do your errands now, idiota." "Drinking in the middle of the day?"
Jakob's grandmama shook her head when he returned home, long-faced.
"Ha! What happened to Oscar's fancy new job? Soon Anna is going to realize this man is no good. Soon she will beg for your forgiveness."
Jakob blew out air.
"In my dreams only."
"Ignore them all, Kohania," his mother soothed, using the pet name she'd been fond of since he was a child.
"These immature boys, they have nothing better to do."
But Jakob knew they were not boys at all. They were men, the same age as him, and most of them broad and strapping. He hadn't told his mother they had become intimidating and threatening towards him. Only yesterday, when he'd emerged from the general store, he'd found his perfectly good bicycle wheel newly buckled. He'd looked around and seen Oscar and his friends sitting outside a nearby cafe, pressed together in a huddle, laughing. On the way home, carrying the useless bicycle on his back, Jakob had wrestled with a wave of fury twisting deep inside him. For the first time in his life, he wanted to hurt someone. Anyone. He had placed his loyalty, love, and trust in Anna, and she had betrayed him. Were all women like this? He had heard some of the older single men in the village say so, and had always discounted them as bitter fools. But perhaps they were right after all. That realisation had been the tipping point. He had stood Oscar's taunts for years. When he finally got home, sweating from the effort of carting the bike, he had realised that it was time. Time to leave his mother, his grandmama, and his beloved Zalipie for pastures new. But to go where? He glanced down at the newspaper his mother had folded and set on the sofa cushion. A headline screamed out. Record numbers of Polish workers head to UK to make their fortune. That was when the plan first began to form in his mind. He would go abroad and work hard. Soon he would become successful and far wealthier than Oskar Król. Then he would sweep back to Zalipie and show Anna the man he had become. Chapter 4, 22nd of October 2019. Kate. The kids played really nicely, Alex getting over his initial shyness, and not a cross word between them, which made a change from when Ellie came round. She was forever complaining that Tansy wouldn't share or that Tansy had refused her return. Always Tansy, never her. Susie arrived promptly at 5:30 to pick Alex up. I opened the door and took a step back as she darted forward. She couldn't wait to get inside, her gaze sweeping up and down the street. "Hi," I said, leaning out of the door and looking around. "Everything okay?" "Sure, everything is fine." She glanced up the stairs as she heard the kids' laughter, chewing the inside of her cheek. "How is Alex? Is he all right?" "He's fine. I hope you don't mind, but they've been so good, and I let them have a few minutes on the Nintendo. I'll shout them down in 5, though. Come through and I'll put the kettle on." "I cannot stay long," she said hurriedly. I've got some chores to do at the cottage." "I know the feeling," I said, leading her through to the kitchen. "If I don't tackle the ironing pile soon, one of us is going to get buried under it." She hung back at the door. "Sit down, Susie. Tea or coffee?" "Coffee is fine, thanks. No milk." She perched on the small teal velvet sofa we'd bought in an effort to pretty up the drab wooden kitchen that was desperate for a refit. "You have a lovely home." "Oh, thanks," I said, filling the kettle. "We've been here over 10 years now, and there's still lots to do. You never really finish trying to improve houses, do you? There's always something that needs doing. Still, I suppose you don't have to worry about that, at least, with renting." Susie didn't reply. "How are you finding it up at Wadebridge?" I took out 2 clean mugs and spooned coffee in. "Nice and quiet up there, I bet." "It is really quiet," she agreed. She started chewing on a fingernail. Then, faintly, she added, "Maybe too quiet." She fell silent, and it got me thinking about how it must feel to be stuck out on a limb, the stranger in such a close community. I busied about for a couple of minutes while the kettle boiled. "You are a bit out of the way up there, I suppose," I said after a while, carrying over our drinks and a plate of homemade shortbread from Donna's cafe. I placed them on the small table and sat beside her on the sofa. "You must feel quite cut off from the bustle of the village, although I guess you see quite a bit of Michael while he's working up there." She picked up her drink, cradling it in her small, pale hands. Her nails were unvarnished, and she wore no rings. She stared down into the mug. "Sure, I see him around the place." "Will he be able to make the coffee morning next week, do you think?" She hesitated. "I don't know. I'm not very good at mixing. I don't really like busy places, and I don't think Donna wants me to come." "It's not up to Donna. She's just providing the venue. We can always use another pair of hands if you fancy helping out rather than just attending," I added, pushing the plate of biscuits towards her. "You could help me serve the drinks. That could be a great way for you to get to know the other villagers." She glanced at the biscuits, but didn't touch them. "I get a little nervous around strangers. I mean, I came over here and I've met lots of new people, but that's different to spending time with people I don't know." It was frustrating, because I knew it would be the perfect opportunity to start breaking down those barriers, but I felt a strong underlying resistance from her, and I didn't want to make her feel uncomfortable. She pressed her lips together and looked down at her hands. "I'm sorry. I know it probably doesn't make sense to someone like you, Kate. You're so confident and outgoing. Everyone knows and likes you." I laughed softly. It took me quite a few years to get to that point, I can tell you. I wasn't born here like Michael and Donna were, so I didn't know anyone either. Still, it was easier for me to integrate than it is for you, I get that. I sipped my coffee. You shouldn't sell yourself short, Susie. You've had the guts to come to a new country and start a new life, just you and your boy. That's an enormous achievement that not everyone could manage. She gave me a grateful look, and I noticed she hadn't taken more than a sip of her drink. It was going to take something stronger to get her to relax. I put down my cup. Fancy a glass of wine? I wouldn't normally drink at tea time, but we've got cause to celebrate. We have? Yes. We're celebrating you becoming a full part of Linwick village life. That's a great thing to drink to. Susie laughed. Well, I think I have a way to go yet, but yes, sure. I will have a drink with you. I fetched the bottle of Sauvignon Blanc that Michael had opened when we got back from the bonfire 2 nights ago and poured us a couple of glasses. I carried them over to the sofa and handed her one. To a happy and fulfilling village life, I said, clinking her glass. Jinky, cheers. She took a sip and smacked her lips in approval. This is good, thank you. Now it feels like we're having a proper catch-up, I grinned. You'll soon get in the swing of things around here. There's lots to do and take part in, if you're interested. Thanks for making me feel welcome, Kate, she said. It's been more difficult than I thought to fit in. Some people seem a bit wary of me. Well, people have their own insecurities, I said, thinking of Donna. But I hope we can be friends. I looked up at the ceiling at the sound of loud music and banging feet. Sounds like our kids are getting on just fine. She laughed. Alex was never as shy back home. He had lots of friends. She took a sip of wine. We both did. It was the perfect chance to ask the burning question. Look, tell me to mind my own business, but I can't help but wonder why you decided to come over here if you were happy back home. She looked at me over her glass, and I wondered if I'd pushed her too far too soon. The wine had already warmed my throat, and I'd probably relaxed into our chat a bit too quickly. Sorry, I said. You must think I'm a nosy so-and-so. Forget I asked. I don't think that at all, Kate. You are bound to wonder why I just turned up here. It was because of things that happened back home. She took a breath. Just life, you know? I used to have a happy relationship, then it went wrong and I had to get away. I will not bore you with the details, but I came to the UK because I wanted to make a fresh start for myself and for my son. Well, good for you, I said, moving away from the close questioning. The fresh start line was obviously her default answer. Sounds as if you've done the right thing for both of you. I hope so. She took another drink, this time quite a gulp. I have made enough bad decisions. I don't want to make any more mistakes. Nobody knows anything about your old life here, so it should be easy to start afresh. She smiled sadly. I hope you're right, but life sometimes has a way of catching up with you, yes? Her eyes flickered to her watch. I had better get going soon. It is getting dark out there. Her nervy demeanour had returned, fidgeting hands and wide, darting eyes constantly on the lookout. If I didn't know better, I might have thought she was really scared of something. Or someone. Chapter 5. That night, Michael didn't get home from work until around 8. Sorry I'm late, love. He kicked off his boots at the door and padded over to me in his socks.
Got a late delivery of the paving slabs I'm hoping to start laying next week. I didn't want to leave them outside in the damp.
I've already eaten, but I can warm you up a pasty with a bit of salad.
Perfect, thanks. Is Tansy okay?
She's fine. Disappointed there was no daddy story tonight, but I've told her you'll make it up to her tomorrow. Michael had FaceTimed Tansy before bed. He always made sure he did so if he got held up at work, and that happened quite frequently. If it wasn't late deliveries, Irene would often think of a pressing job in the main house that meant she had company for an hour or two longer. I unwrapped a pasty and slid it into the oven on a baking tray. Then I fetched Michael a beer from the fridge.
Just what I need. Thanks, love.
He took a swig and looked at me, tipping his head.
You okay? You seem worried.
I'm not worried exactly, but there was something I wanted to talk to you about. Something I think you should know. You'll probably just think it's me being paranoid.
Oh, God. It's nothing bad, is it?
Michael looked up.
My head feels like it's going to explode with everything in it right now. I've got the parish council on my back to organise the Christmas lights turn-on. Irene is badgering me about one of the cottage roofs and...
It's fine. It can wait, I said quickly. He'd looked so tired these past few weeks. I'd asked him several times if anything was bothering him, and he'd just mentioned work things that had never seemed to faze him that much in the past. He wasn't sleeping well either. A couple of times he'd got up and gone downstairs to make himself a drink, then fallen asleep on the sofa instead of coming back to bed. I jumped when he kissed the back of my neck. I hadn't heard him come up behind me.
Hey, why so nervous?
I turned around to face him, and he put his beer on the side and wrapped his arms around me.
I'm listening. What do you want to tell me?
Nothing. I mean it. It can wait, honestly.
No, it can't. I can tell you're fretting about something.
His chocolate brown eyes melted into mine.
What is it?
It's Susie. Something she said earlier.
Okay.
He dropped his arms and stepped back.
What happened? Didn't the kids play nicely?
The kids were great. They got on really well. But there's something up with her, Michael. I reckon she's scared of someone. Maybe from her past, I don't know.
Really? What did she say?
His brow furrowed. That's just it. She didn't say much at all. It was like trying to get blood out of a stone getting her to open up. She was acting really nervous, and I kind of asked her outright if she was okay, and, well, she wasn't. She said stuff about her past catching up with her. I don't know, it was just odd. His eyes burned into mine.
And that's all she said?
Yes, but I just got this feeling, that something was wrong. I wanted to flag it up to you so you could keep an eye out up at Wadebridge. Michael blew out air.
Sounds like a big leap in logic, Kate. Susie's nervous and you think there's a security issue at the cottages.
When you put it like that, it sounds daft, but you didn't see her reaction. I thought for a moment. I wondered if you'd noticed anything strange. Have you spoken to her much?
We've barely exchanged a few words. She probably talks more to Irene.
He held me close again.
How about you stop worrying about other people and focus on this?
He pressed his face to mine, and we kissed, his soft, warm mouth covering mine. I closed my eyes, enjoying the feel of his muscular arms squeezing me tight. After speaking to Susie and hearing about the troubled life she left behind, I felt so lucky. Suddenly, I wanted to show him how much I cared. The feeling came out of nowhere. "Let's go upstairs," I whispered in his ear.
What?
He pulled his face from mine and looked at me. When we'd first met, spontaneous sex happened so often it didn't really qualify as spontaneous. We couldn't get enough of each other. Then, after a couple of years, things settled down a bit. Maybe a bit too much, if truth be told. But we did still have a healthy love life, just one that required more planning, and that had become a little less active due to busy days and falling asleep in front of the TV nights. Maybe things had got worse than I thought, because, honestly, the shock on my husband's face... "No need to look so horrified," I said. trying to make light of his reaction. It was just a suggestion, probably a silly one. Oh, no, not silly at all. He leaned back just an inch or two, but it might as well have been a foot. I want you too, I really do, but it's just, I'm totally whacked tonight. The slabs, I had to move them all myself, and it is fine, I said, turning back to the oven, feeling mortified. Maybe you should speak to Irene again about hiring someone else. He opened his mouth and then closed it again. He'd been about to defend what amounted to Irene's refusal to get him more help. The job was a strange mix of paperwork and heavy labouring. When her husband had died, Irene had explained she needed someone to cover all bases, and Michael had been happy with that. In my opinion, he did too much, though. There had been 1 or 2 casual labourers. The last one, who'd been there a couple of years, had let Michael down, just failed to turn up one day, and he hadn't bothered to get a replacement. That had been about 12 months ago now. More trouble than they're worth, he'd said, when I'd asked him whether he was going to find someone else. Maybe tomorrow night? He moved to the side of me so he could see my face. We can have a takeaway. Maybe take a shower together. You know, like we used to do. That sounds great. The forced brightness of my tone scraped at my throat. It's a date. Michael nodded, grabbed his beer and sat down at the table. His shoulders looked broad and strong, and the back of his neck still had colour from the summer months. I used to make more of an effort when he came home late. Shower, pop on a little makeup, brush my hair. Here I stood in my baggy culottes and a shapeless tunic, my hair finger-combed back into a bobble. The last scrap of makeup had disappeared from my face hours ago. If I were him, I wouldn't fancy me either. Chapter 6, 26th of October, 2019. I woke up on Saturday morning to Michael opening the bedroom curtains, a cup of tea already on my bedside table. The clock's digital display read 7:02. Mummy, has Daddy told you where we're going? Tansy whooshed into the room like a mini whirlwind, clutching her favourite bedtime toy, Barnaby Bear. I shuffled up into a seated position and picked up my mug. No, where are we going? White Post Farm! She could barely get the words out above the fizz of excitement. Are we really? I sipped my tea and eyed Michael. Yes! Tansy squealed with pleasure. How long before we go? Not that long, so chop chop, Michael said, chasing her out of the room. Go and put the TV on and I'll bring you some cereal. I heard footsteps pounding downstairs. Then Michael reappeared. Sorry, I should have checked that was okay with you. I just felt guilty that I've missed a few daddy stories in the last couple of weeks, and with it being the start of half-term. He sat on the edge of the bed. I don't mind taking her if you don't feel like a mourning wretch. It was a standing joke that the smell of farm animals made me gag. I avoided it when I could, but this was just what we needed. Some time together as a family. Michael was stressed and working too hard, and this could be the start of the 3 of us carving out regular time. A day out would be lovely, I said. Watching Michael and Tansy at the farm zoo was like balm to my soul. Their closeness, the love they had for each other. We laughed at the alpacas, screamed on the rides, and ate too many donuts. Watching my big, strong husband handling those tiny hamsters and rabbits so gently, teaching our daughter how to love and respect helpless creatures, touched me, drenched me in love for the 2 of them. Tansy wanted to hold a lizard. Michael cradled it expertly in both hands before passing it over to her. Its beady eyes stared up at him and didn't blink once. He's got his eye on you, I laughed. He's obviously got the measure of you. Michael tried to laugh, but it came out like a funny, strangled yelp. A shadow crossed his face, and his mouth opened, and for a moment I felt a spike of heat in my chest. So sure was I that he was going to blurt out something profound. Then the moment passed. I breathed out as his smile softened and his shoulders relaxed. "What?" I asked. "What were you going to say?" He looked at Tansy, who was gently stroking the scaly reptile. "Just that I love you two more than life itself. I hope you know that," he said softly, disarming me completely. "Hear that, Tansy?" I laughed. "Dad's getting all soft and gooey." Michael reached for my hand, squeezed it hard. "Never, ever let anyone tell you any different." Later, Michael put a very tired but happy Tansy to bed and read her a story while I cooked dinner. It was a simple meal, but something a bit fancier than the pizza takeaway we'd usually have plumped for. "Wow, my fave, spaghetti carbonara," Michael said when he got back downstairs. "And garlic bread," I added, draining the spaghetti and adding it to the carbonara sauce. "You're spoiling me." I paused my stirring as he walked past and kissed me on the lips before heading for the fridge and reaching for a bottle of white wine. He took 2 glasses from the cupboard and nuzzled into my neck, sending goosebumps down my arms. "I'll return the compliment later. You look gorgeous, by the way." I smiled, feeling warm inside. I'd been shattered when we got back from White Post Farm, but I'd made the effort to jump in the shower and wash my hair. While I soaped up, I thought about how keeping our love life fresh was really just a matter of effort. When we'd first met, I'd always made sure I looked good for Michael, even when I was tired, but over the years I'd let tiredness win and had prioritised things like the ironing or making packed lunches for the next day. After my shower, I'd unearthed a pretty set of pink lacy underwear. I'd splashed out on it last year from Marks & Spencer's new frilly range and could only recall wearing it twice. I'd defuzzed in the shower and afterwards smoothed some vanilla body cream over my skin. Then I'd curled my hair and put a little lipstick and mascara on. All in all, it had taken about 40 minutes to spruce myself up a bit. And it wasn't just for Michael. I felt good about myself, and the tiredness had receded. Michael set the table and poured the wine while I served up the food. As I sprinkled on parmesan, he raised his glass. "To us 3. To our happy little family." "Cheers," I smiled, taking a sip of the crisp, fruity wine. "What a novelty this is." "Sure beats egg and chips in front of the TV," he said with his mouth full. He jabbed his fork towards the plate. "This is amazing." He chewed and swallowed, then picked up his glass again. "I forgot to say, you'll never guess who came up to Wadebridge yesterday afternoon." I shrugged and twirled more spaghetti around my fork. "Surprise me." "Paul." "Huh?" I stopped twirling and looked at him. "Donna's Paul?" "The very same. Must be about a year since he ventured up there. Came to ask me some advice about planting trees at the bottom of their garden. That's what he said anyway. But you can guess why he was really there." "Susie?" He nodded. "She came out to put a bag of rubbish in the bins, and he made a beeline for her. They stood talking for a few minutes, and then he left again." "Could you hear what they were saying?" Michael shook his head and took a bite of garlic bread. "I could see Paul working his magic, though, flashing his pearly whites, shoulders back, feet planted apart, doing that alpha male thing that always seems to work so well on any females in the vicinity. Whatever he was saying was making Susie blush and giggle anyway." I could picture what he was describing so clearly. When Donna first met Paul, I remember being charmed by his act too. He was a good-looking man, but it wasn't just that. He had charisma, something intangible that could work a kind of magic. Over the years, seeing how he treated my friend and the way he seemed to regard women in general as disposable distractions, his charm, for me at least, became seriously tainted. "Poor Donna," I said, laying down my cutlery and picking up my wine. "He's never going to change. You should warn Susie about him." "Huh, I think I'll leave that to you. I'm not going to get involved in all that malarkey." I don't get it. Donna's such a strong woman in every other way, but when it comes to Paul, I just wish she could find the strength to put the past behind her to the extent she refuses to put up with his games anymore. Michael nodded but didn't comment. We ate in silence for a little while, a chill-out playlist threading discreetly through the room. Then he said, "I've been thinking about us booking a week abroad next summer. I saw some offers online, and if you pay now, it's only a small deposit. What do you think?" I looked at him. "Really? Oh, Michael, Tansy would love that. I'd love that." I put down my fork. "Are you serious? I mean, can we afford it, do you think?" "Absolutely." He grinned, taking another gulp of wine. "If we book now, it'll give us plenty of time to save up, and it'll be something we can all look forward to. I'll take a week off work, and there'll be no coming back to sort out Irene's floods or leaks or power cuts. I'll be all yours. And Tansy's, of course." "I can't wait!" I squealed, and he laughed and pressed a finger to his lips to remind me not to disturb Tansy. Elated, I jumped up from my chair and moved around the table to kiss him, and he pulled me onto his lap. "That meal was wonderful, Mrs. Shaw." He pushed away his plate. "But now, it's time for dessert." "I can't wait," I laughed, as he scooped me up and carried me over to the sofa. I could hardly talk for giggling, the wine having relaxed me and warmed me up. Then mum mode suddenly kicked in. "What if Tansy comes down? I don't want her to see anything she shouldn't." He thought for a moment. "She's shattered, out for the count. But this will give us warning if she does." He jammed a dining chair under the door handle before turning and advancing on me as he peeled off his t-shirt, revealing his honed stomach and biceps. "Dessert looks delicious," I said appreciatively as he reached the sofa and began helping me slip off my dress. "And afterwards, I'll pour us another glass of wine, and we can look at some holidays online. How's that sound?" "Perfect," I sighed, as the dress came off, and Michael began to plant soft, cascading kisses on my skin. Chapter 7, 27th of October, 2019. The Wadebridge land was located on the very outskirts of the village, just under a mile from our house and on the bus route to town. But if the weather was dry like today, I liked to take the long way round through the wood with its waterfall, a leftover from the cotton mills. On Sunday morning, Michael went into work early. It wasn't unusual for him to work weekends. It had always been the kind of job that had no set days or hours. It drove me crazy at times, but Michael took it in his stride. Mid-morning, Tansy and I walked up to Wadebridge to visit Irene. Before Susie came to work for Irene full-time, there were always bits I could do to help her out on the weeks the ever-changing agency workers hadn't been as thorough. Something as simple as running a cloth over the kitchen worktops, plumping up the pillows on her bed, that sort of thing. Now, though, I just collected her medication and visited for a chat, and brought Tansy with me, who Irene loved to see. Tansy skipped ahead of me, singing, naming plants she recognised. I'd walked in these woods with her as a baby, negotiating the narrow, bumpy paths with the pushchair, pointing out the different types of grasses and brambles, identifying birds by their whistles. I was self-taught from library books. After school, I'd often linger in a little wood near our house in Bulwell, a town about 5 or 6 miles away from Linwick, not wanting to go back to Mum if she was in the middle of one of her week-long drinking binges. She could get soppy and emotional, or her words could scar me like razor blades, and I never knew which side of her I was going to get. I used to think of the wood as my nature home, and the birds as my friends. I made several dens, tucked away off the main paths. I got a thrill from hiding there, people walking by unaware, though their dogs gave me up so many times, bounding straight up and wrecking my setup. Funny, looking back. The village wood was a different place where I watched my daughter happy and free of the worries that had plagued my own childhood, worries I'd make sure she would never encounter. It felt like a kind of medicine for that old hurt that had crystallized like ice deep down inside me, and I chipped a splinter or two of it away each time we came here and I saw my daughter's carefree demeanour. From the moment I'd held her in my arms a few moments after her birth, I'd promised myself I'd protect her always. Suddenly, Tansy stopped running and slowed her pace until she was by my side. "Who's that?" she asked, her eyes trained on the trees to our right. "Who?" I looked around. "I saw there was a man, a tall man. He just ran through the trees, that way." She pointed behind us, and a shiver of dread slid down my spine. I followed her finger, but there was nobody to be seen. "Are you sure?" I said faintly. "I didn't see anyone." "He was there," she said adamantly. "He's gone that way now." "Maybe just a runner," I said lightly, not wanting her to pick up on my discomfort. "It's okay, there's no one there now." She stuck by my side for another 30 seconds, then slowly moved off in front again. Within a minute, she was singing and chattering away to herself once more. I'd seen plenty of joggers in here before, but they didn't usually run in the close-set trees, preferring to stick to the path. I shrugged off the unhelpful thoughts. I'd walked in these woods for years, all the villagers did, and nothing untoward had ever happened. It was safe here. There was nothing to worry about. Irene would be pleased to see Tansy. She spoiled her, always getting little gifts for her, maybe a craft set or a new book. I think she saw herself as a sort of substitute grandma. Tansy lapped up the attention. In the good weather, she loved being outside at Wadebridge with her daddy. It was a novelty for her to help him with gardening, maintenance jobs, or a bit of paperwork in the office, while I got things done in the main house. As she skipped happily ahead now, I thought about Susie and her visit to the house last Tuesday to pick up Alex. I'd not been able to get her out of my head. Maybe it was just my imagination, but she'd seemed to keep out of my way at school after that. I'd seen her there waiting for Alex. She'd just waved and moved away before I could walk over to her and chat. Now that Michael had told me about Paul sniffing around Wadebridge, I wanted to sound Susie out, give her a subtle warning about him if I could. Last week, she'd fought not to show it, but it was obvious she was pretty nervous. The last thing she needed was to get tangled up with Paul and risk Donna's wrath. I thought it might be a good idea to talk to Irene about it if I could. Michael had said he thought Susie might chat to her. "Look, Mummy, the trees are naked. Their leaf clothes have fallen off." Tansy's mischievous giggle trailed behind her like a ribbon as she ran ahead. Although I was wrapped up warmly against the chill, I shivered when I passed the trunks of the silver birch trees she'd referred to, bone-like and skeletal. I sped up a little, my feet crunching on the hard ground. In the spring and summer, this place was lush with verdant trees and nature-rich wetlands. It was equally beautiful in the winter months, but there was something about the stark, black branches and the frozen water today that made me wish we'd taken the bus after all. There was a sharp crack to our right. It had come from within the thick growth of trees there. Tansy stopped walking, and we both fell quiet, listening. "Probably just a small animal," I said, swallowing down the lump in my throat. "Come on, let's get a move on." I took her hand and quickened our pace. "Are you scared, Mummy?" Tansy looked up at me fearfully. "Course not. It's just Irene will be expecting us, won't she? We're walking quite slowly, and it's cold." She nodded and seemed happy with my explanation. I slipped my phone out of my pocket with my free hand and looked at the screen. No service in this part of the wood. But in a couple of minutes we'd near the edge, and the signal would return. I wasn't used to feeling unsafe around here. I hadn't actually seen anything myself, so maybe it was all in my imagination. If there was a man loitering around the woods, he'd soon be noticed. It was a popular place for the villagers, but then it was also a known walking trail, and there were lots of out-of-town visitors. So not all faces were those of locals. Out here in the woods and fields surrounding the village, there would be all manner of places for someone to hide out if they were trying not to be seen. No wonder Susie felt nervous. We emerged from the woodland and took the gently rising path up the hillside. My breathing returned to normal, and I felt happy to be close to Wadebridge. Soon enough, the 5 cottages came into view. They were used as holiday lets and would be empty until the Christmas-New Year week. Susie rented one and Michael used the other. His cottage had not been renovated like the others. The window frames were still the old wooden ones, and the front door needed a lick of paint. His office was on the ground floor, and he'd moved the kitchen to make more space. The upper floor held tools and equipment that had belonged to Amos and weren't used often, but that Irene wanted to keep. "There's Daddy!" Tansy sang out, running ahead. I saw movement at the office window. Michael was standing sideways on and not looking our way. He was on the phone, and I could tell from his body language and gestures, clapping his hand on the top of his head and pinching his nose, that he wasn't happy. Tansy got there first, bounding up to the window and banging on the glass, calling out, "Daddy!" "Don't shout when Daddy's on the phone, Tansy," I reminded her. I saw Michael smile and wave at her. As I got closer, he ended the call. He disappeared from the window and seconds later was outside. "Daddy!" Tansy exclaimed, grabbing his waist in a bear hug.
Hey, how's my princess?
"We walked through the wood. I saw goldfinch. Mummy says they're quite rare around here."
No way! That's awesome.
"There was a man in there too. He was spying on us."
Tansy, don't exaggerate.
I rolled my eyes at Michael. "We don't know if it was a man." "It was. I saw him, Daddy." The good humour slid from Michael's face.
Hang on, Kate. If there's some bloke hanging around, we need to know about it.
Tansy let go of Michael and began to skip around the yard.
I didn't see anyone. I lowered my voice. Don't make a big thing of it. I don't want Tansy getting scared. It could have been an animal or anything.
Michael looked unconvinced.
All the same, I don't like it.
Susie seemed so nervous when we chatted. I admit I felt a little jumpy in the wood, but I didn't see a man, so let's keep our imaginations in check.
Michael nodded. Anyway, this is a surprise, you just turning up, he said, kissing my cheek. You didn't say you were coming over.
How long have you been on your phone call? I laughed. I texted when we left home.
Bloody contractors. I've been onto them for ages, he said gruffly. They give you a date off the top of their head, then change their mind to suit themselves. I'm never going to organise the cement for laying the slabs at this rate.
I looked towards the end cottage. Seen anything of Susie and Alex today? He shook his head, pushing his phone back into his trouser pocket.
Haven't seen them.
Well, I'll leave you to it. I just thought we'd come and have a cuppa with Irene. Tansy ran off to the main house, and I sauntered a little closer to Susie's place. There were no signs of life, no lights on inside the dim interior. The upstairs bedroom curtains were closed, although I couldn't imagine she'd still be sleeping with a 6-year-old bouncing around. I decided I'd pop over there again before we left for home. Chapter 8. Although the main house at Wadebridge was large and imposing, it was one of those places that looked much bigger on the outside than it felt on the inside. All the rooms were small, and there were lots of them. Dust magnets, I'd come to think of them, because Irene Wadebridge was a hoarder. Each one of the rooms was packed to the rafters with what I could only describe as stuff. There was virtually no worktop space left in the kitchen because the surfaces were neatly piled with cookbooks, torn-out newspaper and magazine recipes, and Tupperware containers, most with mismatched or missing lids. "Tupperware parties," Irene had announced triumphantly when I questioned how she had acquired this many containers. "Those were the days. None of those cheap supermarket versions here. These are all genuine Tupperware. Apparently there's a thriving second-hand market for them online." "Is that right? Well, I'm more than happy to get this lot onto eBay for you," I offered.
Think of the space it would free up. No, I won't be getting rid of them. You never know when they might come in handy. Irene spent most of her time sitting in her chair with a small, ornate wooden box on her knee that she guarded jealously with all her small things in, reading glasses, headache tablets, lip balm and keys, all the bits that might get lost in the chaos that surrounded her. She remained steadfastly unconvinced to get more organised. There were several reception rooms downstairs, a draughty conservatory at the back, an old-fashioned larder, and a downstairs loo you could just about squeeze into, thanks to piles of boxes and bin bags full of shoes, most of which had belonged to Irene's late husband. Amos had died over a decade ago, and last year I'd broached the awkward subject. I could sort through and find the shoes that are still wearable, if you like. I could take them to the charity shop, and you'd have the satisfaction of knowing someone was— "No," Irene had said shortly. "I'm not ready to part with them yet. Just leave them be, please, Kate." The upstairs rooms were just as bad, crammed with ancient clothing and photograph albums, not only from the recent past, but from other generations of the Wadebridge family who had owned the land and built the cottages. "Hello? Only me?" I called out as I knocked and stepped into the kitchen. Irene shuffled through, and I saw she was leaning heavily on her stick. She was a hefty woman with meaty arms and hands. Her hair was neatly set, with no trace of grey, courtesy of the mobile hairdresser who visited the house once a week. She had a friendly, open face and a pendulous double chin that wobbled when she walked. Health-wise, she had good days and bad days, and not much in between, particularly when it came to her arthritis and sciatica. I guessed today was a bad day. "Hello, Kate. What super timing. I could just do with popping upstairs if you could give me a hand." Her face brightened when she set eyes on Tansy. "Oh, you didn't say you'd brought a fairy princess with you." "It's me," Tansy giggled coyly. "So it is. Come and give me a kiss, and we'll see if I've got a bit of something for you." Tansy obliged, leaning in and kissing Irene on her soft cheek. Slowly, Irene moved over to the kitchen drawer and pulled out a bead bracelet craft set. "How's this?" "Lovely!" Tansy exclaimed, taking the gift from her. "Thank you, Irene." "You can sit at the table and do that while I help Irene upstairs," I said. Tansy moved away, focused now on the brightly coloured beads. "Did you see Michael as you passed the office?" Irene said, as I helped her to the stair lift. "Yes, but he seemed busy, so I left him to it. Some contractor giving him grief," he said. "I'd hoped to see Susie, but the upstairs curtains are closed in her cottage." This was my chance to steer the conversation around to Susie's apparent nervousness. "She's a very private person. Never has visitors," Irene said confidentially. "But she's proving to be indispensable to us here." "To us?" "Oh, yes. In what way?" "Well, she's done some ringing around for supplies for Michael. She fits it around her duties in the house. Very efficient, she is. Very good." "She's been helping Michael," I said, trying to keep the surprise from my voice. Michael hadn't mentioned her ringing the suppliers for him. In fact, he'd said they hadn't spoken much. "She's one of those people who'll do anything to help out if it's in her power," Irene said approvingly. She was painting a different picture to the nervous, isolated young woman who I'd spent time with on Tuesday afternoon. "Alex came to play last week, and when she picked him up, she seemed rather withdrawn, if I'm honest. Do you find she's quite nervous?" Irene waved her hand dismissively. "She's just finding her feet. Coming over here was a big change, but I can't criticise her work ethic." "Michael said he thought she was getting on fine helping you out in the house." I didn't want to give the impression we'd been discussing it at home, so I kept my tone light and casual. "Oh, yes, she says she feels at home here. The three of us, myself, Susie and Michael, we often have a cup of tea and a biscuit together mid-afternoon. Hasn't he said? She's such a lovely girl. I think she sort of looks up to him, asking so many questions about the place, so eager to please. I bet she is. I turned to look through the hallway window. Michael was standing outside the cottages, on the phone again. He'd never mentioned their cosy afternoon tea habit. A feeling like indigestion spread in my chest. I wanted to march out there and give him what for, but I knew I'd do better to find out what I could first. "He's been so busy lately," I said, my eyes scanning his fit physique. He still looked as though he was in his early 30s, rather than approaching his 40th birthday. "He seems more stressed than usual. It's good of Susie to help him out." The words nearly choked me, but I managed to sound reasonably genuine, I thought. Irene gave a soft chuckle. "Don't take this the wrong way, but I think she's a bit soft on him. Every chance she gets, she's talking to him out in the yard." "I hope that's not the case. Not a very nice thing for me to be worrying about." A flush of indignation surfaced. I couldn't believe Irene had just said that, though over the past 18 months I had noticed she'd become a little distracted and came out with the odd inappropriate thing, like when I'd worn a new top and she'd offered an unasked-for opinion. "Shows off your arms, and they're not really your best feature, are they, lovey?" I'd been so shocked I'd laughed, and when I'd told Michael at home later, he'd roared with laughter too, before saying, "Nothing wrong with your arms. They're very sexy arms," and we'd both laughed again. "Oh, you've nothing to worry about there, Kate." Irene waved a hand dismissively. "Michael thinks the world of you and Tansy. No roving eye in his head, you must know that." And I did. I did know that. Which made it all the more strange that he hadn't mentioned any of these things to me. The cups of tea, the chats, her helping with suppliers. The list was getting longer, it seemed. Later, I made a fish pie and steamed some vegetables. Tansy and I ate together, and when Michael got home about 7, he was all smiles. "Something smells good. Some left for me." My conversation with Irene had been simmering on constant replay all afternoon, and by the time Michael got home, I was struggling to contain a boiling over of annoyance. I slammed about, setting the crockery down hard, jangling the cutlery. Michael looked up. "Everything all right?" It was the chance I'd been waiting for. "No, actually, Michael. Everything's most definitely not all right." I slid the baking tray back into the oven and turned to face him, hands on hips. "I had an illuminating conversation with Irene earlier. She's been telling me the cosy little situation up at Wadebridge between you and Susie." I expected him to start stammering, trying to talk his way out of a very awkward situation. But he sounded relaxed and genuinely puzzled. "Huh? Are you joking?" "I wouldn't joke about something like that." I walked over to where he sat at the table. "She said you take your afternoon breaks together and that Susie is doing some work with you, ringing suppliers, that sort of thing." He made a noise of disbelief. "Once? She rang the paving slab suppliers about the order being light. I'd been trying for over 30 minutes and had to get them shifted." "And the breaks? Did that just happen once too?" He thought for a moment. "Twice, maybe. 3 times tops." "But why didn't you mention it?" I felt ridiculously emotional when I thought about the stunningly attractive Susie with her fancy clothes and slim figure. I felt panicked and lied to. My voice rose an octave. "Why didn't you tell me you'd been with her? What did you talk about?" Hang on. Michael pressed his hands in the air. "Irene called me in as Susie had made me a drink. I stood around for a few minutes and just had a general chat, not me and Susie on our own, but with Irene there." "A general chat about what?" I forced myself to breathe a bit deeper, but I could feel heat rising in my face. Michael pulled down the corners of his mouth. "The weather, the bit of landscaping I'm doing in front of the cottages, that's it. I swear, Kate." I watched his face.
He looked a bit more concerned now, and his cheeks were flushed. Whenever I mention her, you act like you've hardly said 2 words to each other, and yet it seems you see her quite a bit.
Only in passing. I can assure you there are no long and meaningful conversations. He blew out air. This is starting to feel like I'm on trial. And for what? Having a cup of tea in the vicinity of Irene's home help?
She's young, attractive. Most men would jump at spending time with her.
Well, I'm not most men.
He stood up, and grudgingly, I allowed him to pull me close.
I'm a happily married man who's very much in love with his beautiful wife. Okay?
I wouldn't look at him.
Okay?
He persisted. Okay, I murmured. What he'd said seemed perfectly reasonable, and yet I still felt put out about it. Put out and still on edge. I didn't think Michael was lying, per se, but there was something he was playing down, not talking about. I felt sure of it. Chapter 9, 28th of October, 2019. Nottinghamshire Police. D.I. Helena Price sat at her desk looking at the stack of ongoing cases and silently fuming. Detective Superintendent Della Gray had landed this thankless task on her out of the blue.
Have a look through this lot with fresh eyes, will you? She'd said flippantly. See if there's anything that looks promising. The old DI kept these on the back burner, but I'd like them thinned out a bit in the interests of our drive to improve community relations. Helena's predecessor had relocated, leaving an exciting promotional opening that Helena couldn't wait to jump into. But she was already beginning to think she'd been rather naive. It had soon become apparent that nobody had asked the previous DI to clean up her ongoing case file list before she left, so Helena had inherited lots of these unsolved local cases that had been unofficially shelved because there wasn't much for them to go on. Her DS, Kane Brewster, stuck his head around the door.
Coffee, boss?
In a minute. Come through. Brewster hesitated. It was nearly 11, and he was no doubt gearing up for one of his many snacks.
Keeps up the energy, ma'am,
he always said when Jim Bunny Helena raised a disapproving eyebrow at the chocolate, crisps and biscuits that littered his desk. He entered her office without enthusiasm and slumped into the chair opposite. Don't look so down in the mouth, Brewster. You can help me go through these files, then you're free to go and get your Scooby snacks. She pushed the pile of folders across the desk. You read, I'll ponder. He picked up the first folder and opened it.
Looks like a series of shop burglaries that occurred over a period of 3 months and then stopped altogether, he murmured. Till-taking, sports stock, nothing major and nobody hurt. Hardly the case of the century.
He closed the file and set it aside. Helena didn't comment. Next, he opened a file with just 3 pieces of paper in it. He picked up the first page and frowned.
Disappearance of a Polish man. Remember this?
Helena shook her head.
His name was Jakub Jasinski. He was reported missing by his family in Poland about 6 months ago.
She watched as Brewster leafed through the scant paperwork, scanning the missing person report.
Says here that, according to his mother, Jakub left Poland in the spring of 2012 to make his fortune in England. Looks like she contacted the UK authorities to file this report in April this year. He'd headed for the East Midlands area, staying at various B&B establishments when he moved jobs, and had kept in touch over the years, albeit sporadically. But in 2018, all contact stopped.
Brewster spoke matter-of-factly, but Helena was mindful of Jakub's mother. Long forgotten by everyone else, but she'd still be waking up every morning, hoping and praying that this might be the day she'd hear from him again. Sadly, in reality, nobody had been doing anything meaningful to look for him. Brewster scanned the last sheet.
Looks like his calls just stopped dead. She tried ringing around farms and factories in the area who used casual labour, contacted the Devonshire B&B in Sutton and Ashfield, his last known accommodation. She got nowhere with any of that, and she hadn't made a note of the name of Jakub's latest workplace.
So, what did we do? Couple of officers asked around the Polish community, visited a few farms in the area, got nowhere. Says here, transient workers move around the country all the time. Lots of them lose touch with home, either by accident or on purpose.
They don't want to be found, Helena thought out loud. The UK doesn't turn out to be the land of plenty they imagined it to be, and some people are just too embarrassed to admit they're stuck in a terrible job and awful living accommodation. Not the experience for everyone, but certainly for some. Brewster nodded.
Reading between the lines, the follow-up inquiry looks a bit light. Half-hearted, really. Nothing to go on, you see. Takes up a lot of time and officer hours when you keep hitting a brick wall.
Helena nodded. Someone up the ranks would have had to make the call that Jakub Jasinski wasn't worth the time and effort. It hadn't necessarily been as heartless a conclusion as it sounded. Trying to find a temporary European worker could easily turn into looking for a needle in a haystack, particularly if they didn't want to be found. But she couldn't get Jasinski's mother out of her head. A woman stuck in another country, putting her faith in the UK police force to find her missing son.
Let's give this one another go, shall we? She said, putting down the sheet. Contact the press office to say we're opening up the investigation again. You can speed them up by drafting an article to rekindle some public interest in the case after all this time, particularly in the area's Polish communities. Ask them to get it into the local newspapers and online news, and make sure you stress that all information will be treated as confidential.
Brewster looked taken aback.
It's been a whole year, boss. Not sure there'll be anything left for us to find.
Helena pushed her chair back and stood up. Well, we won't know till we find out, will we? Come on, we'll start with the Devonshire B&B.
Eh?
Brewster stood up and pulled at his tie.
I thought we'd have a break before we go. A coffee, maybe a snack.
You know what they say, Brewster? No time like the present. Helena picked up her phone and headed for the office door, Brewster trailing a little breathlessly in her wake. And let's face it won't kill you to skip lunch. Chapter 10. The Mansfield Sentinel. Friday the 1st of November, 2019. Nottinghamshire police are set to reopen a local cold case, the investigation of missing Jakub Jasinski, who disappeared without trace just over a year ago, has so far thwarted local officers. The family of Mr. Jasinski have had no contact at all from him for the past 12 months, which they say is highly unusual and makes them fear the worst. Mr. Jasinski, now 25, travelled to the UK from Poland in April 2012, at the age of just 18. He is described by his family as a loving, caring person who dotes on his family and who always kept in touch over the years he was away. Despite this, his heartbroken relatives have heard nothing from him since October 2018. This is just not like Jakub at all, his mother, Janis Jasinski, told the Sentinel. He has always made a special effort to keep in touch, but in the last year we have not heard a thing from him. No one has. Nottinghamshire police, who are investigating his disappearance, say Mr. Jasinski vanished without leaving any clues behind. We reported him missing about 6 months ago, but we've heard nothing, Mrs. Jasinski confirmed. Just a series of dead ends from the UK police. My son seems to have disappeared from the face of the earth. We fear the worst, thinking that something may have happened to him, or that he has perhaps fallen on hard times and is in desperate need of help. Detective Inspector Helena Price, who is leading the new investigation into Jakub's disappearance, said, "This is an unusual case. Jakub appears to have just vanished without a word to anyone, and we can find no signs to indicate where he is. We are appealing for Jakub himself to come forward and let us or his family or friends know he is all right. We know Nottinghamshire has a close-knit Polish community, and we would urge anyone who has knowledge of Jakub's whereabouts to get in touch immediately. Their identity will be kept confidential." Chapter 11. 10th of November 2019. Kate. The village green was buzzing, a sea of warm coats and colourful woolly hats. Despite the usual grumblings about this year's earlier event scheduling, everyone had gathered for the annual Christmas lights event, and once again the weather was on our side. Michael and Paul were helping out near the tree, getting the wires sorted and making sure safety measures were in place to stop kids getting too close. While Donna staffed the drink stall, I took them a tray loaded with coffee and mince pies. "And an angel appears," Michael joked, winking at me and taking a drink and a pie. "Just what we need, Kate, thanks." Paul took a coffee but ignored the mince pies. "Lovely, thanks, Kate." His voice trailed off, and I followed his stare. Susie Barros walked by, holding Alex's hand. She wore a full-length black mac and a baby pink scarf, hat and gloves. There was no doubt she looked striking. Paul didn't attempt to disguise his interest, but I wondered what Michael privately thought to her style and panache. "How's it going?" I said to Michael, and he rolled his eyes at Paul's obvious distraction. "Yeah, good. We nearly finished up here and then—" "Give me 5, mate," Paul said, pushing his cardboard beaker towards Michael. "Just need a quick word with someone." And he was gone, in the direction of Susie. "There's no hope for him," Michael growled. "I swear he's getting worse." "I'm going to have to try and speak to Donna about him," I said. "Shame Irene felt too rough to come tonight. It was her sciatica this time." Secretly, I felt quite relieved she wasn't here. The last thing I needed was her making more off-putting observations about Michael and Susie getting friendly. Michael nodded. "Irene's struggling a bit at the moment, I think. I might go up and check on her when the event's finished." "She is quite vocal, though," I said. "I'm sure she'd say if she needed any help." "Maybe." He squeezed my hand. "Catch up soon, yeah?" "Fine. See you later." The stuff we'd discussed about him and Susie still felt like wire wool in my throat. As I walked back to the drink stall, the crowd parted slightly, and I saw Paul heading back towards the Christmas tree and Michael. Back at the stall, Donna and I handed out free tea, coffee and mulled wine as if our lives depended on it. I inhaled the smell of frying onions and sausages from the outdoor caterers who'd pitched up next to us, and felt a swell of happiness at being here with my family, with friendly faces all around us. My worries about Michael and Susie had faded in the jolly atmosphere, and now I couldn't wait for Christmas, especially with our holiday abroad to look forward to next year. It really felt as if life was getting better. If I could just get over Irene's remarks, I felt like Michael and I were becoming close again. And with the new job opportunity at school, maybe holidays were going to become a regular thing for us. Tansy and Ellie were a blur, racing back and forth in front of the drink stall. "Mum!" Tansy called, waving her light wand every time she passed. I waved back in between the customers, but Donna was distracted watching the girls. She'd already spilled a couple of drinks. "I think we should tell them to stop running around like that," she said. "It's a big crowd and they could easily get lost." The tragic events of Donna's childhood still showed up every day of her life. Matilda's disappearance had affected her deeply, and understandably she was overprotective with Ellie. "The girls will be fine," I said gently. "Everyone knows them here. Everyone keeps an eye on each other's kids." Donna nodded, but her brow remained furrowed. "It's a Christmas lights event focused on families, but you always get one that wants all the attention." I looked over to see Susie and Alex walking back the other way. My buoyant mood faltered a little. I hadn't got the heart to tell Donna that Paul had scurried off to talk to her. Instead, I watched the crowd and soaked up the atmosphere. Folks were wrapped up, warm, everyone smiling and glad to be there, frosty breath puffing like clouds as they chattered. Twangs from an electric guitar and little flurries of drum beats started up on the other side of the green, where a local indie band was setting up ready to perform later. Susie and Alex approached the queue as Donna disappeared, mumbling something about going to check on the girls. "Hi, Kate," she said, her eyes darting round as usual. "I'll have a mulled wine and an orange juice for Alex, please." "Sure." I noticed her perfectly applied eyeshadow and lip colour. She'd gone to a lot of effort for an informal event. "How are you?" "Good. I'm good, thank you." She faltered slightly under my gaze. I wondered if... Would Tansy like to come to the cottage for tea after school one night next week? I'm sure she'd love that, thank you. I poured the drinks, Irene's words echoing in my head. Michael was saying you two were seeing a bit more of each other up at Wadebridge. She looked at me. Always tells me all about your little chats. She swallowed. I sometimes see Michael, yes, but... Alex said something to her I couldn't catch above the noise. Not this time, Alex. I haven't got my purse. His face dropped. What is it? I asked. He wants one of the light things the kids all seem to have, Susie said. I reached under the counter and pulled out a light wand. I might feel twisty with Susie, but I wasn't about to take it out on a little boy. Here, this one is spare, Alex. Go and find Tansy and Ellie. They've got wands too. Alex's face lit up as he took it. Thank you, Kate, he said politely, and ran off. Don't go too far, Susie called after him, her words dissolving in the cold air. Thank you, Kate. That was really kind. I will pay you when I see you. I got the impression money was tight for Susie, but she always looked $1 million. I guessed she'd had a good life back in Poland. She'd accumulated quite a wardrobe. No need. I waved her offer away. Irene was telling me you've been helping Michael out, ringing the suppliers. That's very good of you. Was it my imagination, or did her face flush? Hard to tell in the dark, but she looked uncomfortable, as if I'd uncovered something she'd thought I didn't know about. Oh, it was nothing really. Just a couple of phone calls. Michael is a good man. You have a good family man there. Oh, yes, I know that, I said, forcing a smile. We're very happy. She picked up the drinks and took a step back. Well, I had better go and see where Alex is. Maybe you and I could talk properly when Tansy comes to play. That took me by surprise. Yes, of course. Anytime. Good. That's good. I want to be honest with you, Kate. She shook her head. We'll talk next week, yes? See you. Susie, wait! I looked around for Donna, hoping that she could do without me on the stall for 5 minutes. I wanted to know what Susie had to say. I felt a bit sick. Did she mean the truth about her and Michael? I stood on my tiptoes to call her name again, but Susie was already disappearing into the crowd, and I could see Donna's distinctive red beret bobbing around near to where the girls were playing. I looked over the heads of the villagers and up at the 25-foot fir tree, currently a great, dark shadow looming above the gathering, soon to dazzle us all with its glorious Christmas cheer. Just a couple of hours earlier, and in the absence of anyone else daft enough to volunteer, Michael had climbed up a very long ladder propped against the side of the tree. Steadied on one side by the local butcher and on the other by a neighbour, he'd perched precariously at the summit, threading a few more multicoloured lights up there, ensuring that the new angel with her glittering waterproofed wings would be fully illuminated. After completing his onerous task, he had descended to a jolly round of applause and witty observations about risk assessments. "Customers need serving, please." Donna reappeared, waving a hand in front of my face. "When you've finished contemplating the meaning of life, that is. Oh, sorry, I thought you were busy watching the girls." I poured coffee into a cup and slid it across the table for the next customer to take. Just wondering how Michael managed to get back down that ladder in one piece. Well, he's a far braver man than my Paul. Soon as they mentioned the word volunteer, he scarpered off to speak to someone in the crowd. Brave or daft, I wiped up the spills. I'm not altogether sure which. I looked up and saw Michael rushing towards me. "Irene just rang. Her downstairs loo's leaking. If it's a bad one, I might be a while, so I'll see you back at home later, yeah?" "She struggles to get in the downstairs loo for clutter," I grumbled. "That may be so, but it doesn't stop it leaking," Michael pointed out. I felt a rush of disappointment, and then resentment. We were minutes away from the lights being turned on, and Michael was going to miss it. I'd hoped to get some selfies of the three of us to mark the occasion. "Surely it's not that urgent,"
I scowled. "She can wait another 10 minutes until the lights are on." "Oh, I'd better not, Kate. If it's bad, it'll just mean more mess for me to clean up. Have fun, and I'll see you later." He gave me a peck on the cheek, and I felt like turning away. I was probably being childish, but Tansy was growing up so fast, and these events were memories in the making. Tonight was another one Michael would miss thanks to work. I watched him thread his way back through the crowd of people now moving towards the tree en masse. Michael would do anything for anyone. But just lately, Irene was really taking the mickey. I'd noticed that whenever anything happened up at Wadebridge, it was always urgent, whether it was during his working hours or not. I hated the tendrils of distrust that had begun twitching since my recent conversation with Irene. Maybe there was another reason he was spending more time up there. I pushed away the worrying thought. I was annoyed he hadn't volunteered the information about Susie, but still, I had to give him more credit than that. I just wished it didn't feel like Tansy and I were always at the bottom of the pile when it came to his priorities. Sometimes I felt like as long as Michael worked at Wadebridge, we'd be stuck in this stage of our lives. I wanted more time together, enough money to have an annual holiday and to pay off the credit card. I wanted a feeling that we were progressing, moving on in our lives like other people seemed to do. I wanted it for me, for Michael, and most of all, I wanted security and stability for our daughter. Chapter 12. The music from the speakers faded, and the band struck up and played a clever indie rendition of Slade's Merry Christmas, Everybody. We had a sudden rush at the drink stall, with everyone trying to get their mulled wine before the lights went on. Donna craned her neck, looking this way and that. "The girls are here," I told her, pointing to them just in front of us, watching the band. "I'm looking for Paul," she said. "He's supposed to be by the tree, but I haven't seen him since— Oh, there he is." The relief was palpable in her voice. The crowd suddenly fell quiet, and then a 10-second countdown started over the tannoy, with everyone joining in. When we reached 1, the tree ignited with thousands of multicoloured lights, cascading its irrepressible festive glow down on the crowd. There was a cheer and a roar, and everyone clapped. I sipped my warm, mulled wine, savouring the spark of cinnamon and cloves on my tongue, feeling a rush of happiness. As a child, I'd never had a proper family Christmas with Mum, but I always imagined this was what it should feel like. Although I was still disappointed that Michael wasn't with me, it felt right, standing here in the centre of the village, with everyone pulling together for the common good. I felt like I belonged. Tansy and Ellie appeared again, waving their light wands. "Can we have some juice, please, Mummy?" Tansy sang out, her cheeks ruddy, eyes sparkling and bright. I poured orange juice into 2 paper cups. "Have you seen Alex? I think he was trying to find you both earlier." Tansy shook her head and gulped at her drink. Behind the girls, the queue was building up again. Now that the lights were on, people wanted more drinks and mince pies. It was never ending, and I seemed to be serving on average twice the number of people Donna was. She was too busy monitoring Ellie and Tansy and trying to spot her errant husband. "Don't stray too far," she told the girls, as they wandered off with their drinks and light wands. "Come back every 5 minutes to check in, and whatever you do, don't leave the village green." "Donna, they're fine. I know you live in constant fear, but they're amongst friends. Let them have a little bit of freedom." I laid a hand on her shoulder. I understood the tragedy that underpinned her concern, but I feared for Ellie's confidence, living under it 24/7. "Easy for you to say," she muttered, glancing up at the next person in line. "What can I get you?" The next 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. I didn't get a spare second as the villagers congregated around the stall, intent on getting their free drink and mince pie before proceedings wound down. But everyone was jolly, and it was pleasant to be chatting with the backdrop of the beautiful tree and the Christmas carols on repeat. Fortunately, we could see both girls from our vantage point,
as they took part in a chasing game with a few other local children around the tree, so Donna relaxed a little. They were easy to spot with their day-glow light wands, but I couldn't see Alex with them, or Susie for that matter. After a while, I picked up on a restlessness in the queue of people waiting for drinks. There was a growing audible murmur in the crowd, people looking at each other anxiously. "What's wrong?" someone asked urgently. Then someone else said, "Who? Who's got lost?" The music abruptly cut off, and I scanned the faces of the crowd, looking for a clue as to what the problem was. Then the tannoy burst into life again. "Folks, we have a lost child here at the first aid station. His name is Alex, and he's wearing blue jeans and a navy puffer jacket with a red scarf. Could his mum come up here immediately to be reunited with him, please? Thank you." "Alex?" Donna pulled the corners of her mouth down. "Susie's kid?" I looked around the crowd, looking for Susie's pale pink hat. They were here not long ago, talking to me. People started turning in the queue, talking to each other, scanning the faces in the crowd. We carried on serving for a while, and then I started to sense an air of restlessness growing around us. People were losing interest in the drinks and the lights, and their easy, relaxed movements turned into a meaningful scanning of eyes with puzzled, concerned faces. A couple of members of the parish council stopped near the stall, and I overheard their conversation. "Can't find the mother anywhere. Plenty of people have seen her, but now it seems she's disappeared into thin air. The kid's teacher is here. She's called his mum's phone, but it's turned off." The other man frowned. "If she doesn't show up soon, we'll have to call off the event, just in case. We have to be seen to be taking this seriously. We'll get the police involved quite soon." Donna's face paled. "Oh, God, it's happening again." "She can't be far away," I said in what I hoped was a reassuring tone. "She'll turn up in a moment, you'll see." "That's what they said about Matilda," Donna said, staring into the dark. "They said she'd be back, that she'd taken herself off somewhere, and it would all be a false alarm." I stood on tiptoe and craned my neck. "You sit down, have a coffee, Donna. Try not to panic." I poured her a drink, and she perched on a stool, looking uncomfortable. Her eyes were trained on the girls, who, sensing the drama, were sticking closer to us. After another 10 minutes, there was another announcement over the tannoy. "We regret the event is now closed. We still have Alex Barros at the first aid tent. Could his mother, Miss Susie Barros, please make her way directly to the tent to collect him? Thank you very much, everyone." Donna stood up. "I can't just wait here. I'll take Ellie to Paul. I'm going to go and help look for her." I scanned the area again, hoping to spot Susie, who was probably frantically searching for Alex. I pulled my phone out from under the counter and called Michael. He picked up on the second ring. "Hi, Kate, I've just got here. Susie Barros is missing," I said quickly. "They stopped the event early." "What?" "Susie's gone missing," I said again, a little sharply. Then, "Sorry, it's just mayhem here. Poor Alex is on his own in the first aid tent. I'm going over there in a minute. Can you check she hasn't come back to the cottage?" "Yes, of course. Hold on, I'm right near there." I heard his footsteps scuffling, his quickening breath. "Place is in darkness," he said, knocking on the door. "It's all locked up. I'll check around the back." I heard him walking again, his breathing slightly laboured. "She hasn't just nipped to the shop or something?" "I haven't spoken to anyone in charge yet. They just announced that they had Alex, who was lost at the tent, and now everyone's looking for her." "And she's just disappeared?" "They can't find her anywhere, and she'd have mentioned it to Alex if she was going somewhere, I'm sure," I said. "She'd never leave him alone like this." Michael groaned. "The cottage is locked up around the back too. No lights on anywhere. I think it's safe to say she isn't here." "You've got a master key for the cottages, haven't you? Can't you check inside?" He hesitated. "Not really. Not without a good reason." "Like the fact she's gone missing, you mean?" "It's an invasion of privacy, Kate. Unless the police ask me to." "Well, that might not be very long." I ended the call, irritated, then walked around the stall out into the crowd. Donna appeared again, a worried expression on her face. "There's no sign of her," she said, a little breathlessly. "I've just been over to the first aid station. Paul's in there, and the kid, Alex, he's just sitting there, staring into space, wouldn't say a word to me." I untied my apron and dumped it on the table. "I'll go and see if he's okay. You stay here with the girls." Donna nodded, not taking her eyes from Ellie, who was still with Tansy, waving their lightsabers near the tree. I walked off towards the first aid station. A group of teenagers ran by, pushing into people and laughing, high on adrenaline, oblivious to the concern all the adults were feeling. When I reached the small tent, Paul was standing inside like a sentry on guard. "He's okay," he said curtly, obviously displeased to see me. "Best not to make a fuss, in my opinion." Alex looked smaller, as if he'd folded in on himself. He clutched his light wand like his life depended on it. When he saw me, someone he recognised, relief flooded his face. "Hi, Alex. Are you okay, love?" I crouched down next to him and slid my arm around his shoulders. "They're looking for your mum now. I'm sure she'll be back very soon." He sniffed, rubbing at his already sore eyes. "Where has she gone?" "That's what we're trying to find out. We're checking that she hasn't gone back home or something. Did she not say she was popping off somewhere?" He shook his head. "Where were you when you last saw her?" He pointed to the edge of the green. "We were standing there and I wanted to be closer to the Christmas tree when the lights turned on, so I ran over there, and when I came back, she was gone." "We've asked him all this, Kate." Paul frowned. "This'll just stress him out more." I ignored him. "Did you see your mum speak to anyone before she got lost, Alex?" He thought for a moment and looked at Paul. "I can't remember," he said, dropping his head. "I only wanted to see the tree." "It's all right, Alex," Paul said pointedly. "You're not in any trouble." "Of course he's not in trouble." "Maybe you should stop questioning him like he is then." I shot Paul a withering look before turning back to Alex. "Don't worry. I'm sure your mummy will be back here soon. I'll sit with you until she gets here. Would you like that?"
"There's no need," Paul objected. "I can—"
"Yes," Alex said, looking relieved. "I'd like you to stay, Kate." A couple of hours later, the village green was swarming with police. Michael had now returned and had hastily put together a search team.
"I checked the cottage again before I left, but it's still locked up and in darkness," he told me. "She's definitely not there."
The police had set up a small inquiry tent on the green, and officers were moving around and speaking to people, asking anyone who'd seen Susie at the event to report what they remembered. I kept thinking about Susie's cryptic comments about why she'd left Poland, and her nervous manner. It was hard to explain it to someone else. It had just been my take on it. I hoped she was okay and not in any danger. I didn't know her well, but I felt convinced that she wouldn't leave Alex behind, whatever the reason might be. A group of uniformed officers walked by, and I overheard that they were heading for the woodland that skirted the edge of the village. "This is starting to feel really serious," I said to Michael when he came over.
"Hopefully she'll turn up," he said. "The police want me to take them up to her cottage before we start the search around the village. I'll call you if we find her."
When I got back to the first aid tent, a couple of women were standing with Alex. He turned and said something to one of them. "We're from social services," she said, holding up her ID lanyard. "I know Alex is new to the village, and a gentleman called Paul Thatcher said he and his wife were happy to take him in tonight, but Alex tells us he knows you and someone called Irene?" "Yes, Irene Wadebridge is their landlady." I moved closer. "Are you okay, Alex?" His dark eyes looked up at me, and I could see flecks of panic sparking in them. "I don't want to go with Paul or those ladies," he said quickly, tapping his fingers on his leg. "I want to stay here with you until they find my mummy." I turned to the social worker. "I'm happy to take him home with me tonight until things are sorted," I said. "I work at the school, so I have all the appropriate safeguarding checks. You can speak to the head teacher if you need to." She took a phone out of her handbag. "It's kind of you to offer," she said. "Let me make a couple of calls and see if I can get that approved." I sat down next to Alex. "Don't worry," I said. "Everything will be okay." But I had an uneasy feeling stirring in my gut. I sat with Alex and the girls while the social workers made their calls. Donna kept the drink stall open for the benefit of the large search team, but she closed up eventually because of getting Ellie home. She came over to say goodbye, and I stood up and moved away from the kids to speak to her. "He's coming back with us," I said. "What?" "Just for tonight, until they locate Susie. I couldn't see social services take him, and it was kind of you and Paul to offer, but he's so upset and he knows us a bit better." "We haven't offered to have him." Donna frowned. "Well, the lady from social services said Paul had offered," I explained, "which was good of him." "Just Paul." "But poor lad, I feel for him," Donna said. "Well done you for volunteering to have him, Kate. He knows you all well." She hesitated. "But have you thought what's going to happen if they don't find Susie tonight? Or tomorrow?" I shrugged off her comment. I felt confident Susie would turn up, having had some sort of crisis that had prevented her from getting back to Alex. Later, at home, I found Alex some red Christmas pyjamas someone had bought for Tansy last year that was still a bit too big. I made Tansy and Alex some hot chocolate and got them ready for bed. They were both exhausted. I was so busy fending off Tansy's whining about the pyjamas she wanted to wear and the biscuit she wanted with her drink, I didn't think anything of Alex's quietness. Then I looked at him and saw tears streaming silently down his face. "Oh, sweetheart, come here." He resisted at first, then he sort of melted into my side. Tansy's eyes were wide and startled. "What's wrong with him, Mummy?" she said fearfully. "He's sad, Tansy, the way you'd be sad if I got lost." She crept to the other side of me and huddled in. "It's okay, Alex," she said. "You can stay here with us until your mum gets home." We sat like that a while, then went upstairs. "I'll be in very soon," I told Tansy, and took Alex into the spare room where I tucked him in tightly. "I want Wojtek," he sniffed, starting to cry again. "Who?" "Wojtek, my teddy bear." "I promise we'll get him for you tomorrow. Michael can pick you some stuff up from the cottage. But tonight, we all need to get some sleep, okay? Tomorrow is a new day." He nodded sadly and closed his eyes. "Don't worry, Alex," I whispered as I kissed his forehead. "We'll find her." Afterwards, I went to Tansy's bedroom. We stood at her window and watched the torches flitting around like lit matches in the fields that framed the outskirts of the village. "Nobody's giving up," I said. "Your daddy is out there looking for Alex's mummy with lots of other people." "But what do you think has happened to her?" Tansy said in a small voice. "Where is she gone?" "I don't know, sweetie," I said carefully. "But if anyone can find her, Daddy can." She nodded, looking reassured. I tucked her into bed and went back downstairs. I'd started to doze on the sofa when Michael texted me at 11 p.m. "We're calling it a day. No sign of her anywhere." I put down the phone and sighed, my heart heavy when I thought about the distraught little boy upstairs. How could anyone just disappear into thin air in a village where everyone knew each other? It didn't make any sense at all. Chapter 13. Michael got home just before midnight. Jeez, what a night. He looked dog-tired, heavy shadows under his eyes, his body still sprung with tension. "Alex is asleep in the spare room," I said, as I pulled myself off the sofa to make him a hot drink. "What?" Michael looked up from unlacing his boots. "Yeah, I offered to have him because we're just about the only people he knows well. Paul offered, but Alex wanted to come here. That's okay, isn't it?" He stared at me. and I felt moved to defend myself further. I was worried about him, Michael.
I'm worried about him too, but, well, I can't help wondering if he'd be better off with professionals looking after him.
Social services, you mean? I said, horrified.
No, well, maybe. It's just that they'd know what to say to him. While his mum's missing, I mean.
I know I'd want someone from the village to look after Tansy if I went missing, I said, dropping a tea bag into a mug. Someone she knew.
I know, and you're right. Michael went back to unlacing his boots. It's just that there's no sign of Susie, and now we've got the boy here.
Alex? I poured on boiling water and got milk from the fridge.
Yes, we've got Alex here, and that adds pressure because it means we're right in the centre of it all, whether we want to be or not.
I took a teaspoon and sloshed the tea around a little too vigorously. Dark brown liquid splashed over the lip of the cup onto the worktop. I did what I thought was right, Michael. I didn't think about the inconvenience to us if Susie wasn't found right away. I plonked the mug down unceremoniously on the table in front of him.
Don't be like this, Kate.
Like what? You're the one being unreasonable. Is giving temporary shelter to a distressed child really one step too far? Even Paul found it in his heart to offer. I knew I was being unfair. He was clearly shattered, but the words were out before I could stop.
We hardly know them, that's all I'm saying.
And we need to think about the effect all this is going to have on Tansy. Teaching her kindness to others, you mean?
Look, I've got something to tell you.
His face sagged.
They searched Susie's cottage and found my keys on her kitchen worktop.
Your keys?
He nodded. My second work set, for the mower, the storage shed, the gates, stuff like that.
What was he saying? Why were your keys in Susie's cottage? My voice emerged thin and strained. He looked away.
It sounds stupid, but I don't know.
My breathing quickened, panic squeezing at my throat. Are you trying to tell me you've been there with her? Is this a confession?
Oh, God, no. I honestly don't know how the keys got in there, Kate. You have to believe me.
If your keys are in there, you must have left them, I said quietly.
No, I haven't been in the cottage since I repaired the tap earlier in the week, and I've used the keys after that.
You told the police this?
Yes, but...
He dropped his head into his hands.
I could tell they didn't believe me. I wanted to let you know in case they speak to you and it comes out.
He looked up.
I wanted to be the one to tell you. I want you to know.
It sounds like you're covering yourself, I said quietly. My hands were tingling.
No, Kate.
He stood up and moved over to me, grasping my fingers.
If I'd gone in there alone and found the keys myself, I'd still have told you, because it doesn't make sense.
What did the police say about it?
Well, they were surprised, I think. But I told them the same as you. I didn't know how they'd got there.
Frustrated, he blew out air.
It's the truth, I swear.
A quiet fury began to seep into my chest. You know Susie much better than you let on, don't you?
What? No, I don't know her well at all.
The breaks you took together, the cosy little afternoon teas, you damn well do. My outburst was ill-timed, but still, he should have told me this stuff before. He raised his hand in a sign for me to calm down, which only infuriated me more.
I mean, yeah, I see her up at Wadebridge sometimes, and Irene asked her to call some suppliers for me, but I don't know her as such.
His cheeks coloured up slightly. We were going around in circles, but I was in a dilemma. I'd known Michael 17 years now, and he wasn't a liar. He valued the truth, always had, which was why none of it made any sense. Michael, I don't know what to think. All I know is that Susie is missing, her son is distraught, and now the police probably think you have something to do with it.
I swear to God, I don't know where she is, Kate.
He looked at me from panicky eyes.
But one thing I do know, is that it's not good news they can't find her with such a comprehensive search. I mean, where could she be? The awful possibilities silenced me for a moment. Kate, please. We're okay, aren't we? We'll get through this. I felt puzzled about the keys, suspicious and scared about what it might mean. I felt these things all at once, the emotion bearing down on me like a steam press. I said, I'm going up to check on the kids, and walked out. After I'd checked on Tansy, I looked in on Alex in the spare room. He was fast asleep, his straight, fine, dark hair brushed off his smooth forehead, his eyelids fluttering as if he was caught in a dream. I felt a pull inside. He shouldn't have to experience this kind of fear and loss at such a young age. If only he had a father we could contact, but from the little Susie had said on the matter, he was probably the reason they'd left Poland in the first place. And then I felt that same tightening inside again, the sharp clutch of loneliness and fear that came from being young and scared and on your own. That feeling that you weren't safe, and it was only a matter of time before your life blew up. I'd promised myself my own daughter would never feel that way. All I could do was hope the police believed Michael's plea about the keys, even though I was having problems believing him myself. Chapter 14, 11th of November 2019. The next morning, I was woken at 6:30 by Michael's phone pinging with a text. It was Irene to say there was a heavy police presence up at Wadebridge, and could he possibly come in early. I left him getting his work stuff together and went into the bathroom. I had a quick wash at the sink and splashed cold water on my face. I'd shower later, but for now, I didn't want to disturb the kids with the noisy hot water tank. Downstairs, I was surprised to find Tansy and Alex already up and in the living room, sitting together in front of the television, sharing the warmth of a fleecy blanket. Tansy looked up at me. Alex woke up and he'd had a nasty dream about his mummy. Didn't you, Alex? He nodded forlornly. So I brought him down to watch television. That was a good idea, sweetie, I said. I wondered how she'd got so grown up so quickly. How are you feeling, Alex? Have they found my mum yet? He said. Not yet, but we're hoping there might be some news today. I leaned forward and squeezed his shoulder. Now, who'd like some toast and juice? I had to try and keep his spirits up without blindly telling him everything was going to be okay, because I didn't know that. Nobody knew that yet. At 7 o'clock, there was a knock at the door. A quick glance through the spy hole revealed 2 uniformed police officers on the doorstep. I glanced back into the living room to ensure the kids were still distracted by the television, and then opened the door. Sorry to disturb you so early, madam, one of the officers said. We're conducting door-to-door inquiries following the disappearance of a young woman yesterday. Can we ask you— I have her son here, I hissed, checking over my shoulder before turning back to him. I have Susie Barros's son staying here, and I wouldn't want him to overhear any details. Oh, I see, the officer faltered. Everything okay? Michael came downstairs, dressed in his work gear. They want to ask us some questions about Susie, but I'm worried about it upsetting Alex, I told him. A picture filled my mind. The knock on the door all those years ago when I was a kid. The police officer standing there, and me, hiding behind the sofa, terrified what they were about to tell me about where Mum had been for the past week. Me lying about her drinking and her finding the car keys I'd hidden. Feeling responsible for everything bad that happened as a result of that. Come through to the kitchen, Michael said to the officers. We can close the door while we talk. He squeezed my hand. Do you want to check on the kids, Kate, and I'll take the officers through? I nodded, grateful for Michael thinking on his feet. I closed the front door, then went back into the living room. Tansy was munching on her toast, her gaze glued to the TV,
but Alex was pushing his breakfast around his plate, his eyes glazed and unfocused. "I need you two to stay in here for a little while, okay?" I said as casually as I could, but Tansy was sharp as a knife. "Why? Who came to the door, Mummy?" "Police officers," I said. "They need to speak with me and your dad, so stay in here, please." "Is it about my mum?" Alex looked up, his expression landing somewhere between hope and fright. "Have they found her?" "Not yet, Alex, but they're asking lots of questions and finding out lots of important information that we hope will help find her." Wordlessly, he turned back to the television. I blew a kiss to Tansy and closed the door. Then I walked into the kitchen, closing that door behind me too. Chapter 15. The officers were both male, one tall and thin in his late 20s, the other about 10 years older and on the portly side. "I'm PC Turner, and this is PC Jenkins," the tall one said, flashing ID. "Can I get you both some tea?" I asked, thinking Michael probably hadn't thought to offer. Thank you, but no," Turner said briskly, earning himself a scowl from his colleague. "We have a lot of houses to cover." We all sat down at the table, and Jenkins pulled out a notebook and pen. "Now, I'm assuming that if you have Susie Barros's son staying here, you know her well?" Michael looked over at me. "Not really. Her son is in my daughter's class, and Susie has been over here for a coffee. We're not best friends or anything. I've been trying to get to know her a bit better." "Trying?" "She's quite a private person," I said carefully. "I think she finds it difficult to open up to people." "Why do you think that might be?" I hesitated. Should I tell them that she'd hinted that she'd come over to England to escape problems in Poland? This wasn't the time to keep information back. I got the impression Susie was unhappy for various reasons at home in Poland. "Really? What did she say to make you think that?" "She said she was hoping to make a fresh start, leave her problems behind." "What sort of problems?" the other officer asked. "She didn't say." "Susie lives in one of the Wadebridge cottages. She's Irene's home help," Michael said suddenly. "I'm Irene Wadebridge's property and land manager, so I'm up there every day." I noticed a clear gear change from both officers. They sat up a little straighter, shuffled to the edge of their seats as they made the link. "You helped organise the search last night," one of them said. "Your keys were found in Miss Barros's cottage?" "Yes," Michael said carefully. "As I explained to the officers at the time, she must have found them lying around the site and took them in for me." "And how long have you worked for Irene Wadebridge, sir?" 10 years in my current position," Michael said easily, "but I worked with her late husband for 10 years before that." "I see. Can I ask what your duties are?" Jenkins said, scribbling away. "A bit of everything, really. A full range of duties connected to the cottages and land. I take care of the small maintenance jobs, but if there's bigger stuff needs doing, I'll get the necessary quotes and use local companies if I can. I cut the grass, but we have a gardening company for the planting and weeding." Turner said, "So I take it you must also know Susie Barros personally, Mr. Shaw?" Michael glanced at me. "Like I said, she's a tenant in one of the cottages." "Does that involve you having contact with her on a daily basis?" "Not every day, but inevitably there have been occasions when we've spoken." Michael sounded polite, but I detected a slight irritation. "Could you give us some examples of your recent contact with Miss Barros, sir?" Jenkins said, writing something down. "Also, exactly when you last saw her," Turner added, rather curtly. I swallowed. This was starting to sound like proper police questioning. Was this the point where we should ask if Michael needed a lawyer? I was getting the uncomfortable feeling of being the last person to know what had been happening. I clasped my hands together and sat forward. "Nothing to worry about, Mrs. Shaw," Jenkins murmured, noticing my tense manner. "This is all part of the door-to-door, just routine inquiries." Michael gave me a quick nod to show he was okay with it, and I sat back. "Let's see. He looked up at the ceiling while he organised his thoughts. I saw her a couple of times last week, just to wave hello to while I was out and about. An image of Susie in her tight jeans and high boots flitted unhelpfully in and out of my head. I was at her cottage last Monday afternoon to fit a new washer on the kitchen tap. And how long would you say you were in there, sir? Michael pulled down the edges of his mouth. No more than half an hour. It was a straightforward job. And did you have a chat with Miss Barros while you were there? We passed the time of day, he said, a little stilted. She made me a drink. I felt a now familiar stab of discomfort. He'd mentioned the tap, but not the fact he'd spent half an hour with Susie in her cottage that day. On top of that, Michael had clearly decided not to tell the police about their cosy afternoon cuppers and the fact she'd been ringing suppliers, and no doubt relaying that information to him. If I was a cynical sort, I might think he was feeding various people, including me, different stories depending what suited him. And while you were attending the repair, Turner ventured, did Miss Barros say anything that led you to believe she was thinking of taking off anywhere? No, he said quickly. If that were the case, I would have spoken up last night, instead of helping to organise a full-scale search until nearly midnight. Jenkins ignored Michael's swipe. You were on the village green last night with everyone else? Michael nodded. I didn't see her at the Christmas event last night. I was busy with the organisation of it. No mention of leaving early to go up to Wadebridge. I felt my throat tighten. Fine, I've got all that down, thank you, Jenkins said, tapping his notepad. He turned to me. Same question for you, please, Mrs. Shaw. Apart from last night, when was the last time you saw Susie? Alex came over to play after school recently. Susie picked him up, but she didn't stay. She had to shoot off to do something or other, I forget what. I was running the drink stall at the Christmas event last night, and she came by to ask if my daughter would like a play date next week up at the cottage. What time would that have been? I thought for a moment. It was before the lights were turned on at 6. I'd say maybe 15 minutes before that. And you and Mr. Shaw were together all night apart from the search? Well, Michael was round and about doing stuff for the event, and I was running the drink stall, but yes, we were there all the time apart from... My words petered out. Apart from... Jenkins echoed, looking from me to Michael. I'd slipped up. I had to leave just before the lights were turned on, Michael said, as if it were no big deal. Irene Wadebridge rang me to say her downstairs loo was leaking. I see, Turner said, his eyes narrowing. So at the point when Susie Barros's absence was discovered, you'd already left the event, sir? Yes. What time did you arrive at Wadebridge? Michael thought for a moment. About 6:30. It took me slightly longer because I had to call at home for some of my tools. Mrs. Wadebridge will be able to vouch for my movements. I didn't look at him. He'd never mentioned popping home before going up to Wadebridge, and as far as I knew, he kept his tools in the cottage or his van. The officers asked a few more general details about village life, the number of events there'd been in the last month and such like. Thank you both very much for your input. Someone will be in touch if we need to follow up, Turner said to Michael as they left. We stood in the hallway for a minute or two. Christ, that was a bit heavy. Michael blew out air and pinched the bridge of his nose. His face looked damp and hot. You dropped me in it at the end when you mentioned that I'd had to leave. Made it sound like I'd purposely not told them. I said it without thinking, but why didn't you tell them that yourself? It slipped my mind. So much was happening last night. I can't see how you forgot that Irene summoned you about the leaking toilet. You never mentioned you'd hung around talking to Susie on Monday after fixing the tap either, I said, trying and failing to keep the accusation out of my voice. I didn't spend time there as such. I was mending a tap, that was all. He threw up his hands. I must do 6 repairs a week on the cottages, and I wouldn't dream of boring you with those either. I know, but Irene reckons she's sweet on you. Oh, come on, Kate. Irene's got nothing better to do with her time than make up silly stories. Easy to try and discount Irene's opinion, but we both knew it was the fact that Susie was a young, attractive woman that was making me so annoyed. I tried to avoid sounding jealous and petty, but it wasn't easy. It gave me a small insight into how Donna must feel about Paul. With Susie being new to the village and keeping herself to herself, I thought you might have found out something interesting, that's all. I'd told you she seemed nervy about something or someone. It was just a how-you-settling-in type of chat. Nothing deep and meaningful to report, Kate, or I'd have told you. You know that. He draped his forearms over my shoulders. You are a silly goose at times. I felt myself bristle. Michael could defend himself all he liked, but Susie had gone missing last night, leaving our sleepy little village in shock. Anyone else might have thought it a good idea to mention to their wife that they'd spent time at her cottage a few days earlier. I wasn't the only one surprised at the revelation. The police had seemed taken aback too. I didn't know you'd come home before going up to Wadebridge, I said. What tools had you left here? I thought I'd left my blue toolbox in the porch, but I checked and it wasn't there. When I went back to the van, I saw it was in there after all, hidden by a dust sheet. He pulled at his bottom lip. Have you ever thought about joining the police, Kate? You're starting to sound like them. I rolled my eyes. I'm going to keep Tansy and Alex off school today, I said, feeling relieved that there was a simple explanation about the tools. There's no way Alex is going to be able to concentrate on his schoolwork, and it won't do Tansy any harm to keep him company until Susie is found. Michael pursed his lips. Sounds like an executive decision has been made. He gave a wan smile. I'd better get over to Wadebridge. Irene will want a full report on what's happening. It'll kill her that she's missing all the drama because of her sciatica. She's usually the first to arrive at a village event. Michael, we're not talking about the village fete here. A woman is missing, and I get the feeling you should be worried about that more than most. What do you mean by that? I mean, you work where she lives, and the police are already curious about how your keys came to be in her cottage. You didn't even tell them about your afternoon chats and the fact she'd been helping with suppliers. You're right about one thing. This is big drama. Unfortunately, you're right at the centre of it. He looked at me, a strange expression on his face. I thought for a moment he was going to say something, but he shook his head, almost to himself, and turned away. He popped through to say goodbye to Tansy and Alex, then kissed me on the cheek before he left. Have some faith in me, Kate, he said softly. I need you to totally believe in me, because if you don't, why will anyone else? That sounds a bit cryptic, I said, my mouth suddenly dry. What are you trying to say? Nothing. He smoothed a few stray ponytail hairs from my cheek. Just that I need your support while the police are up at Wadebridge sniffing around. It's stressful, that's what I'm saying. The way they try and make more of things. Do you understand? I nodded, but I wasn't sure I did. Not really. Michael left the house smiling, but underneath the surface I could feel a new, unresolved tension sitting between us. The man who came home to give me flowers, and who'd been so attentive lately, seemed a million miles away right now. I really wanted that man back. Chapter 16. Irene. Irene Wadebridge stared out of the front room window at the beech hedge Amos had planted all those years ago to give them some privacy from the cottage tenants. The copper leaves turned and twisted in the wind as if they were trying to work their way loose. The cottages had been built for mill workers in the 19th century and were sturdy but cold, no matter what the season. Several had developed damp problems, and Michael had devised a rolling remedial program he continued to work on. There had been a whirlwind of activity up at Wadebridge all morning. Police and forensic officers had been on site since the early hours, and Irene understood that door-to-door inquiries were being carried out back in the village. She'd had to allow them full access to Susie's home and the surrounding grounds, too. It was like something on the telly. Numerous police officers and other officials had wanted to speak with her. Irene had taken her involvement as the owner of Susie's cottage very seriously indeed. The efficient senior officer, a DI Helena Price, had explained that there was a clear and rigorous procedure that must be worked through, and that Irene was an important part of it. Using her walking frame, which got her around the kitchen slowly but safely, she had made the officers countless cups of tea and coffee, and had lined water and juice up on the worktop for anyone who wanted a cold drink. It wasn't easy with her arthritis, not to mention the painful sciatica that flared up with alarming regularity, both conditions she'd never had while Amos had been alive, but she hadn't minded doing it. It was reassuring to be able to contribute, even in this small way, to the process of finding out exactly what had happened to that poor girl. The village had only recovered in recent years from the disappearance of the schoolgirl Matilda, so she wasn't surprised when Michael told her the villagers were in a quandary to have another unexplained vanishing occur in such a small place. The uniformed officers, who all looked to Irene as if they had just left school, were a friendly bunch. They seemed very grateful for the refreshments and to be allowed the use of a cottage bathroom. Sadly, their efforts had so far drawn a blank, and D.I. Price explained that everyone would decamp back to the station to regroup and strategize, which Irene thought sounded rather impressive. She stared out over the hedge toward the cottages. Amos would be turning in his grave at the thought of something untoward happening in dwellings owned by his family for generations. There were no holidaymakers at this time of year, although she had taken a couple of bookings over the Christmas period. The place felt quiet and empty without all the police activity, and she was already missing the unofficial updates the grateful officers had given her when they came in to get their drinks. Still, Michael was here again now. He'd looked weary, and had explained that Kate had taken young Alex in for the night, which Irene thought admirable.
"She's keeping Tansy and Alex off school today," he'd added. "I know it's hard on the boy, but I would have thought it best to keep things as normal as possible."
When Michael confided in her like this, Irene felt a warm glow spread through her chest.
"I mean, we don't know where Susie is."
He looked out of the window at the fields beyond.
"Who knows how long it might take to locate her?"
There were a few moments of silence, until Irene, who hadn't got any children, said, "In my experience, once you start keeping little ones at home, it's very difficult to convince them to go back to school." Michael gave a grunt of agreement. His phone rang, and he moved outside to take the call. Irene stood up. Predictably, her bones protested. She supported herself by holding onto the windowsill, from where she had a clear view of the end cottage that Susie rented. She had started as just another home help from the agency Irene had used for years, but had swiftly proved she was the best one. She'd jumped at the opportunity of a full-time position when Irene offered her a direct job, and had resigned from the agency, telling them she was moving out of the area. When Susie told Irene about the cramped B&B they were living in, she'd offered her the cottage. Susie had signed a 12-month contract and moved in 5 months ago. Irene had already got used to having her and Alex around. For a young woman, Susie was surprisingly insular. For the first couple of weeks of her tenancy, Irene had seen little of her or the boy when she was off duty. Then she'd invited them over for a cup of tea and a piece of cake, and that had been the start of the two of them popping over to the house more regularly. When Susie had an appointment in town one weekend, Irene played board games with Alex for a couple of hours, and it had gone on from there. Susie would pop into town to the supermarket to do her shopping and take a list of a few things Irene needed herself, and if it happened to be the school holidays or out of school hours, Irene would watch Alex. It soon became clear to Irene when she saw the cheap white bread and endless tins of beans nestled amongst her own organic chicken, prawns and branded goods, that the young woman had scarce funds. But she was a proud girl, and she'd already told Irene that her mother had raised her to be frugal and hard-working, and Irene had admired her staunch spirit. Susie seemed interested in Wadebridge and how things ran here. Irene enjoyed taking her through the mechanics of the place and the history of those who had worked there. She always got the impression that lots of the villagers assumed she didn't have an overview because she wasn't a hands-on owner, but they were mistaken. She'd wager there wasn't a thing happened up here that she wasn't aware of. She even dealt with the online bookings in the summer months. She might have just turned 75, but she still had her wits about her, even if her body was letting her down. 3 weeks ago, she had asked Susie if she had the time to help her sort out her overstuffed wardrobes and the half-dozen old suitcases packed with clothes that were taking up space. Kate was always badgering her to do so, but she wanted to feel in charge of her own possessions. Kate would have loved her old clothes bundled in black bin bags and be heading to the dustbin with them before Irene had a chance to consider each garment carefully. "Of course," Susie had said without a second thought. "It is my pleasure to help you." Irene had asked Michael to bring down the dusty old suitcases from the attic, and Susie had made a start while Alex was happy in front of the TV with the Marvel colouring book, crayons, and snacks Irene had provided. Upstairs, Susie had oohed and ahed when she'd set eyes on Irene's old Bieber pieces. Some garments hadn't seen the light of day for 50 years, when Irene had been in her early 20s and had been quite the girl around town. Susie's eyes were popping. "This clothing is classed as vintage now, Irene. Did you know you can sell them for good money on eBay?" Irene had laughed. "Goodness, I knew I was getting on a bit, but vintage? That makes me sound really past it." Susie had been mortified, her hand flying up to her mouth. "Oh, I didn't mean to upset you, Irene. I'm so sorry. Vintage is a fashion term, you see, and I know. I was just joking, dear girl," Irene reassured her, realising that her cheeky sense of humour had somehow got lost in translation. Susie's pretty features relaxed then, and Irene had insisted she pick a couple of pieces for herself. She tried on a skimpy gold knitted top with her jeans and a pair of chunky platform shoes that Amos had branded clodhoppers and that Irene could only remember wearing once. Michael had popped in looking for his keys, and oh, Irene had watched his face when Susie walked in all dressed up like that. It had given the term eyes on stalks a whole new meaning. Still, in Susie and Michael, Irene knew she'd struck gold. Michael kept the cottages maintained and organised the landscaping of the gardens and surrounding fields. He'd come over late on Christmas Eve last year when the boiler had gone out, and he was familiar with all the stringent health and safety and legal requirements. He was crucial to the management of the place, and although Irene would never tell him as much, he probably did the work of 3 or 4 people. It was an arrangement that worked well, seeming to suit Michael as much as herself, and she made up her mind that she'd protect it at all costs. Chapter 17. Spring 2012. Jakub. When the plane landed at Stansted Airport, Jakub walked down the aircraft steps, zipping up his fleece against the biting wind. If this was a taste of England's spring, he had better adjust his expectations. Jakub prided himself on his internet research skills. He had joined an online forum where he'd found a plethora of advice from Polish nationals who had successfully made new lives for themselves in England. Using this excellent resource, he'd already established a couple of useful contacts, one of them a man who came from the next town to Zalipie. He'd told Jakub there were established Polish communities in the East Midlands area and had given him a couple of places that were large employers of casual labour. Jakub had heard the rumours of Polish girls at these places, many of them friendly and looking to make a connection with a boy from the motherland. He could usually spot a Polish girl before she opened her mouth. There had been a few on the plane. The way they looked, their style, that unspoken way they seemed to recognise his nationality too. He'd tried to ignore the twist of fury that shot through him at the flirtatious glances, the fact that they were here and wanted him, but Anna was back home in the arms of another man. He had nowhere to put the anger, so he swallowed it down. He had pre-booked a National Express coach ticket from Stansted to Nottingham, with one change at Leicester. After a never-ending wait in passport control, he boarded the coach and braced himself for the 4.5-hour journey. To Jakob, this journey represented the start of him making his fortune and winning back Anna. Something had happened inside him, like a switch flipping since Anna had left him for Oscar. It had loosened him up. Nothing much mattered anymore, and it had made him feel a little dangerous. Women seemed to pick up on that. There had been a couple of girls since Anna. None of them had come anywhere close to her, of course. Jakob had found a new attraction to more unavailable girls, the ones who weren't looking for a man, or who actively discouraged his interest. It was a little screwed up, he knew, but he didn't care. He didn't care about anything but getting Anna back. He dreamed about her day and night, and she took up every minute of each waking hour. He was a man obsessed, and there was nothing he could do about it. The Hollies bed and breakfast accommodation he'd booked online for the first week was located in a market town called Sutton-in-Ashfield, which was conveniently located about 12 miles north of the city of Nottingham. The place was basic but clean. He shared a large room with another Polish national, an older man called Ludwig, who had no family and who lived in the north of the country. Jakob showed him the 2 factories that had been recommended online, and Ludwig had screwed up his face.
These are okay if you want to breathe in stale air while you work 16-hour days, he said scathingly. No windows, few breaks. You might as well be in prison, yes?
Jakob grimaced. This wasn't the picture he'd painted in his head of his new life in England.
I heard they have strict laws here about the number of hours one can work.
Ludwig laughed.
On paper, for the benefit of the health and safety inspectors, of course. In reality, it is a different story, my friend. Unofficially, they will offer you twice the working hours, with the extra paid at a much lower hourly rate, but in cash. Nobody likes this, but everyone does it for the money.
If there is no choice in the matter, then that is what I must accept to make a start.
If you want my advice, find a small farm that is hiring. Also long hours and hard work, but anyone who likes fresh air and a sense of freedom would just wither away and die in one of those god-awful factories.
Ludwig chewed the inside of his cheek.
I am hoping for a good opportunity myself soon. I can feel my luck changing, and soon I will leave this house and get my own place. You should do the same.
Ignoring the advice he'd been given, the next day, Jakob went to the first prospective employer on his list, a packaging factory that had numerous mentions on the forums as a place that always needed cheap, casual labour. When he got off the bus, he had to walk for miles to the sprawling concrete building in the middle of nowhere. His thin t-shirt and frayed denim jacket offered little protection against the biting wind, and his worn leather shoes finally gave up the ghost when the heel came detached from the upper, letting in damp and grit and flopping about as he walked. He followed the signs to reception and registered his details before sitting in one of the screwed-down plastic seats, his sock sopping and uncomfortable. There were 3 other young Polish men in the waiting room, but they didn't acknowledge each other. They sat in silence for 20 minutes until a disinterested middle-aged man called them through together and gave them a short tour around the shop floor. Jakob stood aghast for a moment when they first entered the factory. The noise of machinery assailed his ears, making it difficult for him to think straight. So many bodies busy working, lifting boxes, loading assembly lines, no time for chatting or even noticing that anyone had entered their working area. He could not see the other side of the room, so vast was the space. His eyes gravitated to the walls. No windows, just like Ludwig had predicted. He breathed in the warm, electrically charged air and made his excuses. Working from dawn to dusk in a place like this would kill him. Kill the hope he had inside of making his fortune and winning back Anna. That hope was all he had in life, and he knew instinctively that he had to keep it alive at all costs. Otherwise, he might as well be dead. He would go back to the B&B and research the area, and tomorrow he would take his chances with finding work as a labourer on a farm, as his knowledgeable roommate had suggested. Chapter 18, 11th of November, 2019. Nottinghamshire Police. The Devonshire B&B was a tired-looking three-storey semi on a run-down street near the centre of town. Helena noted a peeling sign in the front window announcing vacancies, and another next to it that boasted shared rooms available.
A shared room in a B&B?
Brewster grimaced.
Wouldn't fancy that.
I suppose some folks don't get a choice, Helena remarked. Brewster tried the front door, but it was locked.
Sign of the times,
he murmured. He rang the bell. A large man in his early 30s with greasy brown hair came to the door. He wore a Star Wars t-shirt and baggy jeans that tucked under a protruding belly. His mouth was full of something that caused escaping crumbs to tumble onto his chin. He didn't speak, but continued chewing, and raised his eyebrows at them instead. Brewster flashed his ID.
D.I. Price and D.S. Brewster, Nottinghamshire Police, he said briskly. We'd like to speak to the owner of the establishment, please.
The man continued to chew. Eventually, he swallowed, wiped his mouth with the back of a large, pale hand, and said,
That'll be my sister, Pat, but she's out shopping.
How long's she likely to be? Brewster asked.
Who knows? I reckon it'll be too long for you to sit and wait.
Perhaps you could call her, ask her to return, he suggested.
Nah, she ain't got a phone, has she? Reckons they rot your brain.
The man laughed, displaying teeth that were badly in need of dental attention.
Right, well, we'll step inside just briefly if that's all right, Mr. Carter. Dean Carter.
If we can come in, Mr. Carter, perhaps you could help us in your sister's absence. Carter blinked and led them through an entrance hall that smelled faintly of damp and featured a brown and orange patterned carpet with peach Artex walls. It was a 3-storey property, thanks to an attic extension, and the stairs led up directly from the lobby. He showed them into a large room on the left that seemed to serve as a communal lounge. There was a television on which a video game had been paused, a clutch of mismatched armchairs, and, at the far end, a small bar with optics and a couple of stools. It reminded Helena of the B&B in Blackpool she'd go to with her parents as a kid to see the illuminations in the winter months. That place had held an air of excitement and possibility, she remembered. This house seemed shrouded in faint melancholy. How many rooms do you have here? She asked.
6, all doubles and shared but one,
Carter said, stuffing his hands into his pockets.
We've got one spare, but it'll be snapped up before long. I thought that might be an inquiry when you rang the bell.
Brewster took out his phone.
Do you know this man, Mr. Carter?
Carter squinted at the photograph on the screen.
Oh, yeah, that's...
He clicked his fingers repeatedly.
What's his name? Jacob, that's it. Your lot came round here ages ago asking after him.
We're looking at the case again, Helena said. What can you tell us about Jakub Jasinski?
I know he left without settling his bill, Carter said shortly. My sister was fuming about that, I can tell you. But I don't have much to do with the guests. Didn't bother me.
Any small detail you might remember could help, Helena said.
All I know is that he shared a room.
He looked up at the ceiling.
His roommate's still here, Pavel. He might be able to help you.
Brewster perked up.
Is he up there now?
Carter looked longingly at the TV.
I'm not sure. We don't keep tabs on him.
He tilted his chin and frowned.
He's 2nd floor, first door on your left, room 2A. Go on up if you like.
They climbed the stairs, passing a small window on the right, the sill crammed full of chipped Royal Doulton ornaments, ladies in their finery.
The higher we go, the more it smells like cooked cabbage, Brewster complained, earning himself a poke in the back from Helena. Brewster rapped on the door of room 2A. Helena heard a shuffling sound from within and thought the walls must be paper thin. When the door opened, a dishevelled man of around 60, thin and pale with an unshaven face, said simply, "Yes?" Brewster went through the introductions again, and Pavel invited them inside without hesitation. Helena braced herself, but the place was spotless. Worn and tired, certainly, but the window was open and the surfaces were uncluttered. The room was larger than she'd expected, but she still struggled to imagine living here, day in, day out. Brewster explained that they were looking for information about Jakub Jasinski, and Pavel smiled sadly. "He was a nice boy, and I missed him when he went. We shared this room." He pointed to a large, old-fashioned oak wardrobe against the far wall. "His bed used to be there, but when he left, Pat let me have the room to myself. This is the only room for a single person in the house," he said proudly. "But I hope to move on soon myself. I am hoping for the right opportunity." He paused, looking thoughtful. "Meanwhile, the time passes so quickly." Helena said, "Pavel, I know you've spoken to the police before, but we wondered if you could—" "Me? No. Cops have not spoken to me before. Only Pat and that layabout brother of hers." Helena looked at Brewster, who shook his head in disbelief. A man went missing, and officers didn't even speak to his roommate. It bordered on negligence. "So, it's a while ago now, I know, but could you tell us anything you remember about Jakub? Anything he said to you that might give us a clue about what happened? Why he suddenly left without a word?" Pavel walked over to the window and stood with his back to it, gripping onto the windowsill either side. "He had so many dreams and plans, like lots of young Polish men who come over here. Sadly, most of them find out very quickly that this is not quite the land of milk and honey they had hoped, no matter how hard one works." Helena nodded. "And what were Jakub's plans?" "The usual," Pavel sighed. "To work hard, make his fortune. But he did not come from a place of greed. He wanted to regain his self-respect after a romantic disappointment back home. He dreamed of going back as a wealthy man to show her what she had missed." "I see," Helena said. "Jakub's mother said that in the last communication she had with him, he told her he was happy in his work and he'd been stable there for a couple of years. Unfortunately, she didn't make a note of his workplace, as there'd been so many over time. Do you know where it was?" "Sorry, he never mentioned the name of the place." "And where did Jakub say he was going when he left?" "He didn't. I had to return home for a week or two as my sister fell ill. When I came back, Jakub had already left." "Before you went home, did you notice anything different about him? His manner, his routine, anything that might indicate he had problems?" Pavel shrugged. "He wasn't around that much, so hard to know his normal self, but he did ask me not to mention his name if anyone came looking here." "Who did he mean?" "I wasn't sure at the time. He just said I was to pretend I did not know him. He asked Pat to do the same thing, and she agreed. She said she was used to doing that." Pavel frowned. "One day, a big guy came by." Pavel indicated a foot above his own head with a flat hand. "He said he was looking for his friend, Jakub Jasinski. Pat wasn't in, so it was left to me to speak to the man. I didn't like the look of him. Sly eyes. I told him I'd never heard of Jakub." "Did you by any chance get this guy's name?" Brewster asked hopefully. "Sorry." Pavel shrugged. "I wanted to get rid of him, not strike up a conversation." Brewster said, "Did you inform Jakub that someone was looking for him?" "Yes. I described him and, I don't know, something about his face losing color. I think he knew who this person was. But he gathered himself and said he did not recognize him." "So, when you came back from your trip home, where did you assume Jakub had gone? Helena asked. I thought maybe he had gone back to Poland. Maybe it was his family he didn't want to find him. Or maybe he went back there between then and now. Who knows? Helena said, Jakub seemed close to his family. I called Mrs. Jasinski before we began to investigate the case again to check Jakub hadn't turned up back in Poland, but she said not. Pavel nodded. People come and go, moving place to place, trying to find the happy life they came here for. He looked down at the floor, his face sagging. Brewster handed him a card. If anything else occurs to you, no matter how small, please do get in touch. We'd be very grateful. They thanked him and moved towards the door. Outside, Brewster took a call from the station. Righto, he said. Sounds interesting. Cheers, bud. Leave it on my desk. He looked at Helena. Information called in by a member of the public, boss, he said. Fancy a McDonald's before we head back. Chapter 19. Kate. The school's head teacher, Colette Greer, called me mid-morning. I've been talking to social services, and we think, under the circumstances, it might be best for Alex to come into school. Oh, yes, of course. I thought it might be a bit much for him, worrying about his mum. As a teaching assistant, I probably should have known better and checked with the school before making a decision. I kept Tansy off to keep him company and... Sorry, I'll bring them both in. No need to apologise. I know everything was up in the air last night, Colette said, but as you know, it can be better to distract children rather than give them too much time to dwell on distressing matters. She hesitated. As I understand it, there's still no sign of Ms. Barros. Not yet, I said. It doesn't seem the police have very much to go on, except for Michael's keys being in her cottage when they shouldn't have been. I think social services will be in touch shortly regarding arrangements for Alex, she said. It must be stressful for you trying to cope with his emotional state. I don't mind really, but thanks for calling. I'll bring the children in after lunch. In the living room, the news was not received well. But you said we could stay home and play here, Tansy said crossly when I told her to get ready. Alex wants to wait here until his mummy comes back, don't you, Alex? Yes, he agreed. Tansy, enough, I said sternly. I looked at Alex. If your mummy is found while you're at school, you'll be brought straight home to see her, okay? He nodded. I took them into school in time for the afternoon registration, and Miss Monsell called me at afternoon break. Tansy and Alex are fine, she said. I just wanted to put your mind at ease, as I thought you'd be worrying. That's good of you, thank you, I said, breathing out again. I've been thinking about Alex since I dropped him off. He seems to be coping quite well, she said. Tansy, on the other hand, is, well, she seems to be in protection mode, and she's managing to fall out with everyone who so much as looks Alex's way. Oh no, she's just worried about him, I think. She's a good friend. Of course. Miss Monsell hesitated. Sadly, Tansy and Ellie seem to be at loggerheads. Nothing serious, just some unkind words, a bit of backbiting. I thought you could talk about it when she gets home. I clenched my teeth. Ellie could be such a spoilt little brat, jealous if Tansy didn't give her all her attention. Thanks, I will, I said. I'll also have a word with Donna and ask her to rein Ellie in a bit. It was time Donna admitted that her little angel could also be a dominating diva at times. Oh, no, sorry. I didn't make it clear. Ellie has been in tears because Tansy has been unkind. She's told Ellie not to go near Alex or she'll hit her. The anger drained from me in seconds, and I gripped the phone hard as I heard myself make appropriate shocked noises. When the call had ended, I just stood for a moment, thinking it through. Tansy wasn't a bully, and she didn't usually go around threatening people, especially her best friend. She must be feeling stressed and responsible for Alex in some way.
Had I somehow subconsciously placed that burden on her young shoulders? Chapter 20. Nottinghamshire Police. Helena shrugged her jacket off and draped it over the back of her desk chair and yawned. It was all systems go now the Barros woman's disappearance had landed on their plate. She'd woken in the early hours and ran through the little they knew so far until it was time to get up at 6. "So, Brewster, what's the latest on the Barros case?" Her colleague ran a hand through his thinning red hair. Helena spotted a mustard stain from his impromptu McDonald's on his shirt. She chose to ignore it. She'd never seen him leave the station without something or other smeared on some part of him.
Not much. The problem is, boss, we know nothing about her. No Facebook, Instagram, or anything else along those lines.
"It's not escaped my notice that she's a Polish national like Jakub Jasinski," Helena murmured, glancing at a printout one of her team had left on her desk. "But there's a thriving Polish community in Nottinghamshire, so that might not mean anything in itself."
"It's as if she just landed here from Mars," Brewster added. "This is someone who didn't just want a fresh start like Jakub did. She's gone to great lengths to excise anything that went before."
"We've got immigration tracing her address in Poland, but until that comes in, we've nothing at all."
Brewster shook his head regretfully. "Absolutely nada. The only person who knows anything at all about her is the boy, her son, Alex."
Helena referred to her notes. "And he's staying with friends?"
"Yes, he's staying at the Shaw's house. Shaw's wife, Kate, is fully police-checked and is apparently well respected in the village, and their daughter is in Alex's class at school."
Helena tapped her pen on the desk. "Alex is the obvious place to start. I'll contact Kate Shaw and tell her we want to speak to the boy."
"Okay."
Brewster dragged out the word, sounding unconvinced.
"He's only 6 years old, so we'll have to tread carefully."
"I'm aware of that, Brewster. We'll ask Kate Shaw to stay with him as his responsible adult so he feels supported. It might be worthwhile speaking to the school also."
"Perfect. I can book a room at the station and get him in here."
Helena sucked in air. No, that won't do at all. We'll need to speak to him in a place he's familiar with and feels relaxed. Maybe at the family home where he's staying?"
"Right, of course. I'll see what I can do."
Helena busied herself with paperwork. Brewster left the office, and after a few minutes, he reappeared with 2 coffees. He placed one on her desk, then pulled a pack of mini cheddars out of his pocket.
"Any luck?"
He tore open the packet and offered it to her. "No thanks, Brewster." She watched as his chunky fingers delved greedily into the pack. She picked up her phone and waved it at him. "I've just got to get Kate Shaw on board with it. You can take those back to your desk." But before she could press the call button, Brewster was back, his eyes wide. He waved a piece of paper at her.
"This is the info called in earlier, boss. Anonymous caller on an unregistered phone."
He held up the message written by the desk clerk. "If you're interested in finding Jakub Jasinski, ask Michael Shaw at Wadebridge, Linwick." Helena put down the phone and took the paper. "This is Kate Shaw's husband, right? Lives in the house where young Alex Barros is sheltering?"
Brewster nodded. "He's the property and land manager up at Wadebridge. Uniforms spoke to Shaw as part of the door-to-door, and he answered all their questions. But they felt his wife was surprised to hear about contact he'd had with Susie, visits to her cottage that he hadn't mentioned to her, plus his keys found in there."
"I fear your mini cheddars are going to have to wait, Brewster. The press will slaughter us if they discover we left Susie Barros's son in the care of a man who we'd had a tip-off about." She stood up and slipped on her jacket. "Detective Superintendent Gray needs to know about this right away."
Chapter 21. Irene.
When Amos had first died, over 10 years ago now, the villagers had rallied around, bringing Irene home-cooked food and staying for a cuppa and a chat. But people had their own busy lives, and their interest soon waned. She'd hired part-time carers from agencies to help, but they weren't invested in the job, and most of them had poor English and couldn't provide the daily companionship she craved. It was just a means to an end for most of them, and they skimped on their duties and couldn't wait to get away at the end of each shift. Meanwhile, Michael stepped up without being asked. The general maintenance jobs on the cottages were kept on top of, and there were no complaints from the regular tenants back then, and the glowing reviews of holidaymakers continued. But Michael was working the same part-time hours as he had when Amos had been alive. One night, lying awake in bed because of pains in her legs, Irene realised that she hadn't seen a soul all day long. She thought about some of the decisions she'd made over the years, the way she'd neglected making friends because Amos was her world and she was his. Having each other had been enough for both of them. But now, the years had just evaporated, leaving her alone with no children and riddled with ill health. But her mind was intact, and that was the main thing. Nothing got past her. Nothing ever had. Amos had been old school, like his father before him. He'd never been a financial risk-taker and had shied away from the stock market. Instead, he'd salted away large sums in a standard investment account, the sort where you had to give a minimum of 3 months' notice to withdraw or lose a disproportionate amount of interest. Yet Irene couldn't deny that his obsession with saving money had paid dividends, and his nest egg for a rainy day had been growing impressively. In that light bulb moment, she had realised that far from having nothing, she possessed what most other people craved: money. She had copious funds and nothing to spend it on. That was how it had started, the transformation from a life lived entirely alone to Irene Wadebridge's embrace by the great and good of Linwick. She made regular generous donations to the parish council, including sponsorship of the village's floral planting and various events like the Christmas lights turn-on. Her generosity brought many invitations to sit in on the parish council committee meetings, to join a new book club run by the village ladies group, to sponsor a reading award at the local school and present attendance prizes at the end of term. Someone would visit the house most days of the week regarding village matters. Others would just drop by to see how she was doing. They would partake of a cup of tea and a slice of cake, and it was only when they made a move to leave that they might remember some good cause they needed her help with. When her health had taken a downturn and she became less active on the village scene, Irene tried not to think about the reasons why her visitors quickly dropped off. In her quiet moments, it seemed fairly clear that people had made the effort not because they liked her, but because they liked her money. She'd known Michael Shaw since he was a small boy. Amos and Michael's father, Gus, had been close business associates, and Irene knew Michael to be a hard worker because of his years as Amos's assistant at Wadebridge. So she'd offered him a position as property and land manager for a generous remuneration package that rivaled even Nottingham City's rates. Of course, Michael had snapped her hand off. Irene smiled to herself as she recalled his gratitude. It had been a good decision. Michael was the son she'd never had. He was always up here, even outside working hours. He was her first port of call if she needed help in any way, and she'd never known him to complain. When Michael got married, just a few years before Amos died, Irene had gotten friendly with Kate right away. When Tansy came along, and in the absence of any grandparents, Irene relished her time spent reading to her and doing arts and crafts. At key times of the year, Easter, summer and Christmas, Irene would put something extra in Michael's pay packet. "Think of it as a small bonus," she told him if he protested. She went to the Shaws on Christmas Day and Easter Sunday. She received invitations to Tansy's school play, her ballet and tap show. If she needed Michael or Kate, they would come at the drop of a hat, no questions asked. Irene stretched and shifted in her chair. Her perennially aching joints had kept her awake longer than usual last night. With the new anti-inflammatories Dr. Kendall had prescribed last week, she now took a total of 6 tablets twice a day. The medication took a surprising amount of time to organise, and she felt grateful that Kate took care of it. She pushed the walking frame away from the armchair and let her head sink back into the cushion. "Where have you gone, Susie?" she whispered into the silence. Michael had told her that Kate was taking care of Alex, but it wasn't the same as being at home, in the place you were used to, and the boy had already experienced so much upheaval in his life. Irene decided she'd speak to Kate and ask her to bring him up here to visit so she could comfort him. He loved playing Monopoly, a version of which he'd enjoyed back in Poland, and Irene had started to show him some simple card games, like Snap, which she enjoyed as much as he did. Irene was desperately worried about Susie, but she couldn't tell the police what she knew about Michael. Besides, she couldn't be certain that it was even connected with Susie's disappearance. What a mess it all was. When she read some of the traditional fairy tales to Tansy, she sometimes tacked on a nicer ending so her little charge didn't become upset. The story itself remained the same, with just a little tweak at the end. That was what she had to do now if the police questioned her again. The only thing that made any sense at all was for her to forget that she'd ever seen anything in the first place, and skip that bit of the story. Chapter 22. Kate. Donna's tea room was called the larder, and was situated in what used to be the old post office in the centre of the village. She'd opened it 6 years ago, when the postmaster and his wife had retired and moved away. "It's always been my dream to run a vintage tea shop, and this is my chance," she'd told me excitedly when post office counters announced they were closing the branch permanently, despite fervent protests and a widely circulated petition. With Paul's full support, she'd snapped up the Grade 2 listed premises when it became available for rent. She employed a small team of part-time staff, a couple of students and a handful of local people. Between them, the cafe's opening hours of 8 until 5 each weekday were covered, with the students working the weekends. I'd been known to step in and help her out if she had staff off sick, if I could fit it in with my own work. Donna was a woman of contradictions. She was confident and forthright in village matters, but could transform into a jumpy, nervous woman whenever she thought Ellie was in danger, which was really most of the time. She clung to Paul as if she couldn't survive without him. I understood she felt insecure because of her past, but it stuck in my craw that Paul exploited that weakness when it came to his infidelities. I'd tried so many times to talk to Donna about it, but she'd always pushed me away. I walked into the larder and, as always, took pleasure in looking around at the pretty, traditional tea room. It highlighted another of Donna's contradictions. She was quite a practical woman when it came to her largely monochrome wardrobe and her love of Nordic-style interiors, and these preferences were reflected in the look of her home. So when she'd initially shown me a board of fabrics and colours she was considering for the tea room, ice cream colours and delicate florals, I'd been pleasantly surprised. A whole bunch of us, friends and family, had got stuck in at the weekends and transformed the dusty, dated post office space into this Laura Ashley-esque oasis on a budget. It hadn't been a chore at all. We'd had drinks and snacks and music and generally had a great time. Small white wooden tables and matching chairs were draped in white tablecloths, and all bore tiny pink blossom vases with fresh flowers in. The main wall was of exposed brick, softened with tiny white fairy lights. A local joiner had knocked together some rustic shelving from reclaimed wood from the post office counter and storeroom. These were now stacked high with a collection of quirkily mismatched bone china cups, saucers and side plates that Donna had sourced mainly online. Along the other wall was a counter displaying delicious homemade cakes from a local bakery under huge glass domes. Next to that, a couple of vintage Welsh dressers with stocks of sugared almonds, artisan biscuits, and speciality teas for customers to purchase. the shelves artfully trimmed with pink and lemon flag bunting. Donna had managed to rescue the original wooden floor by back-breaking hours spent sanding and varnishing it. The overall result was a delightful space to enjoy a brew and relax. Needless to say, it had proven extremely popular with villagers and visitors alike. After the call from Miss Monsell, I'd texted Donna and told her I was on my way over. I didn't say why. She appeared from the back. "Sit down, Kate, and I'll bring us some tea. I'm just getting straight after the lunchtime rush." I sat at a table near the window. Donna brought over a plate of lemon-curd shortbread that I resisted for all of 30 seconds. I'd just taken a bite when I felt my phone vibrate in my pocket. I snatched it out and answered the call with a full mouth. "Hello? Mrs. Shaw, my name is D.I. Helena Price, Nottinghamshire Police. Are you okay to talk for a moment or two?" My armpits instantly felt damp. I glanced at the counter, where Donna had begun preparing our drinks. Hastily, I swallowed down the shortbread. "That's fine, yes." I kept my voice upbeat. "How can I help?" Donna glanced across as she poured our tea from a big silver pot. She'd sensed my slightly formal tone. "I understand you have Alex Barros staying with you currently while his mother's missing?" "That's right." Michael's concerns whirled in my head. He'd want me to use this opportunity to enquire what they intended to do if Susie wasn't found soon. But I said nothing. "How is he bearing up?" "Not great, as you can imagine. But he's getting there," I said. "He's gone to school today." Donna frowned as she tried to make sense of my words. "That's good. We'd like to speak to Alex as soon as possible. Obviously, social services will have to get involved again if his mother isn't found. But for now, after school tomorrow would be perfect if you could accommodate us, and Yes, tomorrow's fine." I felt a bit put on the spot. "Great, let's say 4 p.m. then." She took a breath, but didn't pause long enough for me to answer. "Are you happy for us to come to the house, and for yourself to remain in the interview as Alex's appropriate adult? If not, I could ask his head teacher, see if someone from school wanted to attend." I hesitated. "Well, Alex needs to be as comfortable as possible, you see. It could make all the difference." It made sense. "Yes, okay then, I'll do it." We said our goodbyes, and I sat staring at my phone. I knew Michael wouldn't like the police at the house again, but what could I do? Donna came over with the tea. "Everything okay? I couldn't help overhearing your conversation, and you sounded a bit stressed." "Everything's fine," I said, reaching for the pretty Royal Albert cup and saucer in front of me. "Nice to catch a bit of peace with you in here." "I can see everything isn't fine." She began to chew a fingernail. "Look, Kate, if you know something, you need to tell me. I don't want Ellie in any danger if there's a maniac loose out there." "Donna, calm down. That was just the police saying they want to interview Alex." She stared at me for a moment. Then, seemingly satisfied that I was telling the truth, she picked up her own cup. "This is my worst nightmare. Brings everything back. Matilda vanishing into thin air, everyone coming up with theories, everyone suddenly Hercule Poirot. It must be awful for you." I reached over and touched her arm. "What's the general consensus about what happened to Susie?" Donna blew on her tea before taking a sip. "I've heard various scenarios, but the current favourite seems to be that Susie just got tired of village life and the fact that she didn't really fit in and simply took off." "That's ridiculous," I said, biting into a biscuit and catching crumbs in my hand. "Alex is Susie's world. She'd never just leave him behind like that." Donna shrugged, pulling down the corners of her mouth. "Like I say, it's just what people are surmising. Paul reckons she looks the sort to just take off. He was scathing about her, actually. Said, 'What can you expect of a woman who dresses like a tart, even for the school run?'" Her cheeks bloomed with approval of his misplaced criticism. "Oh, I think that's a bit harsh, Donna." Injustice burned in my throat at Paul making such disparaging remarks when he'd been following Susie around like a panting dog. I could see her chest rising and falling as her breathing became heavier. Harsh may be, but that doesn't mean it's not true. I know it's early days, but after a massive search in her door-to-door, nothing's turned up yet, has it? She seems to have just done a moonlight flit. I'm not sure how. She didn't drive, and Michael said the police had mentioned checking with a local taxi firm, who said no cab had been ordered. Bus? She bit her lip. I think someone would have seen her waiting at the bus stop, don't you? She looked at me over her cup, dissatisfied with my lack of agreement. Well, what do you and Michael think? We just don't know. I sighed. Michael is, I don't know, he seems a bit low at the moment. I think he feels like the police are suspicious of him because he works up at the cottages. Donna's eyes widened. She placed her cup back on the saucer. Why? What have they said? It was just the routine door-to-door visit. They were quite probing and he was unnerved, I think. They've accused him of knowing more than he's letting on. She was instantly interested, and who could blame her? We'd been friends a long time, and I trusted her not to gossip, but I still found it difficult to discuss our personal business. It felt disloyal to Michael somehow. But Donna was like a dog with a bone. She'd studied my face and had seen something. Look, don't say anything to anyone, but the police searched Susie's cottage and found Michael's work keys in there. What? Her eyes widened. Had he been in there? No, nothing like that. He swears he doesn't know why they were there, and that's what he told them. She picked up her cup again. Even so, the police must view it as suspicious. When the officers came for the door-to-door, it was the way they questioned him, more than what they asked, I said. The fact that he works for Irene Wadebridge seems to be a dead weight around his neck. Since then, he says they've been hanging around the cottages. He's been told to expect a more thorough search of the surrounding land soon, and he reckons they'll want to speak to him again. That's awful. It's bringing it all back, that horrible feeling of being both desperate for and dreading information at the same time. Donna pressed her fingers to her chin. Do they think... do they suspect there might be something gruesome to find up at Wadebridge? Who knows? I gave an involuntary shiver, but I feel really bad for Michael. He's completely innocent, but feels guilty by association, you know? I suppose it's natural for the police to be asking questions, though, isn't it? Especially when they found his keys in her cottage. Young, attractive woman, older married man. I stared at her. I felt shocked and affronted. I can't believe you said that. And I'll thank you not to repeat it, Donna. That's how nasty rumours start in a small place like this. She sniffed and sipped her tea. Sorry if I've upset you. I'm just saying what people around here will think. I can't sleep for all this trouble. I don't want to let Ellie out of my sight. Well, that's precisely why we should be careful what we say. I'm probably to blame for Michael feeling like he does too, with taking Alex in. Alex isn't your responsibility, Kate. I know that. I offered him a safe place with people he knows, rather than some faceless social services placement. It's a massive commitment, though, you must admit it. Yes, but I'd do the same for any child. I'd take Ellie in without hesitation if you went missing. And I'd take Tansy in, Donna shot back. But our girls are best friends. We're best friends. You hardly know Susie and Alex. And yet, Paul offered to have him at your house. Well, Paul says he didn't offer. Not in as many words. He just showed concern for where the boy was going to be taken. The lady from social services had told me herself that he'd offered, but seeing as Donna didn't approve, it sounded like he'd done his usual number and denied everything. Well, anyway, it might not be for much longer. The police are coming over tomorrow to speak to Alex, and then if Susie is still missing, social services might have to get involved again. I traced around the rim of my teacup with a fingertip. I admit I've probably bitten off more than I can chew, but I thought it was the right thing to do at the time. Michael thinks the same as you, that we should stay out of it. You've got a good heart, Kate, but when are you going to realise you can't save everyone single-handedly? I flinched. Have the police interviewed you and Paul? Our door-to-door was very quick. No awkward questions from the police, she said a little smugly. Did Paul tell them he'd spoken to Susie? The words were out of my mouth before I could stop them. What do you mean? It was too late to back out now, and besides, this could be important. When I took drinks over to Michael and Paul by the tree last night, Paul bolted off to talk to Susie as she walked by. I don't believe that. I was there, Donna. I saw him. Well, he must have had something to ask her, or perhaps she'd left something behind near the tree, or... Why do you let him treat you like this? Her mouth dropped open, and she stared at me. What are you talking about? I'd crossed a line, and I knew it. Through her refusal to discuss his affairs, and the way she absolved him of any responsibility, Donna had let me know in no uncertain terms that Paul's behaviour wasn't up for scrutiny, and I'd fallen into line. Well, no more. Yes, I was discovering things about Michael that were shaking my faith in him, but Donna was more than happy to point those out to me, and I would do the same to her about Paul. The way he ogles other women in front of you, in front of Ellie, the way he's had affairs and you've just taken him right back without a enough! Have you thought about the message you're giving Ellie as she grows up, that it's okay for men to treat women that way? What if I said enough? Her teeth were bared aggressively, but her eyes were wide and scared. It's none of your business. It's nobody's business but ours. If that's how you feel about it, then fine, I said, purposely dropping my voice against her rising anger. I just wanted to... Well, don't just anything, okay? Keep your nasty little opinions to yourself. A tear trickled down her cheek, and she wiped it roughly away with the back of her hand. Me and Paul, we have something good. We've something worth fighting for, and he loves me. I know he does. It's nobody's business, not yours, not anyone's. Understood. I took a step back. I'm sorry you're so upset, Donna. I care about you and Ellie. I don't comment on your marriage, do I? I looked at her. Gone a bit quiet now. Nothing to say? We're talking about Paul's infidelity. Michael hasn't been unfaithful. Despite my loyalty to my husband, my heart drummed against my chest wall. All the things I'd discovered lately that he'd failed to tell me, was I in any position to criticise Donna? She put down her cup, and it made a sharp ching on the saucer. Kate, what's got into you? I know it's a difficult time with Michael feeling the heat, but there's really no need to take it out on me. I'm not taking it out on you. I'm just asking if Paul had mentioned he'd spoken to Susie. It doesn't take much for the police to become interested in a perfectly innocent person. That's the point I was trying to make earlier. Donna nodded slowly, regarding me with fresh caution. They're just doing the job, though. They found Michael's keys inside Susie's cottage. That would be considered a clue. It looks suspicious, but Michael said he knows nothing about it, and I believe him. I looked down at my hand and saw a pile of broken biscuit crumbs beneath my fingers. I didn't mean to upset you, Donna. I know this brings everything back for you. I can't imagine how it feels to lose someone in this way. But that's why I felt so bad for Alex, you see. When you texted to say you wanted to talk to me, I thought it was for a specific reason, not just to have a go. But anyway, let's just agree to differ on things. I'm sorry, I got distracted. I clamped my hand to my forehead. The reason I came over was because of the kids, Tansy and Ellie. I told her about the call from Miss Monsell. I'm really sorry Ellie got caught up in it all, but it's a tough time for Tansy right now too. She's being overprotective of Alex, and who can blame her? Me! I can blame her. Donna's eyes darkened. Making Ellie cry at school? That's unacceptable, and actually... She pushed her chair back and stood up. It's not really Tansy's fault, is it? It's your fault. You're also overprotective of Alex, and Tansy's clearly picked up on that. She's turning into an interfering little... Hang on! Ellie's also a little madam at times, and you need to admit it, Donna. Her observation of my need to protect and feel responsible for others hit home. But that was just me. What could I do about it? Everyone had parts of themselves they had to just accept and get on with. Ellie hasn't dumped Tansy in favour of some kid who's been in the village just 2 minutes, has she? Fortunately, Ellie has lots of other friends. I'll be asking Miss Monsell to sit the two of them apart from now on. Oh, come on, that's just... Donna leaned forward, her eyes gleaming, her jaw set. You're blind to any of your family doing anything wrong. Maybe I'm not the only person who's gullible about their husband's excuses. What are you talking about? Donna stalked off to the counter, and I stood up. Hey, you can't say something like that and just walk away. You told me yourself, Michael's keys in Susie's cottage. That's a bit worrying, wouldn't you say? I've got stuff to do now, Kate, and not sleeping's driving me crazy. I'm beginning to think this village is cursed. The tea room door chimed, and 3 customers came in, all mums from school. Hey, Kate. Hi, Donna, one of them sang out. Excuse me. I headed for the door and stepped outside into the cold, damp air. After Donna's comments, my mind was swimming with all sorts of possibilities. Part of me was aware that I was turning into exactly the sort of person I'd criticised her for being. After what Irene had told me about Michael's cosy breaks with Susie, and the police discovering his keys in the cottage, I was beginning to wonder if Donna was right, and I was being incredibly naive, just accepting his excuses. I decided to talk to him tonight, pin him down until I got the full truth of the matter. Chapter 23. Later, I got to the school with just a minute to spare and skirted around the group of mothers that included Donna. Is my mum back? Alex said as soon as he and Tansy reached me. I saw Ellie stalk off in the opposite direction towards Donna. Not yet, sweetie, but the police are working really hard to get her back home. I watched him deflate in front of me and felt a squeeze in my chest. Ellie's been horrible to Alex today, Tansy said, glaring down at their group. She said she's not my friend anymore. Oh dear, I said. Not again. On the way out of the gates, I looked over to catch Donna's eye and offer a smile, but she'd turned her back and was talking animatedly to the other mums. Nobody acknowledged me. I took the kids straight back to the house and decided to say nothing to Tansy for now about the upset with Ellie. Both she and Alex looked tired and a bit down. I made their tea and let them chill out watching television and then playing computer games, but when I went through to get something, Alex spoke up. When can I go home, Kate? As soon as they find your mum, Alex. I know it seems like forever to you, but it's only been a day. Why hasn't she sent a message? It would have been so easy to lie to him, but I wasn't going to do that. I don't know. I'm sure she would if she could, but we're hoping to hear something very soon. Glumly, he went back to his game, and I knew he'd found no comfort at all in my vague words. When Michael got home from work, late as usual, the kids were already in bed. He looked wretched. His face sagged, and he moved slowly, almost lumbering. I'm going up for a shower, he said, greeting me with a kiss on the cheek that I didn't return. Wadebridge has been crawling with cops. They've searched the woodland again and all of the cottages, not just Susie's. Have they questioned you about the keys again? He frowned. Not yet, but they probably will. I could see the stress lines settling in around the corners of his eyes. What does Irene think about it all? It's a bit weird, but I think she's enjoying the attention and the company. She's worried about Susie, but seems to have blind faith that she'll turn up. Doesn't seem to realise the seriousness of the situation, or the fact that the police are trying to get their claws into me. I felt sure that couldn't be the case. Nobody, not even Irene, liked having police intervention on their property. I wanted to discuss the stuff that was bothering me, but there was something else to tackle first. I told him about Miss Monsell's call. Sounds like Tansy has been a little Rottweiler to the other kids. She's always been protective of her friends, but I said I'd have a word when she gets home. I haven't done so yet because they'd clearly had a tough day. Michael said nothing, but his face was like stone. I went to the tea room to speak to Donna, and she was really defensive. I challenged her about Paul treating her badly in front of Ellie, and she implied I was naive about you. He busied himself slipping off his work jacket and hanging it up, instead of tossing it on a chair like he usually would.
In what way?
She didn't elaborate, but I felt like she was implying you were involved with Susie Barros's disappearance. I suppose that was the crux of it.
I hope you know that's rubbish, Michael cried out. Utter rubbish. It doesn't take much for folks around here to start talking, and before you know it, you've got a kangaroo court on your hands.
I agree, and I said as much, I sighed. But there seems to be more and more stuff in the things I don't know pile, Michael. Stuff you've been keeping from me. Tea breaks with Susie, the fact that Irene reckons she's sweet on you. The keys.
He groaned. Please don't tell me you believe Irene. It's all in her head. Honestly, she must be losing her marbles.
He grabbed my upper arms.
I love you. Got it? Even if I have a cup of tea with Irene and a tenant one day, I love you. I haven't got a clue how those keys got there. I do tend to leave them around as they're not my most important bunch, but I hadn't been in a cottage for days, and I'd used them since. I told you all that.
If his goal had been to make me feel better, he'd failed. Yet it was in my nature to give him the benefit of the doubt, to believe in him. I decided to finish my news. There's something else. The police called me this afternoon. They're coming here tomorrow, to the house, to speak to Alex.
You see, this is what I meant, Kate. This is what I was worried about.
He fell quiet a moment, collected himself.
Having the kid here has just put us all in the spotlight, got people's tongues wagging. Do you think you could speak to someone about getting him a temporary foster family or something?
You seriously want me to do that? D.I. Price had already broached the subject, but Michael didn't know about that. This wasn't like my caring husband. He seemed uncharacteristically panicky. I had absolutely nothing to hide from the police. But what about Michael?
Without Alex here, we'd be just another village family, he said in a placatory tone. Instead, it feels like we're in the thick of the investigation.
The detective said social services will be in touch about taking Alex, if you must know. But it's not him being here that's causing their increased interest in you. It's the fact you work up at Wadebridge. You were always going to be involved, Michael, whether you liked it or not. I tried to bite my tongue, but it didn't work. You cozying up in Susie's cottage wouldn't have done you much good either.
That's not what happened. How many more times?
He squeezed his eyes shut.
I can't stand this. It's like waiting to be shot. The coppers are biding their time, but they're after me. I know it.
He was starting to sound paranoid, completely overreacting. Unless there was more stuff he wasn't telling me. Look, why don't you have that shower and then come downstairs and we'll talk? We can... There was a knock at the door.
I'll get it, he said,
and headed for the hallway. I heard voices, and then the door closed, and the voices continued. I rushed into the hall and stopped dead. "Hello, Mrs. Shaw," D.I. Helena Price said pleasantly. D.S. Brewster nodded.
"They've got some questions for me,"
Michael said, his voice flat.
"We'll go into the front room."
"The kids are in bed," I said, walking towards them. "I'll come in too if that's okay."
"That's entirely up to Mr. Shaw," Brewster said. "Sometimes people prefer to speak to us in private."
We all turned to Michael. He looked alarmed for a second, and then nodded.
"Of course."
The detectives both declined drinks, and we all sat down.
"Just some things we need tidying up," Brewster said easily, taking out his notebook. There's the matter of your keys being found on the kitchen worktop of Susie Barros's cottage the night she went missing, Mr. Shaw. Anything else you'd like to tell us about that?
I glanced at Michael, but he didn't look back at me. He stared straight ahead.
I have no idea how they got there, he said simply. Where do you usually keep them?
I don't really have a set place for them. I attach my main bunch of keys to my waist, but the second bunch, the ones you found, they're used less often. They're usually in my office or in the main house if I'm doing something there and forget to pick them back up.
Might you have been doing something in the cottage and forgot to pick them up in the same way? Brewster said.
Price looked at me, and I averted my eyes.
I hadn't been in the cottage for about a week. I replaced a washer on the tap there, as I explained to the door-to-door officers. I've used the keys since then, so I know I didn't leave them there that day.
Brewster made a note. I watched my husband carefully, saw tiny pricks of perspiration on his upper lip. Was he telling the truth? I thought so, but I couldn't say for sure. We looked into Jacob's connection to Wadebridge, and it seems highly likely he was there at some point as a casual worker. Price took a piece of paper out of her bag. Earlier today, the team received an anonymous call claiming to have some important information. She read from the paper. If you're interested in finding Jakob Jasinski, ask Michael Shaw at Wadebridge, Linwick. She looked at Michael. There appears to be a growing trend of people going missing from your workplace. Who is Jakob Jasinski, Mr. Shaw?
I've never heard of him, Michael said firmly. Let me help you out. Jasinski is on our missing persons list, Brewster said. He disappeared from the East Midlands area over a year ago by all accounts. His family back in Poland are understandably worried and are desperate to trace him.
That's as maybe, but I can't help them, I'm afraid. I sat there mute and shocked. Jakob was a casual labourer who'd worked at Wadebridge for a couple of years. Michael had said he was a good worker, but one day, about a year ago, he hadn't turned up for work, and Michael hadn't seen him since. Why on earth would he lie about that? I chewed the inside of my cheek. I dared not look at D.I. Price, who I knew was studying my face. Does the name mean anything to you, Mrs. Shaw? She asked, her voice clear and cutting. I froze. This was the moment I either told the truth and got Michael arrested, or lied to the police for the first time in my life.
Kate has nothing to do with Wadebridge operations, Michael said confidently.
I don't, I agreed, my heart thumping so hard I began to feel queasy. I wanted to protect him. I wanted to be honest. The conflict between the two cut me like a knife.
Do you employ many casual staff on Wadebridge land?
Brewster pressed him.
Sometimes we have, in the past, Michael said gruffly, but I haven't had any help for a long time.
Brewster nodded.
Well, should you suddenly remember you do know Mr. Jasinski after all, be sure to let us know, sir.
Chapter 24. When the detectives had gone, I rounded on Michael. What the hell did you lie to them for? You know full well who Jakob Jasinski is, and you know he worked up at Wadebridge.
Leave it, Kate.
He grabbed his wellies from the mat at the back door.
I need some space.
He stomped out into the dark and started pacing up and down like a madman. I pressed a switch, and the outside lights illuminated the small garden. I watched him from the warm, dry kitchen. 5 minutes after he'd gone out, it started to drizzle. When he showed no sign of coming inside, I called to him, but he waved me away without looking up. I knew something was wrong. I could see it in his slightly wild eyes, his lack of appetite, the way he'd disappeared into himself, so that I now felt I couldn't reach him. Being raised by an alcoholic trained you in spotting the signs of trouble that others might miss. The pattern following one of my mother's binges was always the same. The guilt and shame, the resolve to get help and stay off the drink. For a brief time, I'd get a glimpse of the tantalising normality most of my classmates enjoyed. Things like having my mum at home when I got home from school, sitting together to eat tea and talk about our day, watching a movie on television with popcorn and soft drinks. But always, just as I allowed myself to consider the possibility that this time things could be different, the signs would start again. Always discreet and almost unnoticeable at first. Her restlessness, her inability to concentrate, the way that during a conversation her eyes would gradually become unfocused, as if she were yearning to be somewhere else. And yet she'd swear there was nothing wrong. She'd swear she hadn't touched a drop. That's how she'd ended up in the car that day, because I wanted so badly to believe her when she said she hadn't been drinking. I let her take the keys and drive away. I went against my instincts, just as I was doing now. I watched Michael pacing almost manically in the rain now. He didn't seem to notice that his hair was sopping wet, his wellies tramping the lawn into a mud bath. My instincts said something was very wrong. I pulled on my own wellies and coat, grabbed an umbrella, and went outside. Susie's disappearance was getting to him. It was getting to us all. Little Alex was the one who was suffering most, but it felt like there was one thing after another to tie Michael to Susie Barros. So far, he was sticking to his story about the keys. I felt uncomfortable about it, but I had to accept she might have found them lying around outside somewhere and picked them up to give him the next day. Naive, maybe, but it was circumstantial. It didn't mean he had anything to do with her disappearance. Michael's first instinct, ever since I'd known him, was always to help if others needed him. He seemed to take pleasure in making people's lives easier. During our 15-year marriage, he'd been a thoughtful and loyal husband. He adored our daughter and had always managed to make time for us both, even though he often spread himself too thin. He cared about Irene and, admittedly, to my irritation at times, would come out at the drop of a hat if she needed help. He could never have been described as a sly or underhand man, because he just wasn't, which made recent events and observations so incongruous. I didn't quite believe them, but they were too serious to ignore. "You can't let it get to you like this," I said, throwing my hands up. "You can't start lying about things that can probably be checked out. Why did you lie?" He stopped pacing and looked at me. "You knew the truth, but you didn't say you knew him, did you?" I was speechless. It seemed so unfair when I'd kept my mouth shut to save dropping him in it. I took a step back, my heart pounding against my chest. I looked at my husband, his square jaw, his strong, wide shoulders, his dependability. We'd always been so solid together. Now it felt like he was turning on me. "What do you think they'd have done if I'd admitted I knew Jakob? They'd tear me to pieces to get their conviction. That's how they operate." He took several steps forward. "They're closing in on me, Kate. I can feel it. They keep finding excuses to come up to Wadebridge, and after finding those keys, they can smell blood. It feels like it's only a matter of time before they pin something bad on me, something really bad." The rain came down harder, sheeting at me at an angle and defying the umbrella. The collar of my jacket felt sopping against my neck, and I adjusted the brolly so he could see my face again. We looked at each other for a long moment. "Have you got anything to do with Susie Barros's disappearance, Michael?" I asked. "No. I want the truth, no matter how bad." "I've done nothing wrong," he said solemnly. "You have to believe me, Kate, because if they managed to get enough dirt to stick, they could even pull you into all this as well. Say you lied to protect me. What would that do to Tansy? We could lose everything, including our daughter." While Michael was in the shower, I rang Donna's mobile. It rang for a while, and I thought she wasn't going to pick up. Then she answered in a surly tone. "Kate, hi." "Hi, Donna. Listen, I just wanted to say sorry for having a go at the tea room. I'm stressed, Michael's stressed, the kids are stressed. We're living in a bit of a nightmare here. If anyone understands how you're feeling, it's me, Donna said. But I'm not going to deny you upset me today. Attacking Paul and then justifying Tansy making Ellie cry. She was still in a state when she got out of school. Have you spoken to Tansy about it? Yes, I lied. I couldn't stand animosity with Donna on top of everything else that was happening. She knows she's done wrong, and she's going to apologise to Ellie tomorrow. Right. Well, let's put it behind us then. How's Alex? He's confused, upset, everything you'd expect, really, though he doesn't say much. When are the police coming to speak to him? Tomorrow after school. They're coming here to the house. Give me a ring afterwards. Let me know how it goes, she said. Maybe we can have a get-together after school one day this week. I could have done without it, frankly, but I wanted to get back on an even keel. That would be great. Thanks, Donna. When I put the phone down, I felt as if I'd gone a bit cap in hand to her, but if that was the price I had to pay, then so be it. That was what being friends was all about, wasn't it? Give and take. And I needed Donna. I needed her friendship and support to get through this tough time. I mean, things were bad enough right now. But who knew what was around the corner? Chapter 25, 12th of November, 2019. Nottinghamshire Police. D.I. Helena Price stared out of the window as Brewster drove through the pretty village in a marked police car, the only car available. Linwick was well kept, with small shops and interesting landmarks like ancient stone crosses, and small channels of water that ran either side of the main road, which were known locally as docks. As the car slowed and turned off the main road into a smaller side street, she noted the curious glances, people commenting and pointing. Nothing went unnoticed in a place like this. And yet it seemed that a young woman had somehow disappeared at a busy event without anyone seeing a thing. In Helena's experience, small, claustrophobic places could either be a blessing in disguise, in that people saw everything, or a barrier that outsiders, including the police, were unable to break through. She hoped the former observation would apply this time. As they pulled up, Helena leaned forward to get her first look at Kate and Michael Shaw's house. It was a modest, detached home, neat and stone-built, with a small front garden, quite unremarkable in this village, which boasted several impressively large houses with plenty of land. It was Kate who answered the door. She was a tall woman with dark hair pinned up at the back and escaped tendrils framing her pleasant, open face. After introductions, she led Helena and Brewster into the hallway. "Do we have to wait for someone to come from school?" Kate asked. "No, I spoke to the head teacher at Linwick Primary, and we decided we'd just keep it low-key. The least people here, the better," Helena said. "Alex seemed very nervous when I said you were coming to chat with him," Kate said, dropping her voice to little more than a whisper. "He doesn't say much, even to us, doesn't show much emotion, even if we mention his mum. It's quite worrying, really." She looked at Helena. "You might be wasting your time here, I'm afraid." Helena nodded. "That's always a possibility, but we'll see. Children often did not behave in the way adults thought they should in times of trauma. Adults tended to release emotion and display visual signs of worry and grief. Some children were the opposite to that, and completely closed up, like an oyster shell. It was a way of protecting themselves when they felt vulnerable and exposed. Kate led them through to the living room, where Alex sat waiting. His hair was very dark, almost black, and his skin was pale. Dark circles underscored his hooded eyes. He didn't look up when they entered the room, but chewed furiously on the inside of his cheek. When they moved closer, he crossed his hands in front of him, essentially another safety barrier. "Hello, Alex. I'm Helena Price. I'm a detective leading the investigation to find your mum. This is Kane Brewster. He's a detective too." "Hi, Alex," Brewster said warmly, crouching down at the side of his armchair. "I'm here to try to help. We want to get your mum back here where she belongs." Kate Shaw smiled and nodded at Alex reassuringly. The boy shuffled closer to the other arm of his chair, subconsciously trying to get as far away as possible. It was a normal reaction Helena had seen before. She stood up and walked over to the chair facing him. "Alex, I know you're very upset and worried about your mum." She sat down. "I want you to know my team are doing everything they can to find her, okay?" "Yes," Alex said in a small voice, steepling his fingers together in front of him. "I've come to see you today because there's something else we can do to help find her, something only you can help us with." Alex glanced at Kate and sat up a little straighter. "I have a few questions I need to ask you. Nothing difficult or upsetting, but things that could help us find your mum. Do you understand?" The boy slumped a little. "It doesn't matter if you don't know the answers, and if you want me to stop, then you just have to say and we'll leave. Do you think we might have a little try?" Alex knotted his fingers together securely and frowned at the shining white knuckles that popped up. Kate Shaw said helpfully, "I'll be sitting here with you the whole time. What do you think?" Alex looked at Helena and Brewster, then back at Kate. He gave a single nod. "Well done," Kate said. "Your mum will be so proud you did this brave thing." "Thank you, Alex." Helena moved on swiftly before nerves got the better of him. "Now, I know you and your mum came here to the UK from Poland. That's where you lived before?" He nodded. "It must have been difficult for you to leave your home," she said softly. "I was sad to leave my friends and Banjo, my rabbit." "Of course," she said. "And your mum, she must have missed her family." Alex shifted in his seat. When children of this age hesitated to communicate, it wasn't always, Helena found, because they didn't have the answers. It could be that they'd been told to stay quiet by an adult. She waited. The house felt silent and cool. The light outside was dropping and cast the room in a dull bloom. "She missed her friend," Alex said. "Which friend is that?" "Petra." "Ah, yes," Brewster confirmed, as if he knew who he was referring to. "You saw a lot of Petra, yes?" He nodded. "She worked with my mum at the bakery, and sometimes she'd bring cakes for our picnics." Helena grinned. "You lucky thing. And that was the bakery in—" She looked up at the ceiling as if she were trying to recall the place name. Alex watched her. "Hard for me to remember Polish place names. I think it's in—" "Tarnów," Alex said. "Tarnów, of course." Helena stuck her index finger in the air. "Thank you, Alex." Brewster wrote something down. "Alex, could you tell us your address back in Poland? It's really important we know exactly where you lived there, because—" Too late. Helena threw him a warning look. "No!" 2 pink spots glowed on his pale cheeks. "It's okay," Helena soothed him. "Remember, you don't have to talk about anything that makes you feel uncomfortable." Alex nodded and folded his arms. "But you know, it would be really useful to know your address back in Poland, because then, if your family are worried about your mum not contacting them, we can let them know you're all right." "I can't remember the address," he said stiffly. Helena knew the child was reluctantly responding with clearly rehearsed dead-end answers. Alex had probably been told by his mother to issue this stock reply if asked any details about their life in Poland. That was why it was important to avoid direct questions like Brewster had asked, and take an indirect approach instead. "Alex," she said softly, waiting until he looked up. "Sometimes, when adults tell children to keep quiet about something, it's because they're feeling scared too. Maybe your mum told you to say you can't remember because she was afraid of people finding something out." He shifted, his face reddening. "We're going to find the address soon, because of the forms your mum filled out to get her passport," Brewster said gently. "It could just save us some time if you could tell us now." He looked slightly alarmed. Helena continued, "There's no need to be afraid, because all we want is to help you. We want to find your mum as soon as possible and bring her back home. If you can trust us with this information, it will really, really help us." Alex looked her in the eye, and Brewster poised his pen above the notepad. Then he spoke, his voice clear and confident, as if he were reciting the lines of a poem. "I can't remember our address, and all our family have moved away now from the village we lived in Poland." Frustrated, Brewster put down his pen and looked at Helena, who seemed unfazed. "That must have been very tough on you," she said evenly. "When you came here, to England, you got to know some new people like Tansy and Kate." Alex glanced over at Kate, and she smiled at him. "Then there are your friends at school, your teacher, and I know your mum gets on well with Irene Wadebridge too." Alex nodded, seemingly relieved to be off the subject of Poland. "Anyone else I've forgotten? Any new person in England who Mum saw a lot or spoke about?" "Michael," Alex said, looking brighter, as if he'd suddenly remembered a detail. "Michael came over to the cottage a lot." Kate Shaw stood up as if she'd been slapped. "That's not right. I mean, he just came to the cottage to mend a leaking tap. Didn't he, Alex?" she stammered. Alex's eyes widened as he sensed he'd said something wrong. Helena moved over to him, her body acting as a shield between him and Kate Shaw. She held up a hand to the other woman. "If we can just let Alex speak, please, Kate. You'll get your chance to say something afterwards if you wish. But he's made it sound as though Michael is involved in—"
"Mrs. Shaw, please. We will discuss this privately," Brewster said pointedly.
"When you say Michael came to the cottage a lot, Alex," Helena said, still standing with her back to Kate, blocking Alex's view of her, "what sort of things did he do there?" "He just mended the tap, that's all," he said breathlessly, his eyes darting around the room. There was a new tension in the air. Helena could feel the nervous energy rolling off Kate Shaw. Kids were great conduits of adult stress, without even realising it themselves. The evidence appeared in their body language and their reluctance to speak. Alex had clearly picked up on Kate's anxiety. His focus was now on backtracking, trying to make amends for what he'd said.
"He mended the tap, we know that, and the other times he came over, what did he do then?"
Brewster said carefully, mindful not to lead Alex's reply in any way. "I don't think he went over there apart from that," Kate said, earning herself another warning look from Helena.
"Alex," Brewster tried again, ignoring the interruption. "When Michael came over to the cottage, what sort of things would he do? Did he chat to you and your mum?"
The boy pressed his lips together and folded his arms, and Helena knew that he'd closed down completely. There was really no point in going any further. She turned to Brewster. "I think that's as far as we can take it today." It had always been a risk having Kate Shaw present, but it had been Helena's hope that she would calm and reassure Alex so he might open up a little more. Instead, she had inadvertently managed to undermine the trust that Helena and Brewster had tried so hard to establish with him. In his mother's absence, Kate was the boy's key adult, and he'd naturally want to avoid upsetting her at any cost. Helena took a breath to smother her irritation and smiled tightly. "Any idea where your husband is this afternoon, Kate?" she said carefully. "There's something we'd like to speak to him about, today if possible." Chapter 26. Michael Shaw contacted them within the hour. Brewster put the call on loudspeaker as he offered to come to the police station. Helena raised her eyebrows and gave him a thumbs up. Brewster said, nice as pie,
"See you here soon then, Mr. Shaw."
"Now there's a turn up for the books," Helena said, leaning back in her seat and tapping a biro on her teeth. "Usually have to drag them in here kicking and screaming."
"Makes sense if he wants to keep whatever he's going to say quiet."
Brewster pulled a face.
"I'm not saying it'll be a full-on confession about abducting Susie Barros, but I bet you he's been a naughty boy and tried it on with—"
"Thank you, Brewster." Helena interrupted him with a roll of her eyes. Best if you keep your sordid imagination to yourself. Brewster opened a packet of shortbread biscuits. When Michael Shaw arrived, he looked clean and fresh, like he'd just stepped out of the shower. Helena noted his smart, casual look. Jeans, plain black tee, a trendy utility jacket and black suede pull-on boots. She and Brewster had made several visits to Wadebridge, and each time they'd seen or spoken to Michael up there, he'd worn paint-stained dungarees or baggy patched jeans with a wax jacket, cap and work boots. It was a surprise to see how well he scrubbed up. She could quite imagine a young woman like Susie finding him attractive if she'd seen this side of him. It was interesting. Brewster said, "We'll be recording our chat for posterity, but it's not a formal interview as such. You volunteered to talk with us here at the station because you said you wished to keep the inquiry separate from your work and home life. Is that right?" "That's correct, yes," Shaw replied, lacing his hands loosely in front of him. Helena began. "Are you aware that earlier today we spoke to young Alex Barros at your home?" "Yes," he said shortly, and Helena noticed his fingers locking a little tighter together. "In general conversation, it was suggested that you may have been a regular visitor at the Barros cottage," Helena said easily. "Did you visit Susie and Alex there on several occasions?" Shaw cleared his throat. "It's my job to keep the cottages maintained and in good running order, so yes, I'm often around that area, tinkering with this and that. I had to repair a tap last week, and I think Susie offered me a drink." He swallowed, and Helena imagined his throat was probably dry with nerves. "Yes, she did. We had a cup of tea and a chat." "A chat about what exactly?" she asked. "About how she was finding village life, how her son was settling into school. My daughter and young Alex, they're in the same class. They're friends." "Yes," Helena said. "What about the other visits?" Brewster pressed. "We know all about that pesky leaking tap now, but we're also under the impression you popped round there on several occasions over the month Susie Barros was living in the cottage. On occasion you might even have left something behind, such as the keys officers found in the initial search." Shaw thought for a moment. "I might have put my head around the door to ask if she wanted the hedge cutting. As for the keys, I've said again and again that I've no idea how they got there." "I see," said Brewster, clearly unconvinced. "What else did you put your head around for?" "It's hard to think. I'm busy all day up there. There's hardly a minute spare." Helena spotted a flush creeping up from the neck of Shaw's t-shirt. "We've plenty of time, Mr. Shaw," she smiled. "Can we get you a glass of water? You look rather warm." "I'm okay." He pulled at the collar of his jacket. "I'm used to being outside in the fresh air, that's all it is." "You were telling us about your visits to Susie Barros's cottage," Brewster reminded him. "Like I said, it's hard to—" "Don't play these games, Mr. Shaw. You don't want us thinking you're trying to hide something from us, do you?" I'm not trying to hide anything, it's just—" Helena could hear him breathing heavily. His hands were now balled into loose fists. "You keep asking when I've been to the cottage, but you don't ask anything about her and how she—" He bit down on his tongue, clearly flustered at having said too much. Brewster was on him like a terrier, leaning forward in his seat. "About how she—" "Nothing. Forget it." Brewster smiled disingenuously. See, it doesn't work like that, Mr. Shaw. You trip yourself up, and we notice, and then you have to spill the beans. They're the rules." "I didn't trip myself up," Shaw said tightly, his cheeks flushing. "I just meant that you lot seemed to think she was a meek little thing, but she wasn't." "Really?" Brewster fixed him with a cold stare. "What was she like, then?" "She was feisty, determined. She got into her head I had something to hide, which was ridiculous because I haven't got anything to hide, I mean." "What exactly did she think you were hiding?" Helena chipped in. "Information about some Polish bloke who she said worked at Wadebridge. I don't know." Helena and Brewster exchanged a glance. "She kept going on at me about it, finding me in the yard or when I was out on the ride-on mower, insisting I knew something.
I got fed up of it. In the end, I told her I'd get Irene to end her tenancy, and she turned nasty. She threatened to tell my wife I'd been coming on to her. He stared at his hands, and for a moment Helena thought he looked beaten. I swear I didn't touch her. I would never do that. Helena nodded to Brewster. This informal chat was fast becoming something else entirely. Brewster indicated for Shaw to stop speaking. This interview is now going to be conducted under caution. I must tell you that you do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you don't mention when questioned something which you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. Shaw sat forward. What? What's this? Why? You're not under arrest. You're free to leave at any time, and you're entitled to have a solicitor present if you want, Brewster continued. Do you understand? Yes, Shaw said curtly. I don't need a solicitor because I've done nothing wrong. OK, Mr. Shaw, let's continue, Brewster said. So, what exactly did Susie Barros tell you about the Polish man? Chapter 27. Michael. When he came out of the police station, Kate was ringing him. He picked up. Michael, what's happening? You've been gone ages. It was terrible, Kate. I thought they were going to arrest me there and then. They're convinced I've got something to do with Susie's disappearance, and Jakub's too. I don't think it'll be long. They said they might call me back in later today. What? Hang on, I thought it was just a few questions. Their attitude changed once they got me there. They interviewed me under caution. They tricked you. Can't you... I love you. I hope you know that, he said, the words cracking as he spoke them. I love you, and I love our daughter more than the world. You have to believe it. Of course I believe it. He heard her voice rise as she started to panic. Michael, what's happening? There were a few beats of tense silence before he said, I never meant for this to happen, for things to get out of hand like this. Michael, what are you saying? He couldn't speak for fear of blurting out the terrible truth. Are you coming home? Her voice sounded high and tight, like something was about to snap. Leave your car there and I'll pick you up. Just tell me where to come. I'm okay, Kate. I need some time. I'm going for a walk and I'll be home soon. Remember what I said. I love you both, no matter what. He turned off his phone, desperate for time to think. He couldn't go straight home because the walls felt like they were closing in on him. Being under suspicion for Susie Barros's disappearance was bad enough, but Jakub Jasinski, if they found out what had happened, revealed his lies, it would be curtains. And if they went out snooping around on the land, they would find out. They'd know everything. How could he have believed he could get away with it? He felt trapped. There was surely no escape now. He walked up the road to a small row of shops and stood there by a regal oak tree that must have been over 100 years old. The shame of everything coming to light would finish Kate. If suspicion fell on her, it would be disastrous. At the very least, they'd have to move out of the village. Tansy would lose her little friends. And all of it would be his fault. He dropped his head and pinched the top of his nose. The thoughts swirled around in his head. What to do? What to do? His body jolted, his eyes blurring, and his head filling with noise that made no sense. He lost his balance and stumbled out into the road, arms flailing. And the lorry he'd seen approaching at speed from the bottom of the road was on top of him before he could blink. An enormous red vehicle with a matte black grille and 2 sets of chrome headlights that momentarily blinded him. There was no chance of escape, no way of minimizing the impact. Just the relentless blast of a deafeningly loud horn as his head exploded into a myriad of bright lights, and he flew gracefully into the air before hitting the cold asphalt with a heavy, blunt thud.
time slowed. Michael's snapped bones folded beneath him as if they were made of cardboard. Acute pain sparked in every millimetre of his body before a wave of numbness followed, enveloping him like an icy sleeve. His eyes flickered open as the driver jumped out of his cab, his face a pale mask of horror peering down at Michael from above. So this was what dying felt like. This was what it must have felt like for... The words were an electric shock that crackled through his mind, leaving silence and darkness in their wake. Other motorists and passengers stopped to offer help. Someone barked, "The ambulance is on its way!" Memories flashed before him like the last few seconds of a firework display, so colourful and real. His mother's face as a young woman, the schoolyard where he'd broken his leg as a 10-year-old, his beautiful daughter. For a glorious moment, Tansy was right there with him, hovering above him, reaching out. Then, just as quickly, she was gone again, and his fingers fluttered into the cold, thin air. Kate would be waiting at home for his return. He could picture her now at the window, staring fearfully and hopefully towards the road. The first time he'd seen her, she'd been just 17 years old, with no idea of her own beauty. Standing outside the college, waiting for the bus, slender and tall, with long raven hair that almost reached her waist, a sleek mane that shone blue-black in the sun like a rich ebony curtain. He'd attended college one day a week as part of his job training up at Wadebridge. The course had been useful to him, but the real win had been in meeting Kate. His mind wandered back to the village, to the Wadebridge cottages. Oh, dear God, no. How long would it be before they found out? Before the shadow he'd fought to contain finally revealed itself? "I'm so sorry, Kate," he whispered out loud. "I never wanted it to come to this." The truck driver bent closer, cupping his hand to an ear. "What did you say?" Michael closed his eyes, his mind clogging with the urge to tell his grisly secret. He'd battled hard against it, but now it would finish him, and Kate would have to deal with the aftermath. Tansy would grow up with the taunts of others ringing in her ears. The final dregs of life began to drain away, like the last trickle of light before dusk turned to nightfall. He felt glad of it, did not want to live any more. He did not want to witness what came next. He had been forced to live with both sides tangled together inside him. There was no space in this world for good and bad existing together. People couldn't cope with it. You were a good person, or you were a bad person, period. People liked to know exactly who they were dealing with. He could hear the sirens now, but they were faint. He became aware that there was a small circle of people standing around him, looking down. The faces drew closer, and then faded out again. Like someone twisting a telescope in front of his eyes, he heard someone say, "Is he conscious?" "Don't go out there," he told Kate silently, as a thick, velvety silence floated down on him, like a final curtain. "Forgive me. Look after our girl." Then, Michael Shaw closed his eyes. Soon, all that would be left of him in this world was that hidden, shameful part of him his beloved wife would soon discover. Chapter 28. Kate. Michael had sounded strange on the phone. His thoughts and words had been fractured and not like him. It was obvious the police interview had not gone well. I wanted him home so I could make sure he was okay. I called him again, but his phone was turned off. He'd said he was going for a walk, so it could be a poor signal. I left a message. "It's me again. Is everything all right? Let me know if you want picking up. Come home and we'll talk." Tansy looked up with a faint frown from where she and Alex had set up a toys picnic. "Where's Daddy?" "He's just popped to the shop. He'll be back soon, sweetie." She returned to her picnic, clearly satisfied that all was well, but Alex did not look away from me. He fixed me with those dark, knowing eyes and did not return the weak smile I gave him. Michael had been gone ages now. Too long. Something must have delayed him, something beyond his control. I willed my phone to ring, imagined him cursing under his breath and saying, "Don't worry, I'm only 5 minutes away from home." But the phone didn't ring, and the churning in my stomach intensified. Up until the last couple of weeks, our life had been uncomplicated, some might say predictable. But I'd always liked the routine, the certainty of what would come next. I still found it reassuring after my turbulent years with Mum. Silly things made me feel good, waking at 6 o'clock to tea that Michael had made me before leaving the house for work, Tansy's school routine, the chats with the same people at the school gate, knowing each and every face I passed as I walked through the village, being part of the school staff, the library there, walking over to visit Irene, my heart still fluttering after 15 years of marriage when I caught sight of Michael working outside, in his element, meeting Donna for a coffee for our Friday morning roundup of the week. Before things had changed, I'd loved it all. And now, it had been more than an hour since I'd spoken to Michael, and he still wasn't home. Something wasn't right. I felt sure of it. I rang the police station. "Hi, my husband Michael Shaw has been talking to detectives at the station. Can you tell me if everything was okay when he came out?" "Hold on, please," the woman said officiously, and I heard papers being shuffled. "Michael Shaw has left the station now. Yes, I know that. He called me, but he sounded strange. That was over an hour ago and he's still not home. Sorry, all I can tell you is that he's left the premises." Useless. They were so bound up in their silly rules, they didn't care about people's well-being. I ended the call, steeped in fury. Tansy appeared in front of me, arms folded, a concerned expression pasted on her face. "Mummy, is it time for my bath yet? When will Daddy be home?" Michael always made an effort to make Tansy's bath time great fun. I'd smile at the howls of laughter that reached me downstairs as they flicked water at each other or made bubble cocktails together using brightly coloured plastic cups. "We might have to skip your bath tonight, sweetie. Daddy's going to be back a bit later now." Alex watched us, saying nothing. It would be less worrying if he was crying or demanding to know if his mum had been found. His skin looked dull, and he had no energy about him. Maybe Michael had been right, and he would have been better off with a foster family, people who hadn't got all this stuff going on. That set off the recurring thought, where was his mother? There were lots of questions being asked, and the police seemed particularly interested in Michael, but what progress were they making? I had an uncomfortable feeling that the investigation was fairly static at the moment, and he was their only suspect. Tansy regarded me suspiciously. "Why is Daddy so late?" "He's been delayed. Listen, why don't you and Alex pop up and get your pyjamas on? Then we can all read a nice story together. How's that?" I was surprised when Tansy nodded, placated by the offer. "Is that okay with you, Alex?" He looked blankly at me. "Pyjamas and story time?" "I want my mum," he said, so faintly I could barely hear him. I moved closer to him and squeezed his hand. "I know you do, and I know it's really, really hard right now, but we're going to get through this together. We will." His soulful dark eyes met mine for a moment before he pulled away and followed Tansy upstairs. When I heard them padding about in the bedrooms, I picked up my phone and Googled local traffic news to see if there'd been any major accidents between the police station and here. Nothing. I put down the phone and sat on the sofa in the kitchen. The log burner was down to its last smouldering embers, but I felt too distracted to tackle it. I closed my eyes briefly, willing the back door to fly open and Michael to stomp inside, complaining how long the journey had taken him. But the kitchen remained eerily silent. After a while, Tansy and Alex returned, dressed for bed. Tansy was clutching Barnaby Bear. Alex had his own teddy bear in pyjamas after the police had allowed Michael to go in and get some of his stuff from the cottage. Tansy held up a book. "I want the magic porridge pot tonight," she said, a touch grumpily. "It's Daddy's favourite, and he always puts on a funny voice when he says, 'Stop, little pot, stop.'" "Right," I nodded. "Well, I'll try my very best to fill Daddy's story shoes. Let's all sit on the sofa, shall we? Come on, Alex, you too." I tossed another log on the fire, and the three of us curled up together with the book. I'd just opened it when the doorbell rang. I jumped like I'd been prodded with a live wire. The kitchen was at the back of the house, so I couldn't see who the caller was from here. "Is it Daddy?" Tansy rushed out into the hallway, leaving Alex on the sofa, but I knew it wasn't Michael because he'd have used his keys. "Tansy, come back here. Let me go, please," I called out. She stopped in her tracks and turned around, startled by my sharp manner. I couldn't help it. I was full of dread, and I didn't want her to hear anything she shouldn't. "Sit back down next to Alex, there's a good girl. I'll be back in 2 minutes." I shut the kitchen door behind me and walked briskly to the front door just as the bell rang again. Calm down. Breathe. It could be something simple, like Michael had lost his phone and had sent someone to let me know he'd been delayed. That theory exploded when I looked through the peephole and saw the 2 detectives standing there, D.I. Price and D.S. Brewster. A tall woman with short black hair and black-rimmed glasses stood behind them. A hard knot popped into my throat. I opened the door. "Hello, Mrs. Shaw. May we come in?" Price said, her voice clear and calm. She indicated the others. "You know D.S. Brewster, and this is a family liaison officer, PC. Has something happened? My husband, he—" "We'll need to step inside if that's all right, Mrs. Shaw," Brewster said quietly. The kids are—" The words faded away, and I found I couldn't speak at all. My breath felt ragged and insubstantial. "Mummy, who is it?" Tansy's voice called out nervously behind me. "Is it the police?" I spun around, my eyes darting to her pale little face and Alex standing beside her, silent and wide-eyed. I stepped back so the officers could come in and crouched down, placing my hands on my daughter's shoulders. "Listen to me, sweetie. I need you and Alex to go upstairs to your bedroom and put the television on. Keep the door closed until I call for you, okay?" She stared in awe at the police officers. D.I. Price smiled and wiggled her fingers at her. Tansy didn't wave back. "I want Daddy," she said, her bottom lip trembling. "Have they found my mum?" Alex whispered. "Not yet, Alex," Price said kindly, "but we're still doing our best to look for her." "Alex's mummy is missing, and now Daddy's gone too," Tansy wailed. I stood up and spoke in a firm but kind voice. "Tansy, I need you to be a brave girl so Mummy can get this sorted out. Go to your room with Alex, please. The quicker Mummy can speak to the police officers, the quicker we can find out where Daddy and Alex's mum are, yes?" Tansy gave a single, unconvinced nod and reluctantly headed for the stairs, Alex trailing behind. I looked at the officers. "Please." I indicated the living room door. "Let's go in here and sit down." I waited until I'd heard Tansy's bedroom close before joining them. "What's happened?" I demanded, the words nearly choking me. "Is this about Michael?" "I'm afraid your husband has been involved in a road traffic accident, Mrs. Shaw," Price said softly, her eyes dropping to her hands.
Oh no, but I checked if there'd been any accidents. Is Michael okay? She only hesitated for a second or two, but it was enough to warn me there was bad news coming. I heard the television blaring music upstairs, the kids' feet stomping through the ceiling. I'm so sorry to have to tell you that Michael was hit by an articulated lorry just over an hour ago on Oxclose Lane, she said carefully. Paramedics attended the scene and tried their best to save him, but sadly, he passed away in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. Chapter 29. My wails filled the kitchen, cracking through the stagnant air like a whip. I bit down on my tongue, remembering the kids upstairs. The FLO rushed past me, returning with a glass of water. My daughter, I don't want her to hear this, I said. Not yet. Take a few sips. The FLO handed me the water. Try to breathe. Slowly, in and out. That's better. What happened? I whispered, gripping the glass. I mean, how did it happen? Price said, the local roads policing unit, together with the collision investigation unit, are gathering information. The lorry driver told officers Michael seemed to step out into the road, straight into his path. She hesitated. If it's any comfort at all, officers at the scene believe it all happened very quickly. Your husband probably didn't have time to even register what was happening. Michael was gone. Snuffed out in the blink of an eye. The lorry driver, are they... The driver is badly shaken but unharmed, Brewster confirmed. Yes, but you can't just take his word for it. I imagined the lorry driver lying through his teeth, trying to worm his way out of trouble. What if he was looking at his phone? You hear about that all the time. Rest assured we don't take anyone's word, Mrs. Shaw, Helena said quietly. Among other checks, the other driver's mobile phone and other electronic devices will be screened to make sure they weren't in use at the time of the accident. In addition to searching for any witnesses, measurements, photos and 3D images will be taken, Brewster added. The truck will be fully examined for mechanical defects or other evidence that may confirm exactly what happened. If Michael had stepped into the path of a lorry, then it followed that it couldn't be the driver's fault. But why was he so distracted? I thought about his agitation in the garden, how I'd challenged him for lying about not knowing Jakub Jasinski. What did you say to him at the police station? I asked accusingly. He sounded troubled when he called me afterwards. He certainly left there with some things to think about, Price said. Like what? Now's not the time to discuss that, Mrs. Shaw, Brewster said gently. The dreadful news we've had to impart is enough for you to take in. Where is he? Can I see him? The hospital will be contacting you shortly when they're ready for you, he said diplomatically. I knew exactly what he meant. Michael's body would be a mess. I shuddered at the horror of it. Price cleared her throat. I'm so sorry to have to share these distressing details, Mrs. Shaw, but you will need to contact a funeral home who'll collect your husband's body from the hospital after the post-mortem, and they'll take him into their care. I buried my head in my hands. I couldn't get Michael's face out of my mind. I kept thinking what they'd said about the accident. The lorry driver had said it looked as though he'd just stepped out into the road. I knew he was worried, but the walls pressed in closer, the room seeming to spin. Why hadn't I seen the warning signs? Mrs. Shaw? Price's voice was kind. Is there someone we can call? Someone who can come over and sit with you for a while? It's such a terrible shock, and I know you have your daughter to think about. She glanced back towards the hallway and the stairs beyond. I need some time to process what's happened. Of course. I stared into space, my fingernails digging into the arm of the sofa.
Michael must have been so tired he'd become unable to focus. Was that why his concentration had lapsed in that crucial moment? Or was it worry? I'd probably never know for sure. "Is there anything else we can do for you, Mrs. Shaw?" the FLO asked as they all stood up. "I could make you a cup of tea before we go." "No, thank you, but I can do that." I looked around helplessly. Price handed me a card. "Please don't hesitate to contact us if you need anything at all," she said. "We'll be in touch as soon as we know more." A few moments after the front door closed, 2 small figures clad in colourful pyjamas appeared. "Come over here." I held out an arm and Tansy ran to me. It was all I could do to stop myself from choking. Alex followed her, but lingered by the arm of the sofa. "Where's Daddy?" Tansy said, nestling into my side. "What did the police lady say? What's wrong with your eyes?" "We're trying to find out exactly what's happened." I tried to smile. "Has he gone missing, like my mummy?" Alex's words hovered above us all like small storm clouds. Tansy began to whimper. "Daddy's not missing too, is he? When will he be back?" "Shh, come on now. Let's not start talking like that." My voice was going to crack at any moment. I was desperately trying to keep it together. Tansy looked up at me. "Why did the police come?" "They had to speak to Mummy about something." Her fingers twisted together. "About Daddy?" "That's right." I struggled to keep my voice level. "We're just trying to find out where he is." "Ring his phone," Tansy said hopefully, sitting bolt upright. "If you ring him, you can ask Daddy when he's coming home." "Come on now." I shuffled to the edge of the sofa, knowing that if I tried to stand up, my legs would fail me. "Can you be a really big girl and go back up to your bedroom with Alex? I'll be up soon to read you both a story." Tansy screwed up her face and rubbed her eyes. "Can't I stay down here with you?" "It's just, Mummy has a headache, and I need a few minutes to think about what the police officers said." "Why do you need to think about it?" "Well, because they said lots of things, and I'm trying to remember them all." "Hurry up and remember, Mummy," she whined as she stood up reluctantly. "I want to find out where Daddy has gone." "It's okay, Tansy. The police will find your dad and my mum too," Alex said kindly, and I wanted to pull them both to me and cry into their soft hair. What should a good parent do at a time like this? We didn't know where Alex's mum was yet, but I was essentially lying to Tansy, pretending Michael was still okay, still out there somewhere. Yet, to tell her the awful truth, it felt beyond me. And Alex being here and listening to everything I said when his mum was already missing, it was a nightmare. It had to be done in the proper manner, when I felt calm and resolved. It had to be done in a way that was the least traumatic for our daughter. Tansy loitered around the door, sulkily rubbing at a mark on the wall. My right foot began tapping the floor. I couldn't seem to make it stop. Michael's face kept flashing into my mind and disappearing again. There was a tide of emotion pushing to escape from my chest, but I couldn't let that happen. Not while the children were here. I craved space, to release this spiralling grief before it choked me. "Up you go, there's a good girl," I said, as firmly as I could manage. She glared at me and stormed out into the hall. I heard her stomping up the steps in protest, Alex trailing in her wake. "I'll be up very soon," I called out guiltily. My heart ached and my head pounded as I thought about how I was going to tell Tansy that her daddy wouldn't be coming home. I sat staring into space for a while, thoughts of the accident swirling in my mind. What if there was some connection between Michael's death and Susie's disappearance? What if Michael had killed himself because he'd done something terrible and couldn't face us? I dropped my head into my hands. The house already felt so empty without him. I glanced over at the painting Tansy had done for him at school only last week. It showed Michael at work on his red ride-on mower. The sun was shining, and there were lots of colourful flowers, and even the row of Wadebridge cottages behind him.
"This is my favourite one yet, Tansy Pansy," he'd announced, and her face had split into a neon-bright smile at the in-joke. Every piece of art she brought home was Michael's new favourite. "This little masterpiece is going on the fridge door."
I looked around the kitchen. Traces of him were everywhere. His canvas work jacket hanging over the back of a chair, his steel-toed work boots with trailing laces by the back door, and his reading glasses on the table next to the newspaper. His half-empty coffee cup still sat next to the sink. I traced my finger around the edge and touched it to my lips. I heard Tansy's television come on upstairs. She must have turned it up to full volume in protest, as I could hear the cartoon voices loud and clear. I couldn't stop my hands from shaking. I felt cold to my bones. I stood up and walked towards the log burner, my head full of one endlessly repeating thought. How on earth was I going to manage without my Michael?
Chapter 30. I didn't feel up to looking after Tansy and Alex. I just wanted to curl up in a ball somewhere dark and quiet. I knew I had to call Donna. I had nobody else. I picked up my phone, and for a moment I couldn't remember what I needed to do. I opened up my call list and jabbed a finger on a contact. Donna picked up after 2 rings.
Hi, Kate, can I call you back? I've just put Paul's tea on and... Michael's gone, I whispered. He's dead, Donna. What? He went out and a lorry. The police came here to tell me. He's dead. My God, no! She fell silent for a few seconds. And then she called out to Paul. I've got to go. Can you come in here, babe? She muffled the phone, and I heard her speaking urgently in a low voice. Okay, Kate, I'm on my way. I'll be at yours in 5 minutes. Get the kids' stuff together. They can have a sleepover with Ellie tonight. She ended the call, and I sat staring at the wall. I felt numb, spaced out. Mummy! Tansy yelled from the top of the stairs. When are you coming up? I'm coming up now, I mumbled under my breath. Michael was going to come home and read them both a story. He'd put them to bed and then come downstairs and pour us some wine. We'd talk about the police interview, and he'd tell me everything would be fine, and I'd say I was sorry for thinking the worst, and... Someone was shaking me. Mummy? Mummy, what's wrong? Why are you talking to yourself? I refocused, saw Tansy's tearful eyes and worried expression. It's okay, darling. You and Alex get your coats and shoes on. You're going to stay at Ellie's house tonight. What? She punched her hands to her hips. We're already ready for bed. Can I go back to the cottage? Alex said hopefully. No, I said vaguely. Get ready. What's wrong with your mum? I heard him whisper. Grab your coat, Tansy, I said, pulling myself together. Alex, you too. Put them on over your pyjamas. It'll be fun. It won't be fun because Ellie doesn't like Alex, Tansy said crossly, folding her arms. She might not let him play in her bedroom with us. There was a knock on the door, and Donna walked in. She headed straight for me and embraced me. It took every ounce of my resolve not to collapse, sobbing into her. The kids don't know yet, I whispered into her ear. Okay, kids, grab your stuff. I'm taking you to my house, and then I'm coming back to look after your mum, Tansy. She's not feeling too well. Donna, please, I don't want to ruin your night. There's no need to come back. I'm coming right back here, she said firmly. Paul will sort the kids out. I'll manage, I couldn't seem to focus, to finish my thoughts. Michael's face filled my mind in technicolor. I grabbed onto a chair and squeezed my eyes closed. "Mummy!" Tansy ran over and pressed into my side. "I want to stay here and look after you. Just go with Donna for tonight, sweetie. I feel very tired and a bit sick. Can you do that for me?" She nodded slowly, her eyes flitting across my face, looking for clues that everything was still okay. "I will stay here," Alex said slowly. "I don't want to go to Ellie's house." "Get your shoes on, please, Alex," Donna said briskly. "Everything will be okay, I promise." I pushed a few things into a bag and kissed Tansy, and they left. When they'd gone, I sat down, feeling strangely devoid of emotion. It came and went like the tide. It only seemed like minutes before Donna was back again, but when I checked the wall clock, I saw that over half an hour had passed. "The kids are fine. Paul just got back, but he knows what he needs to do to get them into bed. Tell me everything." She sat down next to me and held my hand. Carefully, I relayed the facts. It was important to me that she knew everything, and it was a relief to speak openly without worrying about the children overhearing. Michael had been at the police station. They'd asked to speak to him again, and he said it would be best to go in to show willing. When he came out, I phoned him, asked him how things had gone. He seemed a bit down. He didn't want to talk about it, and said he wanted a walk before he came back home, and we'd talk then. Donna gripped my hand. I knew something wasn't right when he hadn't come back home within an hour and hadn't texted me or called. I didn't know what to do, and then those 2 detectives came. They said he was hit by a lorry and... I looked down at my hands. They were shaking, and I tucked them under my thighs. They tried to save him, the paramedics, but he died. In the ambulance, on the way to the hospital. "Oh, Kate, I'm so sorry," she said softly. I could see the scene playing out in front of me as if I'd witnessed it with my own eyes. Michael flying up into the air, blood and brains on the grill of the lorry, his lifeless eyes staring out into the sterile emptiness of the ambulance. "All I keep thinking is how I'm going to tell Tansy he's gone," I said. Donna embraced me, held me tight. "Don't torture yourself about that. She doesn't need to know this very minute." I pulled away. I couldn't bear the closeness. I wanted to get Tansy back and run away from it all. Donna sat back. "The police, did they say it was the lorry driver's fault? Was he looking at his phone, perhaps, and didn't see Michael?" I stared ahead, glassy-eyed. They said the other driver told them it looked like Michael just stepped out into the road. A moment of silence. Then Donna said, "He didn't see the lorry come in. That seems unlikely. Are they looking into exactly what happened?" I closed my eyes and imagined for a moment that Michael hadn't gone out, that Susie hadn't gone missing, and there had been no police interview. He would still be alive. He'd come up behind me, wrap his big, strong arms around me without a word, and kiss my neck. I could almost feel the goosebumps now, as if he were pressing against me. "Kate!" Donna gripped my arm hard, shaking me. I snatched it away and rubbed it. "Sorry, but you scared me." Her voice softened. "I'm going to call the doctor, okay?" I didn't answer, because I didn't care. Dr. Kendall lived in the big white house at the top end of the village. His old-fashioned surgery was an extension at the back of the house. Michael used to joke that it was the last place on earth you could still get an emergency appointment with a GP without wrestling with some awkward receptionist. I stared into space, listening, as Donna spoke confidentially into her phone, as if she didn't want me to hear. "That's right. He died in the ambulance and she's acting strangely, just not like the Kate we all know. She seems absent. She's not making much sense. I think she might be in shock. I wondered if... Oh yes, thank you. I'll look out for you." She ended the call. I folded my hands into my lap and looked at her blankly. "How am I going to tell Tansy she's never going to see her daddy again?" I said. Chapter 31, 15th of November, 2019. The 3 days after Michael's accident, it felt as if my life had been torn to shreds. I'd been thrown into a new world of inquests and police investigations, endless phone calls, emails, informing me, guiding me through the nightmare that was Michael's death, on top of the shock and trying to come to terms with the fact that he'd gone, that we would never see him again. Legally, someone had to identify Michael's body soon after the accident. I loved him so much, I wanted to be the one to do it, but I'd felt massive resistance inside. What would he look like following the accident? I was terrified that would be my final memory of him. "Paul will go," Donna said firmly when I confided in her. "He's done it before for his uncle, and he's already told me, anything you need, you've only to let him know." Even amid the slight haze of Dr. Kendall's medication, I felt relief and gratitude. The police had located Michael's car parked on Beckhampton Road, close to the station. Paul had collected it using the spare keys and put it in our garage. In Susie's absence, Irene had been forced to get a new home help. As luck would have it, a local lady I knew vaguely, Doris, was looking for work. Irene's sciatica seemed worse than ever, but for about a week I couldn't bring myself to visit her. Wadebridge had so many memories for me, I honestly thought it would tip me over the edge if I went up there. She sent an enormous bouquet with a lovely message of sympathy. I knew she'd miss Michael terribly. He'd taken care of everything at Wadebridge since Amos had died. I didn't know how she'd managed to replace him. Tansy and Alex stayed with Donna, Paul and Ellie for the first few days, and I still hadn't told Tansy her daddy had gone. Donna and Paul were doing such a great job, filling the kids' time with activities, crafts and the Disney Channel. Tansy was upbeat, and although she asked about Michael, she was full of Ellie's new Barbie motorhome and their visit to Water Meadows, a local indoor water park. Donna had a chat to Ellie, and now she and Alex seemed to be getting on fine, which was a relief. I worried about them missing school, but Donna was adamant it was only 3 days, and the best temporary solution under very difficult circumstances, and that she would speak to the head teacher. I went over to the house a few times, and on Friday afternoon I took Tansy out for a walk into the woods we loved so much. "Let's stop for a moment," I said, when we reached a bench about halfway through the wood. "It's lovely here. What can you hear?" It was a game we often played, where we'd close our eyes and take turns naming a sound. A bird singing, the rustle of leaves, the sound of the distant passing traffic. Tansy closed her eyes and lifted her face to the sky. "I can hear a mouse running in the hedgerow," she said, smiling to herself. "What else?" "I can hear the trees whispering to each other and a fairy singing under a toadstool. And I can hear Daddy on his mower up at Wadebridge." She opened her eyes, and the smile evaporated. "Is Daddy up at Wadebridge?" I reached for her hand. "Remember when we were waiting for Daddy to come home, and the police came to the house?" She nodded fearfully. "The reason Daddy hasn't come home is because he was in an accident that day." "An accident?" "Yes. Daddy was crossing the road, and a lorry hit him. And it's very sad, because Daddy died." She stared at me so steadily, I felt unnerved. I wondered if she'd understood what I was trying to tell her. So you see, darling, Daddy won't be coming home again. He's gone to heaven now. Daddy has died. I held both her hands. I'm so sorry, Tansy. But yes, Daddy has died. And somehow, you and me, we've got to carry on without him. She looked away, stared into the trees. There were no tears. Silently, I led her to the tinkling stream that flowed through the wood. She and Michael would launch flowers into it, then run to the end to see whose flower had won the race. Pick a flower for Daddy, I told her, and set it free in the stream like he loved to do. She bent down and plucked a vibrant red campion before crouching down and cradling the flower in her palm. I gazed at the crown of her golden hair, the smooth purity of the back of her neck. She kissed the flower. Love you forever, Daddy, she whispered. Then she lowered her hand into the water and let the current take it. I miss you so much, Daddy. I hope you can see me up there in heaven. I bit back tears. I'm so proud of you. Your Daddy will always be with us, looking down, watching and keeping us safe. Her bottom lip trembled, and finally the tears began to roll silently down her cheeks. Has Alex's mum died too? She said. That weekend, Miss Monsell, Tansy's class teacher, paid me a visit at home. This is a life-changing time for you and Tansy, she said softly, after giving me her sincerest condolences. It's so important that we, as her school, get it right in order to minimise the stress and upheaval for both of you. I nodded. Tansy's education was one of the 1,000 worry strands swirling slowly around in my head like seaweed. What do you suggest? I asked. There are really no hard and fast rules, because every child is different. Saying that, in our opinion, it's best to get Tansy back to school as soon as possible. It feels too soon, I said quickly, a wash of dread travelling through me at the thought of Tansy crying alone at break time. I understand, but school is familiar to her and could have a stabilising effect at a time like this. We think she may find comfort in routine. It might help her realise that some things remain the same, even when so much around her is changing. What about Alex? I said, shocked that I'd forgotten him for a moment. She held up a hand. Please don't worry about Alex. The head teacher is speaking to social services. You looking after him was only ever a temporary situation as I understand it, and there are decisions to be made. It's Tansy we need to talk about today. I sighed. What you say makes sense, but I don't know. It feels cruel to send her back so soon. Of course. But when so much is happening at home, school can give respite to a child. She pressed her lips together in a sympathetic smile. Look, Kate, you know your daughter better than anyone, I get that. But Tansy enjoys school, and it strikes me that she might appreciate having her friends around her. We'd offer her full support, of course, and she'd have access to the school counsellor as well as a breakout room where she can go for space and quiet time, if it all gets a bit much. I can't bear to think of her having to put on a brave face just to get through the day, I said, my voice cracking. I know it's not the right solution, but I just want to keep her here, for us to hide and make the outside world go away. I covered my eyes with a hand and rubbed the bridge of my nose hard. I could feel the pain slicing away at me, raw and relentless. That reaction is completely understandable, Miss Monsell said kindly. But in terms of what's best for Tansy, Getting her back to a routine where she's fully supported and among her friends and school family is crucial. But kids can be cruel, can't they? What if we have systems in place for these very challenging events in our pupils' lives, Kate? It's also an opportunity for the other children to learn empathy and how to relate to a classmate who's grieving. Rest assured, we'll handle all that. I know you're right. It's just hard. I know that. It must feel like the hardest thing in the world. She stood up. I'll leave you in peace now. Just think about it and have a little chat with Tansy if it helps, although children don't always know what's best for them, and she may even feel guilty about leaving you at home alone. But you decide and then let me know. She placed a small card on the table. That's my personal mobile number. Feel free to call me if I can help in any way. I walked her to the door, and when she was gone, I sank to the floor and sobbed, because I knew that what she'd suggested was the best thing for Tansy, and the worst thing for me, and I hated myself for even having that selfish thought. Donna and Paul were my lifeline. Paul cancelled a weekend work conference and stayed at home to look after the girls, while Donna and I chatted at my house. I felt so awful for the things I'd said to her about him. We talked about Michael. She made me endless cups of tea and sat and listened so patiently while I offloaded all my feelings, my worries and troubles. Then, when Tansy came back home, Donna and Paul kept Alex at their house and arranged a meeting with social services there. On Saturday night, Donna popped over to see me again. She told me gently, "Social services have found temporary foster care for Alex." Oh no, the poor kid. I closed my eyes. I wanted to spare him that. Couldn't we manage between us? She shook her head. Like they said, with everything that's happening here, he's not getting the specialist care and attention he deserves. You and we need to be able to focus on Ellie and Tansy's well-being. We're just not trained to help Alex in the way he needs while his mum's missing. I hung my head. I knew on one level that it made sense, but I also knew this was going to be so stressful for Alex. It was exactly the situation I'd tried to save him from. Michael's voice echoed in my head. He'd said it wasn't right, but I'd gone my own sweet way, wanting to help and probably making things worse. He's in good hands, Donna continued. D.I. Price is personally overseeing his temporary foster care. He's suffered so much, I said sadly. I wish there was something I could do to help. You mustn't feel guilty, Kate. Social services wouldn't let you keep him right now anyway. He's traumatised already, and this latest sad news is too much for him. He needs stability. I really do think it's for the best. She stood up and embraced me before walking towards the door. I'll get off now. Try and get some rest and I'll call you tomorrow. Donna. She looked back, her hand on the door handle. Thank you so much for everything you've done these past few days. Please thank Paul for me too. I don't know what I'd have done without the two of you. You don't have to thank us. I know you'd have been there for me just the same if Ellie and I had needed help. I realised that her face looked strained, her eyes troubled. How are you coping with what's happening? I asked. Susie's disappearance, police all over the village. I know it must be bringing it all back, how you suffered with Matilda. She tried to paste a brightness onto her face, but her features crumpled slightly. Not great, if I'm honest. I'm jumpy, snappy with Paul, and he's suffering too. Michael's death has really affected him. I can't sleep. It feels like my worst nightmare is taking hold of my life and ripping it to pieces, bit by bit. I'm just grateful Mum doesn't know what's happening. Donna's mother had advanced dementia and had been in a care home in a nearby town for the past 3 years. Her dad had died a few years after Matilda disappeared. From a broken heart, her family had insisted when he suffered a massive heart attack close to Christmas. Donna visited her mum a couple of times a week, but she'd confided in me a few months ago that she'd started to dread it. Mum talks non-stop about Matilda, and it's getting worse, she'd told me. She's constantly asking when she's coming home from school. Other times, she thinks I am Matilda. I'm so sorry, Donna. She was helping me so much, and yet I couldn't do a thing to ease her burden. It must be heartbreaking to see your mum like that. You have no idea, she sighed.